Welcome in, everyone. I'm Vaudeville, one of the hosts and casters for EMEA Ignite, and I have a special interview for you all. Team Heretic's one and only coach, Line Pro. Run us through a little bit of, how things go with setting up scrims and coaching them through matches and getting ready for match day itself. What does that look like for a professional coach?
Part where I'm lucky, I think I just have a very good group, because I did work with a lot of different groups in the past as a player and as a coach, and this is by a long far my favorite group. And the reason I think so, it's because it's really hard to find people that match your passion. It's funny because Heretic slogan, it's you can't teach passion, right? But the thing is, like with previous teams, there's always someone that's like maybe slacking or doesn't want to put the work in, or maybe sees the game differently or has different priorities, which is normal because at the end of the day, you want to have your life as well. But here, I'm not okay in my head, like I dedicate a lot of time to the game, but I'm with other 6 people that they also dedicate a lot of time to the game. So I feel like my job is really easy. And the way I operate as a coach, I don't tell them what to do or force them to do stuff. I like debating. Obviously, I consider myself a very smart person and that I think I understand the game really well. But I think I can be wrong. So the way we do it, it's usually the day starts with like at least 1 hour of team talk before the game, before we do a scrim, where we talk about what drafts we want to run, what maps we want to play, what's our goals for the scrim individually for players and as a team. And sometimes if we have time, we do a bit of a VOD review on some key moments from the day before, where like maybe we didn't do really good on this part on this map. Was it map? Was it positioning? But as I said, I never like say, hey, it has to be done like this. I share my opinion. I want to hear my player thoughts. Sometimes I even ask them, instead of me telling them, I ask them, what do you think went wrong here? And I want to hear everyone different opinion, because the more it happens and every single day we are more and more and more on the same page where we all think like the same way. And usually after that, we do a few blocks. We do at least 2 blocks a day. And after we finish, like honestly, people can they can leave, right? They can go, but we always stay a few more hours after because we're just enjoying like our company, and we keep talking about the game, watch some more votes, maybe one-on-one with drafts, and we debate which draft is better, why, people share their opinion. So I don't know. I'm just like very lucky because my group is really simple to manage. They're all very professional and they all put the work, which is honestly what matters for me.
Wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's Guardians. Now is the time to prove it. Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike!
taste cold steel.
Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest. It never falls!
Oh, Geldo, nah.
Little love.
This! Child!
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite. We are here today to cast up a storm in the preseason in Pacific for Asia. My name is Liger, and I'm joined by CB.
Hello, I am super excited not only to get to work with you for the first time, that's going to be breaking a little bit of new ground there, but I'm also excited because we get to decide who makes it to Grand Finals Day. There's only one more day of Asia playoffs left to play out after today, and we get to decide who is going to be there, you and I cannot wait to get started. Let's talk all about it.
Yes, today is a banger, everyone certified, so lock in, get your hydration, get some snacks, get ready for an absolute banger of a night as we tackle what is a very important day, as you said, because today, everybody, you know what, punch your ticket in, we'll go on an elimination station. Somebody's going home today. It's gonna be a big one. We've even got the last match of the day. We don't know who's in it. We don't know who's qualified yet. We've got super matches today, marquee match, so much. But before all of that, let's talk about what's happening inside Marvel Rivals. In the game,
Yeah.
what's on the horizon, what's in store.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that because we've got some skins and I've got a question for you. My first question I think is going to be, can Rogue fight? Like, you think she's got hands? Because the Hellfire Gala is returning and you can capture the epitome of Krakoan fashion with Magic's Netherworld Noble and Gambit's alluring Ace costumes. They're both available right now up until May 21st at 7 p.m. Pacific time. That's the deadline. You gotta get them before they are gone. Cameras are flashing. Are you ready? And I ask, can Rogue fight? Because I will throw hands for her man right now. I will take Remy from her if she is not careful.
Now, Rogue can fight, but I don't know if Rogue can fight you, but what I do know, what is worth the fight, it is the Vampire King is free. That's right, everybody, the new PvE mode, Blood Hunt, is here. Monsters lurk in the shadows and roam the city as Dracula has returned. You're going to team up with your teammates, 4-player teams, everybody. You're going to save New York City. All right, and the latest PvE mode, Blood Hunt, is here. Test your limits with different difficulties and send the Lord of the Night to his undead doom. Everyone, it's out now. Get in there, start playing. Welcome to the next chapter of Marvel Rivals PvE. All right, will you hunt or be hunted? All I know is I'm hunting. I'm Nightmare 80, guys. I'm climbing. My melee Moon Knight on point. But
You were talking about how you were hoping that it was a quick show that you can go and log in, play a couple of Blood Hunt rounds. I'm hoping that it's not a quick show. I'm hoping we go for at least 4 hours. That way, everybody sitting in the Twitch chat right now can get their hands on this Daredevil Will of Galacta costume. It's sleek. It looks clean. You can also get the Devil's Drill emotes. We got a spray and a nameplate on deck. It's looking fire, and we also have, well, in my opinion, the second best Gambit skin out there right now, Alluring Ace. You know, it holds a high, lofty standard for me, but this one is also quite dripped out. If, you know, having your abs on full display ain't your thing, you can have your aura on full display. You just gotta watch for 6 hours. And here's the fun part, too. We've also got some OCE action happening on the other channel a little bit later on. You can catch those drops over there as well, so you don't get it today by the end of this show, there's still going to be some more action. Make sure you tune in. Support the OCE scene, support the Asia scene. We got 2 regions running simultaneously, and you can support them both to get your hands on this Gambit drip.
yes, absolutely. That is all what it's about. Everybody celebrating, watching together, getting the drops. Of course, you can also watch your favorite co-streamers out there. They got the drops as well. If you want to get Daredevil, you want to get Gambit, you want to look good by the end of May, that's the time to get those drops. But now is the time for Ignite. Now is the time to remind everybody what is the game plan here today, because we are officially in playoffs. All right, we're in the smack bang middle of playoffs. Here we go. This is it for the preseason. We're in Asia playoffs. This is where it all comes together. We've already had April 3rd to 12th. We had the group stage. Group stage is done. A couple teams went home, but now playoffs, game on. We locking in.
Yeah, and, it's been an interesting story so far. I think the playoffs in the other regions, America and Europe, have delivered in ways we could not have ever fathomed, and we've got quite a bit to live up to, but we've already got a couple of upsets that have already happened. But at the end of the day, as Wu-Tang Clan once said, cash rules everything around me. This is what it is all about, a $50,000 USD prize, with 20,000 of that going to the #1 team, our champions in the region. And right now, it's looking like that might be Pirates, but even that is not necessarily a sure thing, as they have been shown to be mortal, so there could be a hefty lump sum in it for a team that can claim that bounty. And even if you're not getting that 20,000, there's still a sizable chunk for the runner-up all the way through our 7th and 8th place team. Everybody getting treated to a little bit, but we are getting treated to some Marvel Rivals Ignite action, and we have been treated to a wealth of different maps. We've broken free, kind of the prison that is Museum of Contemplation. We're not immune from taking a trip back there from time to time, but tell them what else we've seen, you know? Some interesting stuff.
I mean, you know, look, it's a bit funny. All right, last night in OC, when I was doing a cast there, I was hoping for Shin Shibuya. I didn't get it. We did get Hall of Jalia, a little sprinkle of that. We did see some Celestial Husk as well, but no Museum of Contemplation. What a refreshing time. But I have a feeling today, it's all museum. We even saw Midtown. It was great. It was glorious. Even Yggdrasil Path.
It feels like forever since we've seen Midtown. Symbiotic Surface, by the way, we did actually get to see a redemption on that map. We got to see Reject exercising their biggest demon, Null's Essence itself, in the form of a matchup against Zero Tenacity, which they managed to win, which I did not have money on. I thought that was I thought that was throwing, taking Zero Tenacity to a map that you have failed to capture the first point on several times, but hey, they managed to get it done, and I got to imagine the picks and bans had a hand in shaping that victory for them.
Certainty, absolute 1000%. The game can be won. Everyone knows, everyone paying attention, those watching Ignite, the game can be won simply in the banning phase. You could, I just have to bring attention to it. People are banning Doctor Strange. It's finally happening. People are realizing this is the guy. This may not be best in slot, but the amount of potential Doctor Strange can have right now. We're talking with a team up with Invisible Woman, having portals, Eldritch Whip, Maelstrom combination with the Agamotto reliability. Everyone's playing dives, so Strange is actually fighting people up close and personal now, not dealing too much poke slop. Shield staying up more. That's who's getting banned. But Gambit also is getting banned quite a bit. Rarely do we see Gambit survive that first ban.
Yeah, it's always either Gambit or Elsa that's going to be in that first ban slot, and if they're not in that first ban slot, almost certainly going to be in that first protect slot. But I actually am a big fan of these Doctor Strange bans and protects that are coming through, people realizing just how strong the Sorcerer Supreme can be. He earned that title for a reason. He's very good in a wealth of different situations, and even if you just take away the recontests from the portals, that alone is absolutely massive. That'll cause ripple effects over any map, but there's only so much more room for ripple effects in the tournament bracket, because here is how things stand right now. You and I are standing down there in that lower bracket, ready to kick things off with those matchups over there, but we also have a real cracker of a matchup in the upper bracket. Pirates versus Reject on their redemption arc. And then right down below that, you're going to see another lower bracket matchup. We'll figure out who's going to be playing that matchup a little bit later on today, but we are running out of time as we inch closer and closer to that championship day. That's tomorrow, Liger.
Wow, this is big, everybody. This is it. We know what's coming for us. We know what's online. These are the matches for the day. We're going to start off match 1. This best of 5 series is going to be between XOXO and Triple AD. A big match. Both teams got something to prove. We're going to find out who's going home and who's going to go and begin their lower bracket run to the grand finals. Could be one of these two teams, or it could be RVL or Z10. That'll be the second match of the day. The craziness ensuing there is going to be insane, as some fan favorites are going to have some tears in the chat, in the community. One of those teams is going home. And then, of course, the big dogs. Let's be real. Pirates and RC, aka Reject, they are on the line right now. Reject finally showing everybody why they are the partner team of Asia and why they are a threat. So let's see if they can take on the Pirates and finally take down the MRC champions. It's a big day of games.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to say, is like, can the partner team take down the MRC champions? Like, that's not a world we thought that we would live in right now, but hey, Pirates have taken over the world, or at the very least this portion of it. The Asia region currently belongs to Pirates, but we're kicking things off with a team that has made them bleed a couple of times. Before the preseason group stage, Triple AD had the honor of being the last team to take a single map off of Pirates, and yesterday they did it again. They have proven that not only can Pirates be beaten, but that they can be the ones to do it. But the question is, will they ever get the chance again? Because standing in their way is XOXO01, a team that beat Triple AD way back in day 1 of the group stages. I think a lot has changed since then, but sometimes the more things change, the more they stay the same. I think both these teams in a lower bracket matchup, they're gonna be desperate. The stakes are high. Only one of them can carry on, and wherever that one Dan is, do not tell him what happens in this game, because he's either going to be elated or very sad.
We may put predictions on that one Dan crash out tonight, so everybody get your predictions in. It may happen when you least expect it, but you know, we'll find out. Check social media. Shout out that one Dan. Everybody follow. Bang it tweets all the time. Right. It was his birthday yesterday as well.
Oh, it was his birthday.
To Dan yesterday.
Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, Dan. Sorry about EXO losing on your birthday. That wasn't the gift that I wanted to bestow upon you, but hey, that's the one that we got. He's going to be holding it down over on the OCE stream, so he might be a little bit busy. I don't know what their actual start time is, so he might be watching this matchup. I'm sure he knows what's on the line, what's at stake for his favorite team. We're not biased over here, except for when we are, but Triple AD is also one of my favorite teams. I love to see them play. I love to see Illicit throw down, whether it's on the Daredevil, the Psylocke, or even the Phoenix. We've seen some insane stuff coming out from Triple AD. I think this is a team that has the potential to reach a top 3 finish, but in order to get there, they're going to have to exercise one of their demons from the past, and a demon that has terrorized so many in this region for so very long.
Yes, indeed. We're about to find out who's going to get going down. You know, demon time, demon mode. You say it. That's the one thing that this team needs to activate to try and take on each other right now. We're talking everything. You got to bring everything out right now for this matchup between EXO and Triple AD. You got to bring all the stops. This is it. Someone's going home. You do not want to lose early, especially on Domination. Domination is a quick win and usually a good momentum buff for your team. Let's see if they can make it happen for themselves. As we see the ban phase, yep, Gambit is both locked out for both teams, starting us off.
Invis Protect coming out from Triple AD. I like that. That's one of those things where if we don't see that strange TP or that strange ban coming through, like you alluded to, having that Invis-Woman protect, I think, is going to pay off dividends. It does give you a fair bit of survivability, and just the overall healing that an Invis can provide is not to be discounted. And I think EXO, quite characteristically of yesterday. Oh no, actually, going to go for a Mantis protect. I thought they were going to try and lock in the one-sided Elsa, which I would have scolded them for, because Ace was really, like, I hate to harp on the guy, but he was just not really hitting the shots on the Elsa that you need to be hitting in order to be playing a character of that caliber. Triple AD, of course, going to respond by banning that one out, making sure that's not something that they have to deal with. And honestly, I think this is still best case scenario for EXO.
100%. I mean, that is exactly the plan right now. Securing themselves some pretty good picks right here. We're going to see as the 4th slot locks in for both sides. Looks as though they're contemplating between the Invisible Woman and the Loki. What's more valuable? Ooh, okay. One-sided Mantis right now on the side of XOXO, whereas Triple AD locking out the Loki, denying a chance of Loki Mantis. But in return, XOXO probably going to lock the Invisible Woman as their final protect here, which gives them a really good backline. Oh, unless it's White Fox.
That's a switch up. Oh, okay. Are we going to protect? Okay. All right, the double debate. All right, okay. Well, I was gonna say, like, I do like the protects and the bans onto the White Fox. We do see Windscar hovering over that right now, and more teams have managed to pick up that White Fox in the 3rd strategist slot. I mean, I think she gives you a lot of survivability up against a dive composition. And EXO, we know they love dive in every single flavor, but a dive with a good anchor vanguard like a Vanpool, I think, is all the better. So that ends up being a pretty smart protect. And you know, while Triple AD aren't going to go for the snipe onto that White Fox ban, I think, again, ends up being best case scenario for EXO. They get everything they want out of this one. However, are we going to go for the Loki Protect or the Ultron? Triple AD a little bit indecisive, but I think I like the Loki Protect a little bit more. That's just me personally, but I don't know.
Look, they needed to get something in their favor. Loki makes quite a lot of sense. That is locked in for themselves. That's good for AAA. That's going to give them one-sided Loki. They're
there
going to have
it
the
is.
boundary. They're going to have double boundary. Oh.
Pick your hero.
There it is.
Oh,
Villain.
there it
Nope.
is. The Doctor Strange, man. You're right.
Yeah.
It's not a priority, but whew, you better be careful because it could be at the end of the ban phase. All right, let's see. Everybody locking in what they want to play. We're going to see how it all unfolds. I'm looking forward to some Daredevil. That's pretty good to see. You know, that is open. Elsa's gone. Not going to have no Galatroxes, no Apex Predators. No one's fallen off the map. Maybe. Still a chance, but we're keen to see how it all unfolds. Okay. I want to see some Captain America. No smoke. Songs, whoever's going to do it, I'm excited for it.
I think you're going to see a fair bit of Captain America as we kick things off with our first lower bracket matchup of the day. It is elimination o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Only one of these two teams can make it to that potential top 4 finish, and the other is going to have to settle for a scant 5th, 6th. And again, don't tell that one Dan who it's going to be, because I want him to be surprised. If it's EXO, I want him to be happy. I think he deserves that birthday gift. If not, you know, he still needs to lock in. He's got a job to do. We can't bum him out by telling him, hey, your boys, I'm afraid they didn't make it. They were felled by Triple AD, a team that has proven they can go toe-to-toe with the best. And we're going to kick things off on Warrior Falls. And you talk about Glartrox is carrying people over the side of the map. If there's one map that's going to happen, I think that's going to be right here. But no one bringing the Elsa forward so far. It's, very aggressive looks, I'll say, from both sides. Very, very dive favored for Triple AD. You're going to have Rocco with the Ultron putting a drone and a damage boost onto that front line, getting so much damage, and Tuba on that Vanpool. He has been a staple pick on this hero.
Yeah, 100% right there. That is exactly what you want. The momentum right now coming out from AAA. Already defending. Already on the mission area. That's exactly what they want right here. At the same time, we're going to see both Deadpools building up to that Banhammer. Could be online already. There it is. T-Tuba has the Banhammer online if they want to bring it. But a bit of fights on the sidelines. Ace takes out Osa right there. Daredevil is down. That's going to be a massive KO right there. White Fox with a slash. Boom! The White Fox differential has been achieved right now. XOXO winning that favor. And only feels taking out Tuba. That doesn't allow XOXO to take the point capture and get percentage on the board.
It's going to be an exit frag onto Rester, and that's going to be really all Triple AD come away from that one. I like the approach to you know, take the fight onto the point and force EXO to fight into them and say, hey, you want this? They're going to have to come through us, but it sets up a pinch onto from Illicit onto the flank there. They're able to just turn, clear him, and then walk forward, take the point for free, essentially, after that one, as there's no more pressure, and the entire win condition of Triple AD's comp just falls apart. So good opening stuff here from EXO, and it's uncharacteristically normal. Like, this is what we would expect from a normal team, not from EXO, and Triple AD are going to make them pay for adhering too close to normalcy.
Hey, wake up! It's a triple KO from Triple AD's. Illicit right there on the Daredevil. That is what you want to see, living up to the name, bringing the pain right there. That is what you want to see, I gotta say. Illicit's looking born again. Shout out to that TV show. Watch it now, everybody. But at the same time, they're getting their percentage now, CB. So they're gonna have a good advantage here. But XOXO is staging very well, and they're going underground. They're gonna take it to the high ground as well. Oh, I love this map so much.
Yeah, playing all together, and showing in that previous fight though why you need to clear off Illicit. You need to figure out what angles he's playing at and deal with him as quickly as possible. But what's in front of you right now might be more threatening, as the Rage of Ultron from Rocco and Tuba and Illicit both just coming at you. No questions about what angles Illicit was coming at you from. That's a team wipe, and that is decisive. That is what we want to see from a team like Triple AD. Like we said, they've proven they can go toe-to-toe with the best. They just have to get through EXO in order to get that opportunity again. And you can tell, you know, maybe a little bit of a shaky, slow start of that first fight, but after that, they want it, and they want it bad, and they will not let EXO stop them from taking it.
That is exactly what you need to do. Unleash all your potential right there. Quasar taking out 27 A's. Ace falls to Alyssa right there. That is a massive, massive lead right now for AAA to gain their percentage lead. 50% and climbing to the 60%. No Smite takes out Resta as well. Big value from the Tuba. Taking out Zeta with the Deadpool differential. And right now they're just chilling. They're just chilling. XOXO don't have what they need to take this next fight on. Actually, they do. They do have ultimates. They can get those symbiote shenanigans going.
But I worry that with the ultimates that Triple AD have, unless you're able to stop this Freedom Charge from No Smite, it's going to get to 99 before you're able to actually leverage any of that. And in fact, No Smite is going to let it rip right away. Triple AD do not want to wait. They want to take the fight straight to EXO, and now that fight going to move over to the point with the Soul Resurgence. Good sleep on the No Smite, but you're not going to be able to find an Elim off the back of that. Maybe this Dance to the Butterfly can find something.
There it is. Song Woo taking out Quasar. Rocco falls as well. There is the big Venom going at it right now. Absolutely bringing dessert to the table, and everybody is feasting as EXO do flip the point right there. They're going to get their percentage climbing now. But AAA, look, they didn't get 99, but they got 96. Still a good position to be.
Yeah, but that's still a little bit rough, because it means if Triple AD find the flip, I don't know if you're going to get that overtime push, but EXO will clean up the fight, find Illicit at the end there, and avoid any further casualties. So a good way to stem the bleeding here for EXO, get themselves back in the driver's seat, and crucially burn out all of the ultimates from Triple AD. That you see 27 A's taking Tuba over the edge with the Jet Bolt before that Banhammer can come out, so that ult charge gets reset. Xantha gets to walk into this next fight with a Banhammer, meaning the fight starts on EXO's terms, where and when they want it to be. They just got to pick their man, they just got to pick their spot.
Now there it is, that Song Woo taking out T-Tuba. Getting a value, Venom, swinging the tendrils. There's a bit of an Ultron action as they do retreat for now. Strategists of AAA keeping themselves alive as they face Song Woo on the high ground. Well, only feels trying to get the peak right there, and they do take out Wonsga. Getting the value, shutting down the White Fox, and there it is, a chance for the Rage of Ultron to get value. Shut down again. The Psylocke, Alone Feels right now is just going crazy. That is Alone's power. 95% climbing. Is there potential for a 99 over time contest? That is the question. If AAA can make it happen for themselves. Song Woo taking out Tuba. There's no chance of a portal. There's no chance of a portal.
And no portal. Is there going to be another touch? It doesn't look like there's going to be. Tuba was able to trigger OT for the time being, but couldn't live long enough to buy the rest of the team some time, and that's that Doctor Strange ban, you know, of taking away the recontestability. If you're that team that finds themselves behind the 8-ball, you don't get a chance to bring yourself back into the fray. Had that Strange play been available, you know, maybe you just see No Smite make the swap over and the rest of the team comes through, you get a bit of damage in, maybe Illicit builds up to that that let the devil out before any of the strategist ultimates come out for the side of EXO. At the very least, you can bleed the resources out from EXO, but we're looking into alternate timelines right now. Right now, we're looking at the one where EXO is the one who fires the first salvo here, and it's Triple AD that have to react. And for a team that has their sights set on that top 3 finish, that's going to be a rough way to start things off. But it's been rougher for them before. They've managed to bounce back. This is a team that has immense mental fortitude, and they're going to need it against a team that is known to check your mental.
100% certified right there. I mean, we're talking about everything on the line right here. It's elimination time. These teams cannot afford to lose these maps. You cannot take 3 maps down. You got to get 3 maps on your side. That is the question for them right here. We're going to see T-Tuba moving forward on the DP. Everyone backing them up. Triple AD as well. XOXO has the chance to build up to the Jeff time with 27 A's, but they will have Kumiho unleashed as well for the next fight. We're going to see as 10 seconds till the mission area unlocks for now. AAA are moving forward, staging as well with Illicit, collecting information. They do catch XOXO rotating around and flipping the sides a bit. Let's see how it all unfolds. Big chance for potential here, waiting for the first ult to strike right now, but everyone's throwing cooldowns as T-Tuber is going bang for bang on that Deagle action and going into the fight alone as well. Gonna mark and take out Rocco, and we're gonna in return see the Banhammer go off.
Listen, letting the devil out with a freedom charge coming out as well. Triple AD, despite losing Rocco and Quasit early on in that fight, they want to turn this one, but Alonefield's holding on to this Dance the Butterfly. I really don't know if that's the best strategy. 27 A's gonna pop that. It's Jeff, gonna be checked though by No Smite, straight a little bit too far away from the pack, and was able to meet the Shield of Justice. There is that Dance the Butterfly, but the targets are too beefy. There's just too much health to be able to slice through, and Tuba returning fire with 2 back-to-back Deagle KOs. Zaytho looking to be the third on deck, but maybe the Katanas can get it done instead, and that's gonna be Triple AD coming out ahead in that fight. A little bit of a misstep, I believe, with that Dance the Butterfly. Maybe it was just 27 A's drawing a little bit too much attention with that Jeff ultimate, and Triple AD able to deal with that too swiftly, too easily, but not a bad early fight win. That said, I kind of want to see Rocco swap off of this Ultron. You're getting a fair bit of value out of the damage boost, but Alonefield's is also constantly checking you. Psylocke is a great counter to the Ultron, and I mean, Rocco is struggling to have agency in these fights.
100%, couldn't agree more right now. That is exactly what they need to do. Try to get the value. If you're not going to get the Rage of Ultron going off because Alone's there to mark them, they're not going to get that power that they expect from having the Ultron in the skies. But speaking of power, there it is. Quasar taking out Ace, bringing the power. 30% climbing for Triple A right now in the mission area. They're unlocking so much potential. Quasar as well. Big power from the Jeff with the triple KO, taking out Songjik Woo as well. And they're maintaining this percentage lead.
Rocco able to live that fight, get a Rage of Ultron, carry over onto the next one, and Triple AD with a pretty hefty ult bank. So, I mean, if you can stop Alonefields from checking Rocco, then the swap doesn't really need to come through. And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, like, what do you even swap to? The Mantis' Band? I don't think that's going to work out, but a Banhammer coming out from Tuba. There's Alonefields again getting the better of Rocco. The Rage of Ultron denied. Anger management classes on deck.
We're going to need to check into those classes to see if we can, you know, pass on some lessons to be learned here. Quasar taking out Alone. That's big value. That's power. Look, XOXO trying to contest here, trying to, you know, maintain the lead they had in the previous round, but right now, Triple A's holding it. They're really strong right now. They're really executing a lot more usage of the ultimate. Zeta, however, takes out Wensgar. We're going to see Jeff time going up from Quasar. Is it going to land? Is it going to scoop anybody up? That is the question, but they're going to get hunted down by the Banhammer. But there's just so much sustained pouring in from Quasar right there, being kept alive, and they're going to be throwing Ace away and out of the fight.
Good Elim there, and good freedom charge as well from No Smite to try and extend this fight. Triple AD, whether they win or not, will be taking this one to 99. Reyes are going to unleash that Kumiho, get a little bit more sustainability for the last remnants of Exo, as Ace has made the swap over onto the Adam Warlock. 50% on the ult charge. I don't know that we're going to see a Karmic Revival come out, but if you can get him in there and start to get some damage and healing off and maybe build up to that, it will be huge, especially now that Exo are in control of the point, meaning they will be able to hide this Adam Warlock, play that for the next fight, and Triple AD are going to be temporarily shunted from the point, all the Joyful Splash, just to try and keep Rocco alive. And once again, on that Ultron, you're taking so much damage from this Psylocke that Quas's attention has to be split. You know, wherever Rocco is, you're having to peel for your backline while also trying to bolster the front line. This is where all of the healing is coming from, right here, this Jeff, and you can't be splitting it like that when these fights start to break down.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more right there. Need to get the value, and speaking of the value, there it is. Both DPs going for it. Zeta and Tuba, everyone's going, letting it out right now. Listen, taking him to court. But the question is, who is going to feel the gavel right there? And it's going to be Ace taken down. There goes the Adam. No chance right there. Rez as well, 27 A's. But is there a chance for Cocoon? Is Karmic Revival close to being online? Yes, it is. 96, 97, 99. But taken down. They do. Tuba manages to secure the Adam. Big pressure coming out from all of that dive potential from Triple AD. That's 99%. There is a chance for a portal, but I don't think they have a chance to contest. That's going to AAA. We're tying up this crook. Oh, we're tying up T'Challa. We're tying it up right now. We're going to settle it on the spaceport.
It ends up looking like so rough for Triple AD losing that point there, but they're able to take down Ace before that Karmic Revival comes out. 90% to that ultimate. Ace oversteps and Illicit snipes him out. And that's one of the things about Daredevil, as we talk about. You know, he's overpowered, to say the least, and it's not because of his damage. Netties keep nerfing this guy's damage. It's not the damage. It's the fact that he's got literal wall hacks. You can't hide an Adam Warlock for a res when this guy can see through walls. So he knows exactly where Ace is hiding, and wasn't hiding all that well. Takes him down and forces him to pop the cocoon, and when he comes back to life, he's got 10% to build up that Karmic Revival. You don't have enough time left. We were already at 99%. Triple AD just win that fight based on the clock, but the clock might not be on their side this time around. Ace is not swapping, so you're going to carry that Karmic Revival over to this first fight. Alonefield's with that Dance the Butterfly as well, and no strategist ultimates for the side of AAAD. Rocco, even with that Rage of Ultron, I think if that Dance the Butterfly comes out, you're still going to be in trouble, especially if you get a little bit too close to the ground.
100% right there. If you get too close to the damage, to the pain, to the power, you're not going to see the results you want. But we're going to see how it all unfolds with the Rage of Ultron from Rocco this time. Going to try to match that output, try to keep the team sustained, but 2 down. Smite and Osa are going from the power of 27A's. XOXO getting the value here in their first fight. They utilized a couple ultimates there, but in return, AAA are going to have potentially with a 3K off the map. You got to be kidding me. Wasted on the Jeff right there. Big munch, and they go from Jeff time, and that's going to flip it to AAA's side, even though XOXO started winning the fight. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, Sungjok Woo on the Venom, he's like, what happened? Like, where'd my team go? I thought we won that fight. We started that off with 3 opening KOs, but Quaza just turns it right on his head with a huge Jeff Eaton. Sometimes it's the things you can't plan for. AAAD now in control, now holding on to the Freedom Charge, about to come into a Banhammer here, and Alonefill's making the swap over onto the Star-Lord. I think now feels that the Psylocke counter to that Ultron might not have been good enough. We gotta take to the skies. We gotta fight fire with fire.
Fight fire with fire power right now. That's literally what you're going to see with a Captain America in the skies. Charging forward, Freedom Charge. Oh, Rocket taking out Ace. The Ultron differential secured for the AAA side right there. Osmai still bringing a Vibranium pressure in the mission area right there. Trying to get the value. XOXO as well. Bringing the power. Doing what they can. Luna trying to forward through and get some pressure off as well. Big sustain pouring in right there. Rocco tries to get the value. No Smite, still pressuring with the Captain America right there. Just constantly displacing all of XOXO right there. But Zeta as well pushes in. Tries to set it up. No chance for a Banhammer. 27A's does not get to unleash the Kumio. Shut down by No Smite. Zeta takes Rocco. There's a Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Resta right there. And they're going to keep on dancing, keep on trying to stall it out. But it's just not in their favor. AAA's resources are currently outnumbering XO.
Sungjok Woo on a sliver of HP. Yeah, Tuba with one last Eagle shot to put him down. Alonefill's potentially next on deck, but Tuba can't commit. His health bar is a little bit too low. Rage of Ultron now coming out from Ace is gonna evict No Smite from the point for the time being, but now with Tuba all topped up, gonna take the katanas out, start slicing, start dicing, but he's not able to confirm any elims. Illicit wants to let the devil out though, and still not able to find it as Alonefill's up in the skies, the Galactic Legend, pressuring him down, but through it all, Illicit is able to find 2. Luckily, I mean, felt like the sustain was there for XO for just so long, but now with Tuba taking down Zeta, it might be all over but the cry, and 94% in XO seemingly have burned bright but burned out fast as Rocco with a 2-piece there. Strange TP play potentially going to come out from Rester, but AAAD have evicted XO, drained the bank, and now for this last fight, XO are coming up bloody battered.
Oh, just when you felt like a contest, unfortunately, the second player could not get on there in time. And there it is, AAA. With a bit of hype, with a bit of firepower, and flipping it right there in the middle round. They do take the space ball, and they do take Burning T'Challa as a whole and win this first map in the series.
I think it comes down to that Fate of Both Worlds from Rester. I mean, it was greedy. I think you wanted to hold on to that for as long as possible, but there was so much pressure coming out from No Smite, and he held on to it for such a long time. And by the time he finally pops it, 27A's is down. It's too little too late. And then, sure, it's a great ultimate to stall for time, but if you're not in control of the point, it's not stalling time, it's wasting it. And then you don't have any tools to be able to overcome what AAAD have. You don't have that strategist ultimate, you don't have the damage, you don't have that raw stopping power. It was all on that Galactic Legend from Alonefill's, and it was dicey. I wasn't confident Illicit was going to be able to find the KOs with that Let the Devil Out. I should learn never to be unconfident in Illicit as he comes out with 17 final hits on this map alone. Jeez, like, this guy is next level. Alonefill's though with that Galactic Legend, I think had he been able to shut Illicit down somehow, some way, maybe we'd be singing a different tune, but once things break down and you're relying on those level of hero plays, it's already over.
Yes, could not tell you more about that, because literally what we witnessed is exactly how the ban phase was going to play out. Strange was a massive factor. A denied portal literally lost an entire round. No portal access, lost them the chance to contest one more fight to potentially win the round and flip it back 99 to 99. But that's how it unfolded for them right there for XO. It wasn't in their favor, but AAA, they played smart. They secured Daredevil at the same time as making sure both teams did not have the Elsa, did not have the Gambit. That leaves them with the best in slot, which is crazy. The question is, can XOXO bring a little bit of Daredevil potential of their own? Right now they're relegating to focusing on that Van pool, hoping theirs can be better than AAA's. We'll see in the next fight if it goes in their favor.
One thing I will say is about how that played out is this is more or less how the last time these two teams played out. It was Triple AD taking the domination map, but once we started to go into Convoy and Convergence, that's when EXO started to pick up more steam. Last time around, though, it was a 2-0 for Triple AD on domination. This time it was a lot closer, and I think that does tell us that since day number 1 of group stages, which was forever ago, the gap between these two teams has gotten a little bit more narrow. And for a team that came up short last time around, but come up ahead on domination this time, I think that's a little worrying. I don't think you're sitting too comfortable right now if you're Triple AD, but we're going to go to a quick break. You can all sit comfortably for the next couple of minutes, but don't get too comfortable because we're going to be right back with some more action. We'll see you in just a bit.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again.
Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Never falls! Oh, Kelgoma. Little look.
Back again, everybody, here today for Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're here between the two teams right now, XOXO and Triple AD. We've got Map 2 coming up right now in this best of 5 series. Currently, AAA have the lead as they took Burn into T'Challa, but now it's on XOXO to try and tackle the bad phase a bit differently. Hopefully, don't lose Strange, because it matters. Do not lose Doctor Strange.
Yeah, we talk about we've had some other casters and other people in the community talking about how valuable the Doctor Strange is on domination, especially as a pick and ban. I think it's arguably more valuable on some of these cart maps. You know, when you start to get to the convoy and the conversions, which coincidentally, just like I highlighted before we go into the break, is where EXO got those 2 map wins over Triple AD last time around. And again, I feel like Triple AD coming ahead 2-0 last time around, but only 2-1 this time on Burn to T'Challa means that things are a little bit closer between these two teams than you would like, especially if you're Triple AD, a team that has taken maps off of Pirates, that has competed with some of the best in the region, and does have the potential to punch up. But EXO has the potential to not just punch up, but just punch all over, punch wildly. And speaking of punching up, they're taking us to Central Park. This is another comfort map pick for EXO, one that they arguably almost beat Reject on yesterday.
Ooh. Potentially beating Reject is a big thing to achieve if they can pull through again. Maybe Dracula's Castle goes in their favor. We'll find out as we tackle that very, very soon. It's good to see little bit of convergence, nice and early. Normally we get domination a second time, maybe, potentially, maybe convoy. Museum of Contemplation. Should be Museum of Convoy at this point. Rename the map to the mode. But
for a map called Museum of Contemplation, people don't really think very much before they pick it. It's just like right out the gate. They're like, I don't need to contemplate this at all. Take me to the museum. But yeah, you can't really predict this team EXO. They have a couple of map picks, whether it's Central Park or Araco. Those are some of their better preference teams, but they have looked pretty decent on Museum of Contemplation from time to time. So, hey, that's still going to be on deck if they end up blowing this map as well. But I've liked the way they looked on Central Park historically, even before this tournament. I think it's been one of the best maps overall for XOXO01. You know, how many times have we seen EXO versus Zero Tenacity and EXO getting the better of the likes of Zero Tenacity on this map? Granted, older incarnations of both teams. Some time has passed, some lessons have learned, some things have changed, but as I've said a couple times, sometimes the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Ooh, yes, that's true. That's true. Listen, if you change too much, you're never going to isolate what is the factor to why we're winning or losing. How do we enable it? How do we disable our weaknesses? That is the question both teams need to ask themselves going forward, because you guys are in the lower bracket. You got to lock in more than ever right now. It is literally a survival series, right? One of these teams is going home. We're going to find it very, very soon. If AAA win this map and then another map, woo, they're on. They saved themselves. EXO, we'll have to say farewell to them in the preseason, but it can be anyone's game. EXO have proven a lot of people wrong time and time again, but AAA, they want to establish themselves as the top tier team in Asia. They've been proving themselves very, very well lately, but right now they're meeting a bit of adversity. We'll see how it unfolds for them throughout this series. I just want to get into it.
I'm excited as well. I want to see the picks, I want to see the bans, and curiously, I want to see if AAAD are able to scout out the kinds of things that EXO like to play on this map, because we've seen some crazy things. You know, how many times have you seen Sung Wu bust out the magic? More times than I think anybody else in Ignite, and a lot of the times that you see that come out, it's going to be right here on Central Park. This map is very conducive to a lot of the things that EXO like to hit you with. And if you're AAAD and you're not ready for them because you haven't been scrimming this map, because you've been playing Museum of Contemplation, because you think that's where everyone's going to take you, rightfully so, you might not be well prepared for EXO. And can you ever really be truly prepared for the kind of chaos that this team can provide? We will see as we kick things off with map number 2. Can AAAD start to pull ahead in this series, get themselves up 2-0, or will EXO even the score? Only time will tell, but the bands can give us a hint.
Ooh, Gambit. Yeah, it's not even a question.
Can I have my alluring ace skin in the game, please? Can some of you stop banning Gambit? I want to see my guy's abs.
We just want to see the AAA abs. We'll find out. Now.
The A's in AAAD stand for abs.
Yes, we should flip the D. Make it a B. But, ooh, look who's back. There's a woman protected right there. XOXO, lock in Sue Storm. That is exactly what you want to see. In return, they're not going to have the Mantis. Mantis, look out, because you've been banned.
So, it's going to be more normalcy for the first half of the ban phase. The back half is where things start to break down. That's where we start to see some of those like Doctor Strange bans or the White Fox bans or some of these other ones that I think kind of dictate things a little bit more. Invis Protect coming out from the side of AAAD for an Elsa ban. Again, this is very similar to what we saw in Burn It T'Challa last time around. And I think, yeah, Mantis and Elsa also going to be taken off the field. So pretty even overall. Here's the last two, though. This is where things are going to start to shake up. This Protect from AAAD gonna shape a lot of things. Last time I believe it was the Vanpool. No, that might have been EXO. I should really remember things that happened 5 minutes ago.
Ooh, ho, ho, ho. Okay, well, we can see both teams have invis. Oh,
okay, all right. Yep, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Doctor Strange Protect.
I think they were expecting because it was XOXO that didn't have the Strange. In return, AAA said, okay, they might do that to us. Let's protect Strange. But at the same time, they're gonna ban Daredevil.
It was EXO that banned the Strange last time around, and that's forcing EXO.
Right.
That's forcing AAAD to burn a Protect on it, meaning that now EXO can have the pick of the litter. They're gonna ban out Illicit's Daredevil, and I do like that because another one of the heroes that can be really, really strong on this map, especially with all the cover, all the flank routes, is Daredevil. No more wall hacks, Illicit. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to play a good, honest hero, but we know there is nothing honest. It's very dirty when this guy comes down to the Psylocke, when it comes down to the Phoenix. His hero pool is deep, his skills immense. immense. It's not limited just by the Matt Murdock, despite how overpowered Daredevil might be. I'll keep harping on that until I stop seeing him in my ranked games. Every time I hear "I see you," I get a chill down my spine, and I want to log off and cry.
I'll tell you what, the Strange protect on both sides. You know what that means? White Fox, open. Ultron, open. That is a massive backline, and great on this map, especially on Central Park. If they can get a value with those two backline picks right there, they're going to go for gold. That is literally what they forced them to do. And
Something
now,
snuck through.
Ultimately,
Something snuck through in the side of Triple AD. Do you see what I see? I see a God of Mischief over on the side of Triple AD. They managed to get away with the Loki, because I was thinking, like, I hate to cut you off, but like as you're talking, I was like, man, we really got mirror bans here, except for we didn't. The Daredevil ban means that Loki gets through. Triple AD on the defensive side, not to spoil the surprise, chat, but you might be seeing a double res comp coming out from Triple AD, and Sung-Juk Woo going to be on the Daredevil. It's going to be up to him to try and scout out where Rocco is playing and maybe take him down as best you can before either he or Quazid build up to their ultimates. Otherwise, you're going to be in for a long night, my friend.
And they grow stronger.
Ooh, speaking of a long night, the Eternal Night is what they want to throw on opposing team right now. They want to make sure that their day goes on again. Into the portals we go. To the backline, jumping into the outpost right there of Dracula's castle. Gonna set it up. Already Song-Juk with first blood, taking out Rocco. Gonna have to force that cocoon early. No chance of a comic revival. This fight is already on smoke right here. We're gonna see Rocco back again with the cocoon. Song-Juk rushing in, taking out Sue Storm. Guns goes out, Rocco's out, Illicit's out, T-Tuber's out. All of AAA are going to fall to a strong start and a great first push by XOXO.
And that might be the full cap. Tuba was playing the Doctor Strange, so you can't make the swap over onto it. One swift, clean fight, and blink and you miss it. It's over. 5:40 in the time bank, and EXO capped the first point. And I talked a lot about the kind of things that EXO would like to play. We did not see Sung-Juk Woo play the Daredevil last time around. We saw them almost break through with the magic. I think Triple AD may have scouted it. Maybe they thought they had the answer, but EXO, as they do so often, they change the question, and now Triple AD are going to be left scratching their heads. What do we do next? How do we reclaim control of this cart before things spiral out of control? As EXO have the map control, and Sung-Juk Woo is utilizing it to its fullest potential, forcing out the regen domain from Quazid already. This Loki is going to be feeling like his life is on the clock now, because it very much so is.
Oh, there it is. No smite with a big pick taking out Zeta. Doctor Strange is down for now. YouTuber is close to the Agamotto. Honestly, every ultimate online for Triple AD in this next fight, 100% certified. XOXO in return, they have a chance of something crazy. Beautiful thing about this map, towards the middle of the map, you've got this beautiful thing called environmentals. Okay, alone can definitely get a big Jeff time and maybe take him off the map. We're curious to see if it'll happen, but first Resta is going to hit that ban hammer right now, singling out the Strange. Going to try to get value with the Agamotto from Tutuba. Is going to stop that momentum coming out, and they do blast through and take down Resta. Rocco falls as well in return. It's a trade 1-to-1 on each side. Everybody's firing shots, but Illicit's the one in the sky. Bringing down the Edsong Inferno! And potentially gets Song-Juk Woo, who gets healed up by the backline.
Well, Smash not going to be coming out from Ace. Invisible Boundary coming out, but Illicit caught outside of it, exiled. But meanwhile, inside, Eye of Agamotto from Zeta hits onto Illicit, and that is a huge Maelstrom, taken down too. And this should be EXO taking control of the card again. A triple for Zeta in this fight, and Tuba, it's just a formality, practically donating the quad over to Zeta. And again, with Tuba swapping off of the Doctor Strange, there's not going to be a portal play that comes through here. It's just going to be a Yancey Street charge, potentially. No, he's swapping back over to the Doctor Strange. Oh, no. That might be too much time. No, that's got to be the cap. There's no chance. It's the cap.
They are moving crazy right now. They got a 5-minute time bank. Already at the double doors of Dracula's castle right now. This is not a good position for AAA, but nonetheless, XOXO have the momentum they wanted all along right now, and they're doing it. They're resetting it. Look at Resto's charge, hitting those bounces right there on the strap pull, right on the head of Ace right there, and they're ready. They're gonna bring the pop quiz, and whew, I do not want to be AAA walking into that test right now.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with bouncing on your homies every now and then. And have that final exam now coming through. Rage of Voltron from Rocco just to try and stem the bleeding here for Triple AD, but EXO still getting everything they want out of this fight. They're getting positioning, they're getting resources, but Zeta is getting bullied by No Smite with the walls up behind him, and that might be enough alone for EXO to want to back off. They say, yeah, we're missing out on our front line. We don't have the shield anymore. We don't really have all that damage or the burst potential from the Maelstrom, so we're going to be taking our leave. It's okay. We got 4 minutes. We can take a mulligan. Oh, wait, no. Sung-Juk Woo caught out alone, potentially scouted.
Ooh, top shots right now coming out from Resta on the strap pull right there. Gonna bring a lot of value. Bring sustain. Hopefully try to get some opening here. The only thing they could possibly do right now is just keep pushing, trying to burn AAA's strategist ultimates if they can. Quasted has a shapeshift online. There's no smite in T2, but they want to go for a big shiny prison. Does scoop up all the XO, but there's no follow-up. Nothing follows suit from AAA. Nobody follows up, and unfortunately, the prison doesn't get the value.
Shield of the Seraphim and the bubbles coming out from the Hulk. A lot of sustain there. Ayagamoto from Tuba has to try and burst through all that healing from that invisible boundary, but it's not going to be enough. Alone Feels with a big Jeff ultimate. I mean, that invisible boundary, it's like fish in a barrel, and these fish are going swimming, my friend. That is a quad for Alone Fills, and with 320 in the time bank, I think EXO have their eyes set on a full cap. That throw no longer belongs to Dracula. It belongs to something far more sinister.
You gotta be kidding me. I mean, I saw it coming, but like, damn! To get that quad right there.
I'm glad you saw it coming. Triple AD didn't see anything coming.
Yeah, I know. I should have let them know. My bad. My apologies. Let them know. Let them know. Listen. Maybe you get the Daredevil. You know, have a bit of, you know, look through the walls and maybe you can see. But honestly, you got to look through underground because that's where the Jeffs are hiding right now, splashing around and getting that value. But that's what we want to see. Some big Jeff action. But
can Daredevil see underwater? Is that a?
Ooh. But that depends how well the sound travel underwater. He probably can't see in space because sound doesn't travel in space.
Okay, so that would be for one way that we can nerf him is we can just set all maps in space. Okay, he doesn't have echolocation. He's not like a dolphin, so he couldn't see this shark coming for him.
He does have echolocation. Wait, he does have echolocation.
Does he? He doesn't like.
Is Daredevil a dolphin?
I don't think he is. I don't think that's his backstory. I'm not familiar with the comics, but I'm pretty sure he does not have a blowhole. Pretty sure he is not a dolphin. Never been to SeaWorld.
I don't think so either. you know what? You know he's definitely not a dolphin. Ultron right now. Alright, let's talk reality. They've switched it up a little bit. We got No Smite bringing out the Venom now. Venom's good. It's a good pick, good situation right here, but I gotta say, what a strong push. They had 3 minutes 11 left in the time bank by the end of Dracula's Castle right there. So let's see if in return AAA can bring the same pace right now, or EXO are going to hold. We're going to find out. I already see a little bit of rotations. Illicit's on the Psylocke here. That's a good switch. Dance of the Cutterfly could get some value and slice it up.
I think even outside the ultimate, Illicit can get a ton of value with this Psylocke, but again, like having the Daredevil band not being able to see through walls, despite the performance from Illicit in the past on the Psylocke, it's still a bit of a nerf not being able to scout out where EXO are lurking. Right now, no mysteries. It's right in front of you. They're on the point. They want to brawl. They want to throw hands, but they have got some hands as an early final test coming out here from Rester, and Rocco already felled, so I think your hopes of setting the same pace as EXO are already going up in smoke.
Ooh, there it is, the moment. Yeah, right there. They don't get that first fight victory. They don't get that early capture that XOXO did, but nonetheless, still have time. Still have a moment to work with. Still got 3 minutes in the bank. And Ultimates are halfway there. Going to build it up as they go. Resta already did use, you know, that pop quiz. Going to see if they get value as well. Alone, got to watch out for Alone. Jeff is building up quickly. It might also be time for another bit of Jeff time. Splash in action. We'll see. Aces landing some shots here. Trying to get the Thunderclaps on the backline. Clearing out some squids right there. Missing that Gamma team up that they used to have together. But nonetheless, everybody's going right now, fighting around Invisible Woman right there, getting the booms. The integral part of Deadpool's kit is animated letters flying at you, and also his hero icon. Does the hero icon do bonus damage? The Lord icon, I believe. Does the champion icon do bonus damage? We need to answer that question.
Register's got more than enough answers right now, but Tuba's got the answer for this defense right now. I have Agamotto, but the burst damage isn't there. Good bubbles coming up to stop the damage from coming through, so Tuba not going to get a whole lot. Got to use the Cloak of Levitation to avoid Alonevilles, who is once again managed to get 2 in the Jeff ultimate there, and Zeta with another eye just to make sure that that shark gets away safely with his prey. Quasited Wings are dumped in the drink, and Triple AD again repelled, and this is starting to worry me because Alyssa making the swap over onto the Namor, a very reactive swap. That's the kind of swap you make in your rank games when you are just getting it handed to you over and over again by Dive, and you're like, we gotta slow this down. These squids gotta put in overtime just to try and slow the tempo. It's not working, and I don't know that you're gonna have enough time to make another adjustment after this one and still hope to get a full completion on this map, even if you can break through this stalwart defense from EXO.
And there it is right now. trying to break through is the rage of Ultron, the rage of Rocco right there. Trying to see if they can get that moment, get that power. XOXO right now having a bit of a down. Ooh, Ace is taken down. Rocco's getting value. But hold on, chat. Deadpool wants to send you a message. Let's find out if you're going to reply right there. Rocco's going to laser him up on the back line. Going to see if they match it right there. There it is. Hulk is back in the fight. Quasid's going to drop the boundary. Sustain all of AAA to try and hold a bit longer right there. And there it is. They do capture and push XOXO back, which means they're going to get some time added to the bank. And they're going to keep on pushing down the path.
A bit of a mistake there from Exo. I think they spread themselves a little bit too thin, and Ace got caught out without the support. And meanwhile, 2 ticks came through from AAAD before the fight really broke down. So they don't even need to win the fight outright in order to get the cap. And now all of these staggered KOs is just icing on the cake for them. They're not able to get that last one there, but that's still good enough. This should be enough to get the cart around this first corner, break any potential of a spawn hold coming out from Exo, but Exo still want it. You can see this angle that Xanth is taking right now, trying to shepherd the rest of the team. We're seeing No Smite coming in to try and stop the bleeding, but have to use the Feast of the Abyss just to do it.
There we are right now. Zitha with the Seraphim Shield on the front lines, trying to push forward. Songjok Woo gonna let it out right now and go on in, diving straight for Sue Storm, trying to take her to court, trying to get that value, but he's gonna get the value, and Quasid's taken down. Rocket falls as well. Gamma Charge, the Bubbles are leading their team forward as they do more through AAAD right there, and finally stop that pushing momentum.
Very characteristic aggression from Exo, and being able to win that fight does mean that now they do have the opportunity for that spawn hold, like we said. So this 2 minutes in the time bank, Exo are going to be able to whittle that down to, I believe, under a minute before this cap comes through, if at all. AAAD don't really have any good tools to be able to burst through it. Or Proteus? Sure, but you need some follow-up in order to set people up for that to actually find the elims.
Here we are seeing as they're pushing on through right there. T-Tuber has a chance for a Maelstrom. We're going to see DP go for that. Pop quiz right there. Resta's making it happen for themselves. They're on the back foot right now, AAA, but they're going to see if they can label somebody to target right now for XOXO, but it's going to be Resta slicing, taking out Rocker, shutting down the Ultron in the sky. Zitha on the back line. Please Alyssa out of the fight, denying the Namor and bringing more value to stop this push coming out again right there. They're going to stop that momentum. They're going to really push AAA back into a double Maelstrom right there. Tuba falls, Winsga falls, No Smite falls as well. So 27A's getting that power. They're going to really sustain pretty well here and just get ready for another defense. They're really good rotating now. Really good.
Rocco making the swap off of the Ultron over onto the Wolverine, trying to maybe go for some kidnaps onto Zeta specifically if you can get this Doctor Strange, but you got to catch him when the Cloak of Levitation is off cooldown, so even that isn't going to be a sure thing. And now with only a minute and 15, Sung Chuk-Woo lurking on the rooftops, brooding, contemplating his next move. Alyssa puts a couple of shots into his head, gives him something else to think about, and Alonefield's taking down Quasid, and AAAD has spent too much time thinking. XO, they came to fight!
Oh, yes, they did indeed right there. They're going to see a minute left for themselves to try and make potential, try to get to those double doors. We'll see. Quasid's going to have a boundary for the next fight. So will 27A's. So Invisible Women are both prepared for the next fight. How about Songjok Woo is staging a bit on the high ground behind AAA, trying to see if they can flank and get some value. We'll see. AAA are going to be forced to move on forward. You're going to see Hulk over there. Ace trying to get something going with the Gamma Charge. We're going to see Ratatoska is moving. And Agamotto is online if needed for T-Tuber. They do get a bit of value. A lot of the XOXO team are in the purple right now, but they're going to be able to nullify that with a bit of 27A's on the boundary. There it is, a big steal from Rocker right there. Last stand crashes down, taking out 27A's, denying the rest of the boundary, taking Songjok Woo as well. Alyssa getting value on the Phoenix right now. Yeah, immediately switching right here to the Phoenix Wolverine team up. That is just mutant madness right there, the power. That's going to help them push through, but they're in overtime. They got one more fight.
Rocco fell towards the tail end there. Alonefield's is lurking in the back line. That Jeff alone and could potentially be dealt with, but Alyssa can't commit, has to stay on the cart. So Alonefield's just gets to exist there, has the Jeff ultimate, and you have to be very careful about that if you're AAAD. Alyssa wants to try and take the duel, stop that from coming through, and not going to be able to stop him from getting back to the team. Does find Songjok Woo, pops the Ensong Inferno just to deny the Shark his value, and that's what you got to do if you want to keep yourself on the cart right now.
Ooh, overtime. Certified Rocco taking out Zeta right there. Big slashes coming out right there. Going to be focusing on the Grey Hulk. And Ace is taken down right there. No chance for Brewster to get some value. There it is. They got momentum. AAA. Just when you thought they may not have taken it through, they're going to get it to that final gate. And we got 90 seconds left to see if they can match the same distance as EXO. Or EXO going to take a map in this series.
I've got a feeling EXO might be feeling themselves right now. I mean, like you said, with only a minute and a half, that is rough, especially to get through this last point here. It's going to have to be full Snowball City for Triple AD if they want to get it done, and EXO have the ults to slow that down. That Hulk smash at 90%, that's going to buy them a lot of time just on its own. That let the devil out as well, that's going to draw a lot of aggro, force Triple AD to play reactively, and they don't have good reactive tools right now. No strategist ultimates. Rocco is still lagging a little bit behind when it comes to that last stand charge. Can't really snuff out any of that momentum, and Sungjaku wants to ride the momentum, but Quasid able to shut him down with the force physics.
There it is, Quasid getting value right there. Pushing forward, the Hulk is just going to go down, 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 back to Brucey. And it's going to be Ace going to have to come back to the fight at a later time. 30 seconds left for AAA as the map restructures, destroyable terrain, regrowing terrain. As the way the map plays out here on Central Park, you got to be very careful how you set up for the next fight. But last stands online for Rocco could get some value. So much is going on. They're just getting ready. Ultimates are ready to go off.
Yeah, it's the best case scenario for Triple AD. They've got all the ultimates that they need. They only had to use the Feast of the Abyss, and realistically, I don't even know if they needed to use that. We're going to have a final exam coming out from Resner. I believe that was either that or the Banhammer. Ace just takes Tuba for a ride, though. Knows the spawn advantage that EXO's favor. Is more than happy to sacrifice his life for the greater good.
Oh, Van happy indeed right there. No smite taking out 27 A's. Rocco! Follow him in suit. Cleaning Resta out of there. And they're going to be slashing full berserker right now from Rocco. Just shredding through, trying to take those Vanguards out of the fight. Bazita saved by 27 A's on alone. Pouring those heals in right there.
Ace gets another one!
In return. And oh my days, the value of these kidnaps right now. Rocco is just getting bang after banger off the map right there. But in disguise is the Doctor Strange, Sorcerer Supreme. Doesn't have the Agamotto to drop, but will be able to build a Maelstrom right now. Every bit of damage Rocco is pouring into Zeta is just being sustained right now by 27 A's. But there it is, 2-2, but with the Agamotto in the backline right there to stop that momentum of XOXO right there. But there it is. Alyssa takes another. Spider-Man's in the house, everybody. We're swinging around. We're getting friendly with a Rocco takes that Ace. There is the pressure. 1.87 meters left, and nobody's left there to defend. There's only one straggler, and there it is, AAA. They push it to the end. It ain't over till it's over.
And I wish I could say that after a fight like that, as scrappy as it was, the Triple AD could unclench having won that, but no, they can't. They need to stay full white knuckle from here on out because they're only going to get another minute, and that means a minute donated over to XOXO01 for their attack, 411 for EXO's attack. Literally, they get to start overtime with more time than you start with. That's a miracle. That's just a testament to how fast the pace was here. But in extra innings, Triple AD get to now set the pace, and if they find one opening pick, as Illicit has been able to do time and time again, or one good kidnap, as Rocco has been able to do, they might be able to get this ball rolling and snowball it all the way. We could maybe go to a 6-6 on this one. I don't know. It might just be wishful thinking, but it's going to be off the back of these duelists that on both sides have been making some insane plays. And I shout out to Ace again with the kidnaps over the map back-to-back on the Wolverines. I don't know how that wasn't the end for Triple AD. The tenacity of this team to just see your teammates go sailing over the edge over and over again and still show up to fight. That is a team that really, really wants it.
Oh, couldn't agree more. They are really trying to bring everything out right now because they don't want to go down the map. They do not want to tie this series up. Let's see if AAA can keep maintaining their momentum right here. But XOXO, you know, they're still very formidable and have a comfortable 4 minutes. But AAA, you got 1 minute to try and get a capture and get as far as you can to set the bar for EXO to beat. Let's see if they can make it happen.
No opening portal play this time from Tuba, just walking up with the Sorcerer Supreme. I think that shows a lack of confidence, wanting to hold on to that portal for the overtime push. I think it's smart, though, and does give them an opportunity to use it if and when they need it. Hello, Quasid nearly getting caught out there by the dive. The peel is going to be there, but Tuba has to turn his back to the threat in order to do it. Takes a lot of damage, and suddenly all that space they tried to claim, they have to give it back up, and now half the time bank gone. Triple AD, they have to make a move, and they have to make it now, but it's Rester taking the initiative.
Oh, there it is. Gamma bubbles are being set up, but we don't have any more time left. 20 seconds left. There goes 2, there goes 3. That's AAA losing 2 many players right now. A whole team is struggling right here. No smite is the last one there.
Ace gonna deny the portal.
We know what's about to happen. Yep, Ace is there, ready to hit the exile. Waiting for one's got to hit it. Jumps in, gets pushed away. Do they see the exile? Do they get the portal off in time? There is no chance for a portal. There's 2 seconds left. Oh, Rocco tried to fly a contest, but just shy of the mark. Now is very interesting because no movement was achieved, which means if XOXO can take it just 1/3 1/3 of that outpost, they'll be able to win a map here and tie up the series. We'll see if they can pull that off, though. Gotta say,
I mean,
it's a lot.
it would be a Herculean effort from AAAD, and that's an understatement, I believe, to deny EXO from getting even a single tick in 4 minutes and 11 seconds. We're gonna have to witness the defense of all time from AAAD if they have even a single hope of that, because I gotta be real, I don't think they even touched the point. It's the benefit of playing this strat pool, especially when you go into extra innings and you already get all of the upgrades. You can just pop that bobblehead, and that pretty much gets you about halfway to an ult. All you really need is a couple of good deagle shots. After that, a little bit of extra heals for the squad, and you have the ultimate, and all EXO just have to do is wait for Resto to get that ultimate, pop it, and then blitzkrieg right at AAAD. And with the comp that AAAD are playing, all they can do is react. They can't be proactive in a situation like that. They can't find a pick. They have to wait for EXO to overextend, and if that doesn't happen, it's over. EXO played that fight perfectly, and now they have the opportunity of a lifetime to tie up this series. And again, AAAD are going back to their old tricks. It's the double res comp, but it didn't work out last time. Rocco ended up being the first to fall, and EXO took the point in a blistering pace. It's going to be the weight of the world on Rocco's shoulders on this mulligan. He's got to try it again, and he's got to do it correctly, but second verse, same as the first. A poor play from Zeta, but let's change up the game a little bit more. Instead of dropping right on you, now your spawn is ours.
Oh, that is going to be a big portal. If they can potentially get it going for themselves. Right now, they only need to take a 1 tick. They're going to be setting up on the flank there. Gotta bring attention. No chance for Resta to potentially get something there, but they do have that ultimate ready to go for the next fight. Everyone just taking pot shots right now as Doctor Stranges are measuring each other between Zeta and Tuba. We're going to see if they get the value. Everybody's starting to spam all of their abilities right. Zeta! Look with it. It's the Maelstrom triple KO right there into the quad with the Eldritch Whip, taking out Tuba in return. They're going to keep on chasing, taking Adam out of the fight as well. Resta gets the clean one there. There's a lot right now that is not going in favor of AAAD, which does mean XOXO do take Central Park and take it, everybody. That's right. They do take the second map in this series. We tied it up in this best of 5. It's 1-1.
And EXO bringing a strategy that I don't think AAAD were prepared for, leaning it all into that strat pool and able to set the tempo on these all-important fights with that final exam, whether it's that or whether it's the Ponage Pound. Rezter very much so the MVP of this fight, which I think was I think that says a lot, considering we had 2 back-to-back quads for Zeta and one as well for Alone Fills. Everybody from EXO came to play, but the strategy absolutely hit on that one. 11 final hits for Rester. Is that are you sure that's a strat pool? Are you sure that's not a duelist pool? Did we get Jitward in here? Surely not, because there's not enough casualties there. But 15 final blows for Zeta. The Maelstroms were maddening for sure, and Sungjuk Moo with 11 final hits on the Daredevil, getting the intel, doing his job. This is, again, shades of the last time these two teams met. Yeah, AAAD came out ahead when it came to domination, but once it broke down onto these cart maps, EXO got themselves in the driver's seat. They put their they put their foot on the gas, pedal to the metal. They got a lead foot. They never let up. And AAAD were playing catch up the whole time.
Absolutely right there. We're taking the value so much as possible on that strat pool. But I gotta say, the Rocco Illicit switching to the good old tried and true Mewtwo combination between Phoenix and Wolverine. Massive value, massive power, so much pressure, but it just wasn't enough to handle XOXO. They just had better unity and they played the distance and time to their advantage as much as they could.
I think Illicit and Rocco are both like 2 phenomenal players, especially when it comes to a lot of these heroes, but when you're relying on hero plays from the likes of your Phoenix or your Wolverine, something has already gone wrong at that point in time. That is like plan F, all right? Options like A through G, I forget the alphabet, caster math, caster alphabets, whatever. Never do any of that on broadcast. You're already so deep in the toolbox at that point in time that so many plans have already failed, and you're just hoping and praying for anything. And again, to their credit, yeah, it did work out when it worked out, but it didn't always work out, especially on that Adam Warlock. That strategy didn't play out. 13 casualties for Rocco, and I think at least a good 4 of those, if not more, might have been on that Adam Warlock. You just never really got what you wanted out of that composition. I hate to say it, but AAAD on that map didn't look prepared, but they've got some time to prepare for our next map. It's going to be their map pick, and we're going to go to a quick break before we serve up map 3 on a silver platter for you. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back.
The moon haunts you.
We are back, everybody. You know what time it is. Marvel Rivals Ignite time here in the preseason for Pacific Asia. It's time. Lock in, clock in, get ready. We're going into a map 3. That's right. Normally the best of 3, this is the decider, but it's a best of 5. We're in an elimination station. XOXO or AAAD, one of them's going home. And right now, someone wants to claim back the lead.
No, I think you can be, if you're AAAD, you can be glad that it's not a best of 3 because last time around it didn't go your way. Again, a quick history lesson. Last time these two teams played was day 1 of the group stages, and EXO won that one 2-1 after back-to-back wins on Arako and Shin Shibuya. I don't think AAAD are going to be so daft as to take us to Shin Shibuya up against EXO. I think when we go to our convoy map, maybe Museum of Contemplation might be on deck, or maybe we get something where you're going to expect things to be a little bit more calmed down, but it's EXO. Can you really expect anything less? Yeah, it's gonna be Museum. I should have known. I didn't contemplate it. They didn't either. They just went right for it.
It never escapes us. It never escapes us. We're always contemplating. We're always learning. We're going back in history, and we're taking it to the museum. This is gonna be the map of all time. Yup, certified. But enough about the map. We know what it is. Let's lock it in. Nonetheless, these teams are gonna bring something formidable. We know close quarters, corridors, shields, blocks, pillars. That's what this map has, and it lends to some crazy compositions. Dive is pretty good, rolling is really nice, still some line of sight for some little sniping action, but ultimately these teams, we know exactly Daredevil is going to be a hot commodity right now. We want to make sure they get that Daredevil. Why? Simply put, the vision. To be able to see through walls can just, you know, that makes no sense for Daredevil to give you vision. That is hilarious, but he does.
Yeah, and I think I see the vision when it comes to both of these teams and on this map. I think EXO played very well when it comes to this map yesterday. They nearly won. They had some clutch plays to get a full cap there, but ended up stalling out when it came to extra innings. And this is the map that AAAD beat Pirates on. So I think if you're both of these teams, you're feeling reasonably confident, but there's a monkey on your back if you're EXO that you're going to need to shake off if you want to get this win here. And here's another extra fun layer to things. When it comes to these best of 5 series, getting that first domination win for AAAD is massive, because if we go back to back, they get the map pick advantage from here on out. So if we get this one, next one's EXO's map pick. Doesn't matter because map 5 can be taken on your terms here. So you're feeling good right now if you're AAAD. All right, I think you're feeling confident about this map pick. You're feeling like you have the ball in your court. You just got to hit this one slam dunk, and from here on out, should be smooth sailing.
That is the game plan. That's what you need to do. Listen to CB. Get some coaching.
It's true.
Figure
it's
out
true.
what you need to figure out.
I should be the authority on all things. I should always be listened. I've never
100%.
been wrong once before. Ignore my EMEA
Never.
preds. They didn't happen.
100%
My
we
therapist will be hearing about them and no one else.
There it is now. Right now, we really need to see what this matchup's going to be. We've got 1-to-1 going on right now. XOXO versus AAAD. There is a chance right now that there is someone going to take this lead. But is it going to go to a 3-2 situation? Or is someone going to take it in a 3-1 fashion? 3-1's been very common so far. Teams might be able to take a map off the other, but right now, teams are pretty evenly matched. I think this might go the distance.
Here's the scary thing, though, I think, for AAAD, though. Again, you're feeling confident in this map pick. Even if you get the win on this map, though, there's still those 2 comfort picks for EXO. Once the map pool opens back up, you can be taken back to either Arako or Shin Shibuya, both of which I think EXO are very comfortable on for their next map pick. And I don't really know that I like AAAD's chances, especially on a map like Shin Shibuya. So We'll have to see what ends up happening here. Hopefully they can get this map won. I think it's even scarier if they can't. But again, you're feeling comfortable at least for the time being. No reason to deviate too far from the norm here. So again, first half of these bans is going to be pretty normal. Gambit, Elsa, Invis protects for both sides. Stuff that you expect to see. Neither team going for that Mantis protect early on, though, as we've seen a couple of teams reach for.
Now, Invisible Woman is double protected for both sides. In return, no Elsa either. Gambit Elsa, again, not showing up on our screens. Teams are going to still play confidently with those 3 slots usually being the same in every map that we've had so far. So it seems as though they're going to stay consistent with it. Mantis as well, banned on both sides. We're going to see that next protect rolling in for XOXO. Potentially, is it Strange? Yes.
Yep.
Again, we might see the same exact ban phase as last map.
Honestly, I mean, I think both teams are afraid of losing out on that recontest potential, especially on some of these long walkbacks. For both the attackers and the defenders, you know, we see a lot of Doctor Strange on this map. And again, both teams have been reaching for him even outside of that. We're going to see AAAD reaching for that Daredevil ban. Give a little nod to Sung Juk Woo. Say, all right, you know, we know that Daredevil isn't your main, but we don't want you to have the intel. You know, if you're going to play something flanky, something that we've dealt with before, something like the Magic, Psylocke, or any of these other crazy heroes that you like to play, go for it. All right, bring Spider-Man. We don't care. It's just as long as you can't see through walls, stop that.
Now, there we go. Doctor Strange, both protected. Here we go. And it's going to be the ban on Daredevil. Right there. No chance. Nobody's going to have that vision. CB, they're locked out. No chance of calling in a lawyer.
This is a mirror ban, and I think for both teams, I think that means they're both nervous about this map pick. AAAD, like, they know if they lose this map pick on their map pick, things can spiral out of control very fast and before they have a good opportunity to recover. And if you're EXO, again, you were so close to beating Reject here, but that one slip up, I think, maybe makes you a little bit shy. So neither team wants to try and go for something too far out of the box. But what's interesting here is with these mirror bans, Loki makes it through for both sides. Like you mentioned, neither team gets the intel from the Daredevil. Both teams having to burn or protect on the Doctor Strange, making sure they have the recontest potential, the burst potential. Both teams going for the invis protect, so you both get to leverage that team up. I wouldn't ever be so crazy as to say that we're going to see a mirror matchup here when it comes to EXO versus AAAD, because EXO, I don't think they own a mirror, and I don't think they've ever looked into one, but if they were to look into one right now, they're seeing a team that needs to get this win. They're seeing a team that could potentially have sights on a championship, but they've got to get through one of their biggest obstacles, as they have done in the past. Museum of Contemplation, it may be a best of 5, but I feel like this map is going to decide the entire series. That might just be me, Liger. I might be crazy.
Oh, we gonna see. We gonna see if we're all crazy today, as we got Lunar Snow, so we can definitely get crazy if we want, with a bit of faith of both worlds and get up a Dancing Storm. But I like seeing a little bit of Rocket. It's been a while since we've seen some Rocket. Little good BR Beacon is going to help a lot from alone. We'll see if that's going to enable them further. Armor packs as well. A lot of potential here. But nonetheless, T-Tuber going in on the Seraphim Shield is going to have a bit of a boxing fight as well with the ace right there on the Incredible Hulk. But climbing around Sung Juk Woo on the Venom. Triple Vanguard lineup here from XOXO. Triple Strategist as well. So much potential.
See the power of this Doctor Strange, especially when Tuba is wheeling him in the neutral. You're seeing like a triple composition coming out from EXO. Even though it's a dive variation with the Venom and the Hulk, they do need to take a little bit or give a little bit of space in order to stage these dives. They're not sticking to the cart as well as they should. They're being bullied back by the raw neutral damage from Tuba, and that's great for AAAD. That means you don't even need to find a pick in order to get this cart moving, but sooner or later, the blood is going to have to spill, and you want to make sure that you are the first one, and the Sensong Inferno might do just that as Alyssa going deep, but not able to find what he's looking for. But Wizger's there with the cleanup. Should be res with the BRB. I don't know if that got burned by the end song, though.
Now we are talking about something that is going to really bring out a chance for EXO to stop the momentum of AAA. That's something. What is that something? It's going to have to be that big invisible boundary. There it is. Called it right then and there. That's going to give sustain. That's going to allow EXO to keep pushing forward. But Rocco's going to match it, set up the boundary as well. Both teams are going to be sustained. So somebody's got to fall. Somebody's got to yield, but not going to happen yet, as Rez and Wonsga are going to both use theirs as well. They're going to bring that dance. They're going to bring that White Fox. But it doesn't matter because Sung Juk Woo's in the backline. Going to crunch Rocco out of there right now and get that momentum going for themselves, as they do right then and there. There's a strong presence from Rocco. And right there, there it is. It is enough for EXO to stop that momentum of AAA.
It's a little bit rough for Triple AD because this backline with the Loki and the Invis, they want to play a little bit further back so they're not taking the brunt of the damage, but they can still get the full value out of the healing. But that just means Sungjuk Woo can split them off, and then going with that Feast of the Abyss, no regen domain to save Quasid's life, gets taken down, and before Rocco can even blink, he's next on the chopping block. So a good early frag there, but Quasid gonna get a revenge story there onto Sungjuk Woo, saying, "Nuh-uh, not again."
Ooh, no smite, but we are going to talk about it, yes, tonight, as we are seeing Venom get that value again. Quasid going to be using that shapeshift as well to get the value that they needed. They're going to be doing a lot. Quasid as well, taking that ace. Zeta is going to be back in a fight from a BRB beacon. A little portal to stop congestion. I haven't seen one of these in a while. It's a bit ballsy, but nonetheless, it's going to be risky for themselves. We'll see how it all finds out. And there it is, an Agamotto, no smite. Illicit taking our Arista as well. That's going to be Zeta as well falling. And the pressure, the power. 3-3. There it is. 3. It's just too much time added to their bank right now. They have so much time, so much momentum, and AAA are looking pretty good, but XOXO, they're getting ready. They got Boundary for the next fight. They got Strategist, Amplifier as well from Rocket. It could be big.
It was a good portal.
We're switching to Jeff.
It was a good portal that came out from Sungjuk Woo, though. I like that it split Tuba off from the rest of the team, but there was still some healing coming through, and Tuba hopping that Eye of Agamotto says, "I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me," and Triple AD were able to get the cap off the back of that, but XO still want to keep this defensive aggressive, but Ace with no HP gonna get forced back down to puny banner form, and Illicit gonna make him feel oh so small with one more Cosmic Flame, and looking for more, but Alone Phils knows better, but Rester never learned his lesson. Illicit gonna teach him the hard way.
Ooh, we're gonna find out if No Smite has a chance to, hunch out 27 A's. Getting that value, chasing out to Jeff, trying to get more if they can right now, as they're just staggering, getting that potential. But AAA is gonna maybe keep the momentum going for themselves as the wheels on the bus do keep on going around town. But Sungjuk Woo is gonna fall as well. It looks like in return, we are gonna see a little cheeky portal from Tituba as they try to block off some potential as well. This is a very interesting portal. Hold on a minute.
It just blocks up the entrance. XO, they're going to be forced to come out the left-hand side door from Triple AD's perspective, and that just forces them into a choke. Triple AD now know exactly where the fight's coming from. They know how to react. They know it's Jeff that's coming through, and they know from experience that if Illicit just takes to the sky with the Endsong Inferno, you don't have to worry about what lies in the deep.
Ooh, there it is. We're getting deep into the action right there. Rocco taking out Zeta, getting the value. Illicit lining up shots, focusing as much as they can to shut down the Strapple. Taking out res. Good power coming in from the Cryo Phoenix, but potential is on their side right there. If they can get it going 4.7 meters, can AAA take it to the second gate? 2.3, 1.9 meters, barely a chance, but Ace is there to stall. The Monster Hulk is there to refuse to yield into the full animation right there, completely juggling them, stalling them as much as they can, melting down that time bank and trying to stall it. Enough for their team to make it for the Agamotto into the Maelstrom by Zeta. That is high value secured by the Ace.
Should be enough for Triple AD to be forced back here. XO trying to hold on here, but Quaza doesn't want to give it up just yet with God of Mischief popping that invisible boundary, even the last remnants of Triple AD's safe haven, and there is no safe haven when Tuba is around with a Maelstrom. Returning fire says, Zeta, anything you can do, I can do better. That's a nice two-piece off the Maelstrom, and Sungjuk Woo gets split off. No Smite deep in the hunt, snuffs out his prey, and Zeta will fall, and Triple AD will not be denied this cap no matter how hard the Monster Hulk wants to fight.
Now we are talking about No Smite right there, getting the value on the Venom, getting so much pressure. It's just enabled, and now in the third area, they're gonna have so much free reign. They're gonna be swing around already, be hopping around already, getting the value that you want on the Venom. I gotta say, it's that extra step forward right now from the dive lineup that has come from AAA here. XOXO, on the defense a little bit. They do have Ace on the Hulk, getting quite a bit of value. They did melt down the timer, but AAA is in a good position. This is a very good section to push on Contemplation, but 2 minutes is maybe not enough. We'll find out.
We shall have to see, but again, like No Smite going deep into the backline here, and that's kind of the trouble with EXO's defense, where they want to just keep throwing bodies at the cart. You do have to leave someone behind, and no one is going to be left behind right now is Illicit with the Endsong Inferno. Everyone in his sight saying, you are nothing. Not going to be able to find any elims off the back of it, but building up the sparks, building up the damage. But EXO able to hold on to all of it. Darkchild now going to come out from Sungjuk Woo. Is he going to find anything off the back of it? Tuba going in with the Eye of Agamotto to shut it down, and back-to-back headshots for Illicit, and that should snuff out this defense. Lickety split here. Triple AD going to get this Doctor Strange rolling on through point C. With eyes set on getting the full completion here, but little bit more stall coming out from EXO. I'm not quite sure where the threat is, and they're still hunting for Ace. Bro is a hide-and-seek master right now, but hey, all right, we found you.
Now we are talking about the last 50 seconds to see if AAA can take it to the end here. We're thinking that White Fox has the chance for the Kumio to be unleashed. Quasted as well, but Zitha's lining it up. We're going to see a big Agamotto, definitely for sure, and a Boundary to suit.
Songjokbu making the swap over onto the Spider-Man. I'm wondering if this is just for speed, if this is just for, again, that EXO mantra of taking as many fights as quickly as possible. With only 30 seconds left, you don't have a whole lot of breathing room left, so one big play from the Spider-Man could make the difference. I have the Kumiho unleashed already early on from Winsker, and there's an Eye of Agamotto from Zeta!
There it is, following suit with a Maelstrom coming out from Zeta, getting that power of the Sorcerer's Supreme. Remember, you got to contest inside the bounciness. You got to be very careful how this one works. 8 seconds left, a little bit of a cheeky pose. Maybe that's the victory pose for Resta. We're about to find out. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Anybody that can sustain and try to trigger the overtime. Yes, it has been achieved, but there's no chance right now. We're waiting to see if there's a portal contest. May not be the case. Anybody there? Yes, it's going to be no smite, but they're just shy.
Exile!
And unfortunately, exiled and not contesting. There it is. It's a rough one, but nonetheless a very strong and distance fulfilled push by AAAD.
It's a strong attack on AAAD's side, but EXO still managed to bleed off enough time and stall out the cart towards the end of point C, and I think that's a pretty decent win condition, and they played that last fight really well, stalling out Tuba on the Doctor Strange, meaning, hey, you can't make the swap onto the Doctor Strange. Winsker was just sitting there waiting for the opportunity, trying to be the one to make that swap, but Tuba dying so late, wasn't able to come through. No Smite has to go in to try and get the contest, keep the overtime going, and unfortunately, you cannot contest when you are exiled, so great plays that come out from the entirety of EXO, but specifically Ace, to say like, all right, yeah, come here, you want to contest? No.
There we go. Couple switches right here, activating some team ups, reassuring themselves. Songjokbu switching to the Wolverines, pretty good here. But now we're going to see a bit of slashing as we go. Pumpkin mode on the Jeff. Shout out to all the Jeff players out there. We appreciate you guys healing us in the backline. We appreciate, you know, all of the great Jeff times. Please just remember to not eat us as well with the enemy. Let us leave your belly. But we're going to see Rocket also set up 27 A's, give some armor packs, give a little bit of a boost pack. Maybe that's going to Songjokbu CB, and we know Songjokbu really wants to hit some crazy kidnaps. This could be crazy. And they got the fastball special in full effect.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get the fastball, we're gonna get the jump packs. I mean, there are ceilings in the Museum of Contemplation, but those things are way up there. Shaquille O'Neal couldn't touch them if he tried. The trampoline, I think he'd still be at least a few feet short here, but EXO, interesting angle of approach here. Not just taking the fight directly on, trying to scout out all the angles, see where AAAD is lurking in. Another exile onto No Smite, that's gonna be the kidnap target, and Songjokbu says, hey, come on back on down to my place.
Alrighty, the wheels on the bus keep on moving around. Songjokbu trying to stage, you know, almost, you know, trying to collect information at the same time. A little bit of third personing, but Rocco's in disguise on the Ultron. No Smite on the thing. Big Ben Grimm in the house. We'd love to see it. T-Tuba as well on the Doctor Strange. We're going to see more and more potential. Big shots coming out from the DP action. Strap pull from Resta is really showing up and showing out tonight. And Alyssa's going to follow suit, taking out Songjokbu. Big firepower coming out from the Phoenix. They're going to hold that defense 1-to-1 on each side as Songjokbu is down. Wins goes down as well. 3 minutes on the clock right here. And the Ace Hulk is in the front lines trying to push through, but is getting marked by Alyssa, who's insane with these shots and the marks of the Phoenix right now. That the Edsong Inferno is going to be following very, very soon.
Yeah, that Monster Hulk is a big, beefy target, and Illicit is a meat tenderizer, and EXO are going to be shunted here as AAAD continuing to play with their food. Ace back in the spawn, going to Hulk out once again, and EXO going to retreat and join him. They want to be back at full strength before they take this next fight here. They've got the ults to do it, but Invisible Boundary from 27As is going to cloak the cart and force AAAD to play into them, and No Smite walks into the wrong neighborhood. This one belongs to Songjokbu, and it's not so friendly when he's around. Oh,
Spider-Man gives a lot of potential for a little bit of pain in the backline. You got to be very, very careful right now as he's lasering around. Oh my days, the marksmanship. What a 180. Alyssa, hello? Watch yourself right there. Literally, we gotta get a. Can we get an instant replay on that one right there? What a shot.
Check his PC? that can't be natural.
No Smite taking out Zetha with a little quick clobber in time. the detective thing is on the case.
And case closed for the time being. A minute 45 still in the time bank for EXO, but Triple AD mounting a strong defense here. And if Alyssa keeps hitting shots like that, I don't know how you break through this defense. That is, I think some say the best defense is strong offense. I think EXO would agree, but it doesn't get much stronger than Alyssa hitting every single headshot, making you fear forever poking your head out. I have Agamotto coming up, but the right click, the psionic detonation to stun. Spectacular spin is going to find Quasit, but Zeta has to trade his life for it. EXO, it's all or nothing in this fight. Finding Rocco might be just what they need.
Oh, the monster, the Hulk, the power, the Gamma Force right there. Going straight for the White Fox right there. Going to keep jumping in. Going to go see if they can get Alyssa, but Alyssa's going to be fading out of there. Denying that chance. Bruce is down for now. It's going to be a tough time trying to get back into the enraged form of the Hulk right there. But Quasit's going to drop the boundary and return 27 days. It's a Venn diagram moment, everybody. Learn your mathematics right here. And there it is. Alyssa going to get scooped by the Jeff, but they're going to add something photo clutch. Denial, and they return it back to sender.
I think Alone Phil sooner or later is going to have to learn you don't pop that Jeff ultimate when Alyssa has an ultimate, and when he's pumping out this damage, you might as well just assume he's always got an ultimate as if he even needs it. But right now, Ace is tucking his tail between his legs, trying to get somewhere safe. I don't think Alyssa knows he's there, or maybe he does. You can see him checking that angle though, but just taking this high ground, being the one from on high, from his ivory tower, sniping all of his lessers. Good exile coming out from Ace. That's going to slow him down, but Alyssa does not care. Forced to fly back, shift back over to the rest of the team, but as he turns back around, Sunjuk Woo and Alone Phils are there. Zeta with the Maelstrom to kick off the fight.
Ooh, we are going to see a lot of power there. Zeta is going to bring the Strange forward. Sunjuk Woo as well going to switch to the Magic. Try to get a bit of value. Darkchild maybe online. Very, very close right now. As they're trying to set up the angles and set the flanks right there. Oh, just mastery of the... oh, denied! Just when you thought Sunjuk Woo knew the maps, Rocco was like, nah, get over here and go down on off the map right there. Big snaps coming out from No Smite to follow right there. There's so much pain being inflicted right there. Haymaker after haymaker into the dancing Lunar Snow right there. Rez is trying to get that value. There it is, the punch, the power, and finally the boundary from 27A's drops down, giving them sustain, giving them everything they need to inflict more pain to XOXO. But right now, it's not over till it's over. We're going to see them clapping forward. So much power from Ace. Gamma charged and ready right there. Slice and dice in the back line. Sunjuk Woo catching up to the fight. Getting a nice triple KO on the Magic just when he thought it was over. My goodness, what a rally.
But EXO had to throw everything at that fight in order to get it, but they do come out with a Darkchild about to come on deck, and Alone Phil's able to build up to a last stand. And Triple AD, you thought it was over. They thought it was over. They thought they had it. They spent everything as well. They're able to build up to an invisible boundary and a clobber in time, but that's only going to slow the inevitable. If Alone Phils can hit something big with this last stand, especially while your eyes are turned trying to focus on Sunjuk Woo, I don't know the Triple AD are going to have what it takes to stop this cart.
Now we are here talking. Alone Phils is last standing right now. Wolverine slashes through, takes out Tuba, but he's returned with the clobbering time. They're going to try to get out, but the haymakers are flying, and there's enough right there for them to take out Ace. In return, they trade. Both Vanguards are down on both sides right there. Clobbering time could be online again for the next fight if they keep on charging it up. But more importantly, they're going to have Ensong Inferno for the next. Sunjuk Woo is going to be winding out of Darkchild for now. It's going to be up to Zeta to try and build up the Agamotto if they want to stop AAA's momentum.
But Quasit's going to be kicking himself for that invisible boundary. It was just a hair too late to be able to save Tuba. Triple AD do have the ults online here, but EXO, like you said, Zeta, if he builds up that Eye of Agamotto, that could just completely evict Triple AD from the point here. But Illicit with the Ensong Inferno has the sparks on Durester, will confirm the Elim, and that is going to slow EXO's roll for the time being. That Eye of Agamotto will not be coming out anytime soon. Zeta going to be joining his friends in the afterlife, at the very least in the spawn point, after yet another triple from Illicit. This guy is able to wrestle control of the fight away from EXO, take it back for Triple AD, and now they've got the ult advantage as well. And if you're EXO, you were hoping to ride that momentum from the point A cap all the way to a point B cap, but that momentum has been snuffed out. The ult advantage, the momentum, and the map advantage all in Triple AD's favor, and only a couple of strat ults, and hopefully that aforementioned Eye of Agamotto to try and burst through it.
Absolutely right there. 30 seconds left though. This is final fighter potential here. They're going to keep it moving. They're going to keep it going. XOXO have retained the bus capture for now. and try and get it to the end here. They got one last chance. AAA is on the full contest. You know what time it is. 27 A's drops the boundary. Rockin' returns. Starts the fate of both worlds. It's going to be matched right there and sustained. Zita with the Agamotto right there gets a couple of them stunned out, forcing the Ansong Inferno to meet them in the middle. One's gonna taken down by the Songjukwu on the Gru. Tree trunk in action. Thorn slash wall. Ironwood wall. Everything's being set up right now as they try to restructure the map and deny AAA a clean recontest.
There's still a fair bit of cart progress to go. Tuba's not going to need it, so no portal play coming out. He's just hoofing it back to the cart, and that might come back to bite him as you can see the pressure from all angles. A huge strangling prison coming out from Songjukwu, but the burst damage just isn't there. But a double stacking of the strategist ultimates from AAAD, the Kumiho and the invisible boundary. EXO don't have the tools to be able to burst through this, but Alonefills is about to as he's back on the Psylocke and he's taken down Rocco. No smite following as well. The freeze onto the Eye of Agamotto. Tuba never saw that one coming, but Alonefills sees death in his sights and is going to take down Tuba, and this should be enough for the cap for AAAD, or for EXO, but Alyssa going to take him down. Rocco with a freeze, taking down Ace. AAAD looking to turn this fight.
Ooh, can they do it over time? Sticking off, only a few chances left. 3 meters and the mark is theirs. They can keep it going on Museum of Contemplation right now, but the hold is there. The Phoenix Illicit is striding through right now. Songjukwu taken down, and there it is.
No, the C9.
The defense holds.
I don't know how many members of EXO were still alive, but that invisible boundary meant that they should have had a safe haven to play, but I think one member jumped off the point, and you can see 27A's got caught out there by Alyssa. It was outside of the boundary, a very selfless boundary from 27A's, trying to save the map, trying to save the team, but it just wasn't enough. Illicit was on the hunt and wanted blood. Didn't get it at the end, but will still get victory for his team. And how many times did it feel like AAAD were out of the fight until Illicit hits a big ultimate, or hits a big 3K, or hits 19 final hits, and just wrestles control back from EXO completely against their will? This guy is next level, man. Like, AAAD have the potential to tango with the best, and Illicit is a not insignificant part of the reason why.
I mean, could not tell you more about Illicit. Over and over again, we've seen this legend constantly be the focal point, the priority pick, the one that is banned, target banned, you name it. That's Daredevil, bringing out Phoenix back in the day, talking stage 1. There's so much to consider here when we are witnessing how AAA really execute all their value right now. But Zeta was bringing so much potential on XOXO as well, as we have seen. This was a collection of so many dynamic players here, really exploring different unique compositions and bringing out something crazy. But nonetheless, AAA do claim the victory here and gain the lead back, and now, ooh, they were at match point. One more map for them and they survive.
Match point in an elimination match, and yeah, again, I want to go back to something I brought up earlier. Getting that early domination win does mean that the map pick advantage is in AAAD's favor. Sure, they could totally throw this next map away, but I don't think they want that. I think they want to close this series out here and now that they are on match point. Only one of these two teams can continue that Cinderella story, can get that potential top 4 finished. The other is unfortunately going home here and now today. It's the end of one of these two teams' roads, and I've got a question for you, Liger, about where you think the next stop on that road very well might be, as the map pool is now open back up. And if you're EXO, where do you take us? Do you take us to a Domination? Do you take us to a Rocco? Do you take us to a Shin Shibuya? What's your move? Let's say you are Songjukwu, all right? You look just like him. Let's say you're Songjukwu. Where do you take this team?
Shin Shibuya. You said it. I want to see it. Spice it up. Change up the script. Listen, don't go to Domination. Don't go to Domination. But you know what? We'll find it very, very soon what that's going to be. First, we're going to go to a quick break. Be back with more action. Back into the action again, and what could potentially be the final map between XOXO and Triple AD. We're about to find out all the action as we see what's this next map gonna be. What game mode are they gonna pick? Are they gonna settle on domination? Domination usually is the 4th map to be picked if a team want a quick win, but XO have the choice here. Do they want to give that to AAA? Do they want a quick win back? We don't know. We'll find out.
I mean, if you're AAA, you are hoping that this is the last map, but if you're XO, I think your prediction before we cut to a quick break was the best one. I think Shin Shibuya might be the map that AAA might be the least prepared for, and I think plays the most into your particular hand, but we've seen Sungjuk Woo also mention that Arako is a comfort pick for this team. I do also think you're right. Maybe you don't take it to domination. Maybe you've learned your lesson as you've now fallen to this team on Dom twice, even though the second time was closer. Maybe the third time's the charm, but we'll save that one for the inevitable map 5 pick if it does come through. I think if you're AAA, you keep that in your back pocket. Ooh, that'd be quite the trump card, actually, if XO were able to pick a domination map and then win it. And it's like, all right, no more domination, now pick your poison. It's not gonna happen. I think that's crazy. It wouldn't work, but I think it'd be funny.
That's 200 IQ thoughts right there. If they can pull that off, that could really just put them in a bit of a mental blunder there. That's gonna put them on the back foot just all game long. We'll see. We'll find out. The reality is, you know, there's so much that we need to unpack here because Illicit is the person to keep your eye on right now, who's constantly flipping this right now in AAA's favor. XOXO have shown so many times they can hang with the best. They can bring out something crazy, but right now, the steam that they had going boiling early on to get that map victory earlier, it's phasing out a little bit at the moment. We need to see if they can maybe put some wood in the burner and get it going up again, get the engine going, get the train going. Because yeah, you're on the train right now. You do not want to get off at Elimination Station. Let's see if AAA can get it going for themselves, get themselves that 3-1 situation. Very commonly we're seeing 3-1s a lot so far in playoffs, Asia, but 3-2 would be beautiful. Want a nice competitive bout, but it's on XO if they want to tie up the series or if AAA want to close it here and head off.
I think they're still scratching their heads thinking about where they want to take us. You know, if you're XO, this might be your last map pick in the entire tournament. You definitely don't want to waste it. You want to make this one count. You want to try and get a repeat of Central Park if you can. And I think the map pick and also the bans, before we get to those bans, are going to be very important here because, you know, we've seen Illicit frag the heck out when it comes to this Phoenix. And Phoenix is one of those heroes that, much like the Psylocke, falls just shy of being a top ban priority. You don't often see her making it into the bans in the Ignite ban system because she is, you know, she's great. She's, I don't want to say she's overpowered. She's very, very strong. Compared to the Elsa, though, she falls just a little bit short, so you're always going to see Elsa taking that first ban priority, and then you have other things like the Doctor Strange and the White Fox that set the entire tempo of the matchup, but if you let a Phoenix through for a guy like Illicit, he can run away with the whole game, so I think you need to try and take us to a map where the Phoenix isn't going to get nearly as much value as she would on a Museum of Contemplation, where the sight lines open up a little, where things are a little bit more widespread. You can play at that range, at that distance. I think, like you said, Shin Shibuya might be the best look here for an XO, but I'm not them. They know better than me. Only they know themselves, and sometimes I don't even know if they know themselves, because how can your enemy predict what you're going to do if you don't even know what you're going to do?
That's true. That's true. Stay unpredictable. If you don't know what you're doing, they don't know what you're going to do. That's usually a good strategy. Many have done it before. I think Genji did it last night during OC.
I think Sun Tzu wrote that in The Art of War. Don't ever know what you're going to do.
Exactly. Attack where the enemy won't be, because you won't be there either. That is not the quote, but someone else can find the real one. In the meantime,
you won't be there either. No one's going to be there. There's going to be no fight. There. Sun Tzu's The Art of Peace. Don't fight.
That's literally it.
I think both these teams are fighting for their tournament lives right now. There is cash on the line. There is a placement in this tournament. There is a date with Destiny. If you're AAAD, there's a potential rematch with Pirates on the horizon. Again, you're the only team so far that has proven that they can bleed, but can you strike that one lethal blow, or will you ever get the chance again? Right now, you're one map away from advancing in that tournament, and maybe only one more team will stand in your way between you and them. But someone else might take that place from you. Someone else might claim that destiny if you get caught sleeping right now. And XO could be that team.
Yes, literally could be that team to flip it and just completely, you know, as they say, commit to an upsetty spaghetti. We'll find out and see if XO can do that and knock AAA out. But AAA, you know, feeling comfortable right now, but still on edge as ever. As you said, they were nervous last. We know why. Both the ban phases were played very safe. Not a single differential factor in the ban phase. Everyone had the same assets to fight against each other with. What will change now is definitely going to be the tell. Because if you're in an even matchup and it goes AAA's way, EXO got to lock in and change something in that ban phase. They got to catch AAA out. They got to ban something that's really going to dismantle AAA's composition. And here's the thing, they've got the map pick, so they have the advantage. Let's see if they can take it on Yggdrasil path.
Oh, I don't know that I would have ever predicted Yggdrasil. We haven't seen a whole lot of Yggdrasil, as a matter of fact, especially once Museum of Contemplation came into the fold, but we're going back to back on the convoy maps, and I think I like this for EXO as well. It's a classic. It's a map that both these teams are going to have a wealth of experience on, but not quite as much lately as more teams have been playing, again, Museum or even Midtown when it comes to these convoy maps. I think Yggdrasil has fallen a fair bit down the pecking order, and I guess that's just kind of the nature in these longer series. You know, when you have to go back into the same game mode a couple times, you're going to start to go for the second, third, fourth, fifth most popular map. That's where EXO start to get really dangerous, and this is where, I mean, honestly, they have to flip the script because there's no other options. Like we said, it's their potential last map pick of the entire tournament. They've got to make this one count. They've got to stand their ground here and now, and interesting way to do it.
Literally. Now's the chance. And it's a bit different, Yggdrasil path, you know. You've got those high ceilings as well. Compositions with Ultron are definitely going to be key factor. Wouldn't be surprised if we might see Ultron ban or protect here just to get him through the gates. At the same time, Invisible Woman, disaster. Disaster if you let that one through. Both teams so far have been protecting Invisible Woman, completely nullifying the chance of Elsa or a Gambit. Curious to see if one of those might make it through, but the key factor here, Alyssa on the Daredevil, on the Phoenix is what EXO want to target out. But at the same time, you know, the Hulk factor is good for them. They got Wolverine, but what do they need to give that a little bit of extra pressure more? Just something to just boost that Wolverine. Maybe a Phoenix of their own is the question. Try to get that team up going. Try to get that value. Try to get that shred right now because the healing output is insane. We're not even running triple strategists, and the healing output is keeping people alive. Boundaries are going up. Fate of both worlds. You name it. It's available. It's sustaining.
Something I want to keep an eye on, because you bring up the Ultron. We were seeing a little bit of an interaction early on back on Burn It T'Challa was the Ultron versus the Psylocke, and I'm curious if either of these teams are going to reach for the Psylocke. Again, she is not a priority in the pick and ban phase, so I doubt you're going to see either teams reach for that. I'm wondering if maybe a map like Yggdrasil is a trap, you know, like some bait, try and get Triple AD to play into that flyer composition, play that Ultron. Maybe you go for a Mantis ban if you're EXO and force them to try and make that adaptation, but the question is that going to backfire? Because we know that's what Triple AD wants to do on these sorts of maps. If you can get the drones, you can get the damage boost, you can get the pocket onto your carry, elicit a drone, doesn't matter what hero he's playing, if you give him a damage boost, he's gonna make the most of it. So we'll have to see. It's a gamble either way, but one thing that we are not gambling with is this first ban. It's gonna be a Gambit, of course it is, but after that, are we gonna see that Invis Protect coming out again?
Ooh, we are definitely seeing that right there. I'll lock that one in. Probably next going to follow suit with the Elsa Bloodstone ban that's going to be affecting EXO, followed by another. Oh, hold on a minute. It's a Mantis ban, which means could they protect a one-sided? No. Okay,
No.
Invisible Woman secured.
I don't think Triple AD are on the same wavelength as I am when it comes to this like Ultron versus Psylocke debate, because otherwise they might have gone for that first protect onto the Mantis and ensure that that's one-sided, and then force EXO into the Ultron if they want to play around damage boost. But that's not really the EXO way. So that Mantis ban is going to inevitably come through after the Elsa bans on both sides, and neither team will have seen that coming. But there's a Daredevil protect coming through. Okay, so Doctor Strange ban probably going to be this last one here, as we've seen from EXO. No, they're going to change the game. All right, I got to stop trying to predict this team. They change it every single time.
I mean, Doctor Strange, yeah, he can be formidable, but Yggdrasil path has a lot more options, but nonetheless, EXO are going to make sure they don't lose it, so they will protect it. In return, AAA got a chance for another ban, and they do get the one-sided Daredevil right there, which means Illicit, woo, lock it in. You already got the that Daredevil on lock we've seen in previous matches. Bring it out again. Let's go to town. And you called it, CB. Psylocke. On the scene.
It is on the attacking side, so EXO do have the opportunity to swap that up. Alone Fields doesn't necessarily have to commit to that, and I think if you see that Rocco isn't going to be coming out on the Ultron, whether or not he is, it looks like he is, but We'll see if time will tell, but there is an opportunity to adapt here. Some of these other hovers that we're seeing are giving me some other ideas also, because like the Wolverine is also a good look. Sung Woo hovering over that Spider-Man, that's also traditionally been a staple pick for him that we've only seen come out to play in emergency situations. Smash glass in case of emergency. Gotta get another contest on Museum of Contemplation. If he commits to that, I think that'll be another interesting look for EXO, but either way, it is the way of this team to go down swinging, and swinging they shall. Yggdrasil Path may very well be their final battleground. It's their map pick, their last map pick. They've got to get it done here and now. Triple AD on the defensive side with their eyes set on the future. What does their future hold? Does it hold a 5th map, or does it hold a date with Destiny? Only time will tell.
Whoa, indeed. Locking everybody. We got a symbiote. Songjukwu over here gonna get mean in the backline. Gonna maybe put some dirt in their eyes. We'll find out, as he is already on the backline going for those health packs, but gonna be spotted out by Koisid. Gonna try get that potential. Not gonna get the whip right there. Gonna probably go back to spawn and switch to something else. Bring a little opportunity, and it's gonna be Captain America. Ooh, okay. Alright, locking back into this. How do we feel about this this lineup with the Rocco on the Ultron here?
I mean, I think that's exactly what EXO wants. I'm not sure if Alone Fields is going to make the swap over onto the Psylocke, or if they're going to make any other swaps that might swap something out. Right now, they're playing for the Kidnaps, and oh boy, they got a good one as they're taking Doctor Strange back to Camartage with this one, as Alone Fields with a huge Feral Leap, taking that Doctor Strange out. He'll be able to portal back, but that's going to be the portal already burned for Triple AD, which means this next fight for EXO might just be the winning one.
Might just be indeed. There is no way we're going to see that not be captured again, because it's going to be Alone right there. Going to be shredding in, taking out Smite, going to bring the Venom, going to bring as much as they can, but they're going to be sustained and healed for now. A big Sonic pull right there. Alyssa taken down by Ace on the Invisible Woman. Just so much versatility right now. There's this team role swapping all day. So much versatility coming out from XOXO. They are on point right now. Let's see if it's going to be the momentum they need to take it to the first gates. The Goats of Yggdrasil are almost there. Is anyone there to contest? I don't believe so.
5 minutes going into point B, and isn't 27A a strat player? Why does this guy got hands on the Phoenix? What happened here? What did I miss? We got Ace and Rester on a double Immo Strategist backline. You're gonna get a little bit of extra healing coming out from the Snowflakes from Rester, but I mean, knowing this team, that's probably just gonna be on yourself for the damage boost on the Luna Snow. A very selfish idol there, but I mean, Triple AD, I don't know if they really know what hit him, but they better figure it out before it starts to spiral out of control. Rage of Ultron from Rocco to try and augment this dive coming out from No Smite, but it's only going to force out the strat ults.
Oh, last stand! Crushes down! Coming up from Alone right there, going to be taking out Wenziger, and that is going to nullify some sustain. That could have kept Triple AD alive right there. They're going to see Ace drop the boundary as well. Give him sustain. 27A is getting picks as well right there. There it is! Resta as well. And that is the power of XOXO right now. They've completely switched their roles up so much, CB, that the players that they're used to versing AAA right now, they're on different roles, they're on different heroes. So you may have been versing a Phoenix earlier, this Phoenix is playing differently. You're versing a Cap earlier, it's a different Cap. You're versing the Wolverine, it's just so versatile, and it might be a little bit of a mind game affecting AAA right now.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read on what your enemy wants to do if it's not the same enemy as it was last map, and this XO is looking pretty good. One thing that has been consistent, though, is Alone Fills on this Wolverine, and Rester with the snowball there taking down Tubas. We're looking to let the devil out, but Alyssa is looking around. This devil is all alone. This devil's got no friends.
Ooh, Seraphim shields are up right there to try and nullify the anti-setup by the Venom. You're gonna see, yeah, there it is, Zeta. No Smite taken down by the Maelstrom. Momentum running from XO is just insane. They want to type this series. They are not going to let AAA take this series in a 3-1 fashion. They want to force it back in their favor, and they want to keep it going and survive here in Ignite. That is the question. Can they do it? We're in elimination station. One of these teams is going home. We're about to find out. No Smite. He's going to switch. He's going to be like, enough is enough. I'm going to bring out the Big Ben Grim.
Rocco making the swap over onto the Wolverine to match, and I think alongside No Smite getting that fastball special is exactly what you need. You need to try and play for some of these kidnaps. You can't just keep letting Tuba get abducted by Alone Fills. You got to be doing the abducting right there. But Tuba, again, getting caught out by Alone Fills. No Smite is there for the peel. We'll take down Zeta, but you're going to need a lot more than that. Tuba taking down 27As is a good start. Sungjukwu lurking in the back line, and they know that the cap is there. They can hear the sounds of freedom ringing from way back in their spawn, and oh, they are turning around to do something about it. Capitalism dies today. Wingzer's hand will be the death blow.
Oh, Freedom will have to fight another day. And moving into the action, alone with the last stand for the next fight could be big. I gotta say though, what do we feel about this fastball team up coming out from No Smite Rocco? That's gonna be really good, and that's gonna put a very bad position for Song Jung-woo. But once again, we put pedal to the metal here and realize you do not want to be the thing going into group right now. That is a good switch from Song Jung-woo. Let's see if it's gonna combine into the action. T-Tuber has the potential for a ban hammer. We're waiting to see who's gonna get hit with it.
Like it is going to be coming out, hopefully. I think he had a good angle to get that onto a backliner there. 27A is going to go ahead and pop the end song in front of it. It was on the 27A, so that's actually just to be able to stabilize. I don't know if he was expecting to get a two-piece off of that one. I know I wasn't, but you will take that any day of the week. And EXO have busted this defense wide open, and now we're going to go for a portal play to lock AAAD in their spawn. And I don't know if Quaza knows that he just took the bait, locked himself in a cage, but that's going to be so much free cart progress now for EXO as AAAD. They're going to be just rattling their cage, trying to find a way to break through.
I do believe that they did make it through. Maybe the portal was just off the mark slightly, but nonetheless, they will get a push and they will get the value, they will get the momentum. Onzga taken down by Zita. Alyssa takes out Rez in return, but the momentum is there. The Strangling Prism does root them out of there, and there's only a couple more contesting, and Song Inferno crashing down right there. Bit of Wolverine action from Rocco. Agamotto coming out from Zita is going to try a stun. AAAD, only a couple stragglers left right there. Going to take down Lissa, and Rocco goes, and Wernsgar 2. There it is. XOXO in a dominant fashion, pushing to the end right there with a good 2 minutes to take home for the next push if they need it. Question is, can AAA take it the distance as well?
My question is, how you feeling about a map 5, Liger? Because I have a feeling we might be going there at this rate. Because like,
I'm ready.
finishing Yggdrasil with time, like it's one of the convoy maps that I think we get the most full caps out of. But it's often in OT. You see things tend to stall out very hard on that second and third point, and that just didn't happen. They snowballed through point B, still had almost 5 minutes in the time bank, and I think AAAD only won maybe one fight off of that swap onto the thing. And again, a good heads-up swap from Sung Juk Woo over onto the Groot, catching No Smite out. No Smite realizes, oh no, I'm in too deep. Abort. Is able to get out, but not able to reclaim any space off of that pick. And this is AAAD playing scared, playing confused, playing like they don't really know what's hitting them, because I don't even know if XO know what they are hitting them with. They just know it's working, keep hitting.
Literally right there. I mean, we were talking about so much potential from those switches there. Really obscurely playing an unorthodox composition from XOXO, completely role switching and just really changing how their team's tempo was. But nonetheless, AAA have adjusted now. They've acclimated. The question is, what are they going to do on their situation when they have to push right now? Looks like they're going to bring out the Daredevil. It was protected. It was something that they wanted to bring out earlier. Maybe now on attack. Maybe they could do it faster. We don't know.
I mean, maybe. Alyssa on the Daredevil has been a staple of this team. It's one of his best picks. And, I mean, he's the point guard of this team, right? Like, you got to give him the ball. He's got to be the one to take it to the hole. And the Daredevil is his best tool to do just that. But being scouted out by Sung Juk Woo on an off angle there, going to pressure the cart. And this is a lot of what we saw from EXO and Museum of Contemplation. They want to get a body on the cart, stall it out, stop the progress, and make AAAD fight for every inch. And then leave, come back, make them fight again, and never get to take a good fight on their terms. But the question is that going to leave the backline vulnerable for Illicit? The answer is no, but the front line of EXO is looking quite vulnerable as well, as Zeta is going to fall, and I think that's a trade that you will take. They say they're, again, going to force out an early portal play or just force a regroup from EXO.
There's a chance. 27 A's takes out Quasted. Lone falls as well to T-Tuber. A lot of deagle action there, certified. We're going to see how it unfolds. There's a lot of potential boundaries being set up as well. It could be from Quasted and Ace for the next fight if they need, but that time is not looking too good right now, as EXO really got to stop that momentum if they want to maintain their lead that they earned when they push themselves. T-Tuber has a chance for that ban ammo as well.
As the cart rolls around that first corner, this is where the trades are going to start to favor EXO a little bit more than AAAD. A banhammer coming out from Tuba. I'm not quite sure who it's onto, but the backline is in chaos right now. He's able to get that limb onto Ace, looking for a register as well, and will get it. A nice little two-piece there for Tuba. He's looking for a third. It's going to be Sung Juk Woo, and I saw a low HP Doctor Strange. All right, Zeta going to fall elsewhere, so Tuba just going to take a couple of selfies to commemorate the occasion. You know, put that one in the photo album. Remember the moment. Remember that time EXO thought they could tango with Tuba.
Now we are here with the portal to contest right there from Ace. Gonna keep it on the mark. There's still a chance for them to push and hold here. T-Tuba on the deagle action. There it is. No smite. And then Haymaker's trying to shred through Ace's HP pull. But we're seeing more from Winsgar. On the loose snow, taking out Jungkook. Oh my day, Song Jung-woo taken down alone as well from Winsgar. And there is the Phoenix rising with the Ensong Inferno, crashing down, taking out Zetha right there and burning it up right there, bringing the ice, doing a nice, into a double KO. You already know Rocco is going to bring that fire. Illicit as well. Follow suit, taking out Rez, Quasted as well. I do believe that does mean AAA get the momentum back. They will be able to take it to the first game here. XOXO going to have to defend at the next one.
Props to AAAD. They're willing to spend to win that fight, but they don't overspend. The Clobber in time, the Ensong Inferno is a perfect 1-2 combo to be able to burst on through that Fate of Both Worlds that comes out from Register. Not that they even needed it, because I think that ultimate was late. There were already 2 members of EXO down before that ult even came out, so AAAD get to hold on to both of their strategist ultimates, and Illicit gets to let the devil out in this next fight. You will have the pseudo strategist ult in the Freedom Charge for Sung Juk Woo, but that's going to be a load-bearing ultimate for this next fight for EXO. If you're AAAD, you're looking to bait that out, wait it out, and then ride the momentum forward. Or maybe you catch Sung Juk Woo and force it out before he even wants to. If he dies here, you're not going to get the opportunity to take the fight you want. He's living on a prayer right now, and with the Rocco hitting that one shot, oh no!
Ooh, T-Tuber taking out 27 Ace. Still 3 minutes left to try and cook with no smite on the Venom. And again, rushing in, getting so much value right there. Taking out Resta and Zetha as well. That's 2 down from XOXO. AAA is getting a little taste of that momentum EXO just had. And oh my god, Tuba in the backline taking out the Psylocke that just arrived on the scene. Alone is out there. Still a chance for the Cutterfly as well. If they can get to the next fight. Look, they have Song Juk Woo available with Freedom Charge. See, they're going to get there. The question is, how much damage are they going to take on the way?
Yeah, but Sung Juk Woo, like, you can already see Tuba has scouted him out. They know that ultimate is there, and if Tuba is able to catch him out again, if Sung Juk Woo overextends like he did last time, it's going to force a reaction out of EXO. They're going to overcompensate here. Early Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Winsgar. Invisible Boundary is going to be met from Ace. Eye of Agamotto from Zetha needs to find something, but it's just not finding enough. Tuba there taking down that Luna Snow, and now the Freedom Charge comes out, but it might be too little too late as Illicit is letting the Devil's Rage out.
Ooh, big deagle actually coming out from Tuba right there. Alone taking down 27 A's. That's going to be XOXO just falling 1 by 1 right there. A little bit of contest from Rez. Rez probably going to get staggered out here. You're going to have to run back and hit the spawn switch and just get ready for the next fight. Look, right now, they are probably 30 seconds behind XOXO's pace at this point in Yggdrasil's attack. But they are in a good situation right here. But Zetha's got a portal potentially as they're on the Strange. They're in a good mark here if they can try to build up that next ultimate. And Song Abyss combo, I think that'd be the one to go for. Never mind,
they gotta take the fights with these ultimates when they have them, do EXO. I mean, again, Sung Juk Woo with that Freedom Charge getting caught out is still biting them. They're trying to stop the snowball. 27 A's with a huge KO there onto Rocco off the Kumiho Unleashed, and we gotta stop this Stompin' Fox before it gets a little bit too dicey here. EXO marching on forward, and AAAD going to concede that space. That's a good fight win for EXO, but you're going to need a lot more than that in order to stall things back out. As Sung Juk Woo again getting caught out, pinched right now by Tuba and Illicit. If they're able to confirm that elim, it's going to be huge, but Rocco falls elsewhere, charting to try and help make it happen, and that's another good fight win there for EXO.
Ooh, very clean, very excellent right there. 2.5 on the clock right there, moving forward. 27 A's, taking out no snag as well. There's a lot of pressure here if they can keep it going for themselves right now. XOXO, no, they have the mark. They have crushed a little bit of the momentum from AAA, but AAA are going to be regrouping, ready for the next fight. They got 5, maybe even all their ultimates ready for the next fight if they can get that pressure. XOXO, though, they're ready to meet them at the front door. Let's see if they're going to try right there. Insane damage coming out from Rocco, fully reading Song Juk Woo's movements and catching out the cap.
But they might still need to spend some of these ultimates because you know EXO are going to make them work for it. Fate of Both Worlds coming out to match the Invisible Boundary. Rocco with the Ensong Inferno looking to try and burst through, and the damage is there to take down Ace. There's not going to be another Invisible Boundary here, and that is huge for AAAD. Lonefail's going to go ahead and pop that last stand. Does take down Winsgar, but will meet his maker in the form of Rocco, who's still clicking the heads, still hitting the Cosmic Flame, still hitting the Sonic Detonations, but that Eye of Agamotto from Zetha may have just put the kibosh on this fight as AAAD are stalling out. And if they overexpend on this fight, there's still one more on deck if they want to try and cap this cart. They have to plan ahead, and EXO are not giving them the opportunity to do so.
Not at all. You are correct. You are correct right there. There's so much sustain ready for EXO in the next fight. They're going to have Lukumio, and there it is. Unleash it right now. White Fox going on the scene on the prowl right there. And nullifying a lot of pressure. Winsga's going to match with the Fatal Throws in return. They do take out 27 Ace. They take out the White Fox. They bring up a boundary right now from Ace to give more sustain. Again, they were ready for this next fight. So, unless it's like, you know what, let's send it in. Let's take in the core. Let's see if we can match it. But Songjik Woo is going to be there with the Assemble. Winsga's taking shots, getting value on the Luna. Zeta's taken down. There's a lot of pressure. But again, momentum is what AAA want right now. They're not going to get it unless they start shredding through EXO. They take down 2. They take down 3. Can we see the 4th go down? Can there be a chance? Yes, as Resto is taken down. KOs are certified. AAA get the momentum back, but it might be too little too late. I think at this point in time, CB, if they lose one more fight, they're not going to get it to the end.
Yep, 30 seconds left. AAAD, they have to win this fight. They're going to have 3 ultimates to be able to do it, but EXO have the opportunity to build up some big strategist ultimates. But even still, even if this cap comes through, I'm starting to see echoes of Central Park. It might be an overtime cap, if at all, for AAAD. Rocco wants to try and buy them some time, and Song Inferno is huge!
That is a massive, massive Rocco Inferno right there. Gonna bring the fire, taking out the strats, and they do take out the double KOs. We may have spoken too soon. Their pace is good. Their pressure is good. Zeta's there at the door, but they don't have a chance for a portal. They're gonna have a big clobber in time. Agamotto is not online just yet. Rest is gonna hit the Fate of both worlds. They're gonna be able to build up the Agamotto for the next fight if they have the chance right there. Ace takes out Winsga. That's the boundary dropping. No Smite hits the clobbering time. Is it gonna land with a bit of a clobbering? Yancy Street special into the Agamotto coming in from Zeta, who stops all momentum, but they're not done just yet. Eto alone hits the last 10, scooping up the backline of AAAD right then and there. Alyssa joins to stall. There's no chance for the portal, and maybe there is this time. Yes, they do. Never mind, I spoke too soon. The portal is still online. AAA aren't done yet. EXO are trying to make it happen for themselves. They got boundary for the next fight. They're going to try to bring her back. They're going to try to stall her forward, shredding through so much potential. It's just not ending. There is still a chance for AAA.
Invisible boundary from Ace. EXO, that's going to be their lifeline for the time being, but Alone Fills is looking to cut the lifeline from AAAD, taking down Tuba with the claws flying, the Adamantium charged fully. He is angry, he is mad, the claws flying, but no Smite, going to fight him back. Kumio is going to be unleashed on the other side. 27 A's trying to make something happen, trying to keep EXO alive in the fight. Clobbering time from No Smite. Does he get anything with it? With the help of Alyssa, he does. Eye of Agamotto from Winsgar gets denied!
Oh, that was such a good denial, but it wasn't enough. AAA do not get it to the end, which means XOXO win their second map in the series. And we're going to tie it up, everybody. We're going to map 5. Tonight, it ain't over till it's over.
I mean, Rocco hit the shot of a lifetime with that end song Inferno. Took down Raster 98% to that Fate of Both Worlds, but unfortunately they couldn't finish the job before it came back into the fray on the next fight. And EXO just had too much resources with the BRB beacons coming out from Songjik Woo. Sorry, I ATM machine there for a second. The BRBs coming out for the reses, plus the spawn advantage, plus the strategist ultimates, and then denying that Eye of Agamotto. That was the death blow. There was nothing left for AAAD after that. The last gasp came out, and that was it. EXO will take us to a map number 5, and AAAD, again, they have the map pick advantage, being able to win that domination. They can take us to another domination map, and I think that's exactly what you want if you're EXO, or if you're AAAD, but if you're EXO right now, you still have a chance, you still have a lifeline in this tournament, and you are going to make AAAD sweat. They gotta work for it, they gotta clock in. It's gonna be a long night, and need I remind you that the winner of this matchup has another match at the end of the night. It's going to be a long one. They are on their Lionel Richie business. Got to fight all night long if they want to keep their hopes alive in this tournament.
All night long. That sounds like a good time for some Marvel Rivals action here in Ignite. That is beautiful. Right there, 2-2. Oh, it just doesn't get any better. Doesn't get any better. We're talking about the final hope. Now, both teams, they're locked in. We're on an even playing field. We've established we know each other well. We now know what is next to come. One final map. One final map. The question is, it's probably going to be domination as that final map. Has to be.
I agree. I think it's got to be. I think you don't want to take them to a convoy map. I think that's the I believe the map pool still opened up. I don't think there's any like good convoy or convergence. You definitely, again, you don't want to go to Shin Shibuya. Don't make the same mistake that Reject have made several times and take us the symbiotic surface. I mean, you could. Maybe you're a little bit more well practiced at that. Maybe that win from Reject all those many moons ago, maybe that's got you feeling good. But I'm in complete agreement. I think Domination is the clear-cut favorite here for Triple AD. You won it already once before. You've won it even before then. You just need to do it for a third time. But maybe, just maybe for EXO, the third time will be the charm. There's only one way to find out, and that is going to be by waiting on the other side of this break. We'll be right back with map number 5. Don't go anywhere. I promise you don't want to miss it.
The moon haunts you!
Welcome back, everybody, for the final map. That's right, between XOXO and Triple AD. That's it. This is it, everybody. We've gone back and forth, taking the map here, taking the map there, tiebreaker here, tiebreaker there. It's done and dusted after this one. This is it.
It's it doesn't really get much scarier than this, right? Like a map 5 in an elimination matchup here. One team will stake their claim to a rightful top 4 place, and the other team, their road ends here. And unfortunately for EXO, the next stop on this road is all Triple ADs, and we'll find out what their map pick is going to be. Again, you know, much like we were saying for Yggdrasil Path, it might be the last map pick in the tournament that Triple AD gets, so they want to make sure that they make it count. They're not rushing to any decisions here, but it was a great decision for EXO to take us to Yggdrasil in retrospect, because they looked crystal clean on that map. They played it to near perfection. There was a couple of times where I think Sungjoku overextended and got caught out, but I think that was all according to Kaikaku. If you were EXO, you know, maybe you just kind of let him do his thing, draw some aggro, draw some attention. what he does. All right, it's
Definitely.
what he does best. And Triple AD are gonna do what they do best, and that is domination. They're taking us to Krakoa to set the sun on this series.
Ooh, settling it on domination in the mutant home world of Krakoa right there. This is gonna be, oh, we're gonna get a gala of our own right now. It's gonna be dangerous. This is gonna be a good one. Now we know Krakoa very strong on the dive potential. Portals are there available. You can ban out the strange, but you got the Krakoan portals that can still get you to the objective, or maybe even behind the enemy. That is the question. If they can play around the terrain of the map into their favor, we'll see. All I know is I'm just ready to get into these bans because whoo, Strange is getting banned. This is a final map in a best of 5 series in a 2-2. Someone's losing Strange.
He's got to be banned out, right? Like, especially on domination, we saw it on Burn to T'Challa. There's no reason we wouldn't see it here. Like you mentioned, there's the Krakoan portals, but make sure the other team is crutching that, because you know exactly where those are going to be. You know exactly where they're going to be placed. You know exactly how to play around it. And I think we can, you know, an exercise in futility is to try and predict what XOXO is going to play, but I do think that if they want to try and play more of their dive shenanigans, I think a map like Cradle is going to play into that very, very nicely.
Yes.
But Grove, I think Grove and Carousel play a little bit more into what Triple AD like to play. So if EXO manages to get a win on either of those maps, I think they're going to be looking pretty good when it comes down to Cradle. That's the one that I'm going to have my eyes on. Can EXO bring that one home, take us to a potential third map in this domination map, or maybe just go back to back, hit him with a quick clean 2-0, quick and easy night, if there's anything easy about this night, because I think for both teams it has been a struggle for survival, and there's no reason that's going to stop anytime soon.
Oh, it's been an absolute heater between these two teams right now. Look, listen, they've even gone the distance on maps, okay? No full hold shenanigans, okay? We're talking about both teams pushing it to the very end. However, just shy of the end was AAA in that last map, and that's got to sting. That's got to sting so bad, but EXO has winners momentum. AAA did pick this map on Krakoa. We're about to find out who's actually got the advantage here, or are they really just truly evenly tied up? Well, if you want an advantage, you got to play out the ban phase. You got to see if you can cook and hopefully secure the right protects for your team, ban out the enemy's priorities, and win the war before it even has begun.
And I know you were hoping for a quick and easy shift today, Liker, so you can get into on that PvE, play a little bit of Blood Hunt. I'm okay. I'm glad, because I'm happy too, because I wanted to see these two teams. I wanted to see some bangers. I want to see these two teams throw hands the way that I know they have in the past, the way they have several times, and I both wanted to see them play like their lives are on the line, and that's exactly what we've seen thus far. And I just got to see one more map of it. Give me all 3 sub maps. Give me the action. Give me the tension. Give me the picks. Give me the bans. Give me the drama. Give me everything. I want to see it.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I mean, listen, we got a banger matchup coming after this, but before you even get about that, we got this one. This is it. Final chance for AAA and EXO. Who is going to take it?
If I can make a prediction, I think you know, before we get into the picks and the bans, I feel like this might be another Museum of Contemplation situation where both these teams try and go for a mirror ban because they might be too afraid to be the one to flinch, be the one to make that mistake, be the one to try and take a risk. If you're going to take a risk, if either team is going to take a risk, it's going to be EXO. We know that much for sure, but we know how they like to play on the other team's map picks. We know that on maps like Museum, they don't want to reinvent the wheel on that one too much. They just want to go for the picks and the bans as they play out and then play their game around that as best they can. It's worked for them before. It's taken them pretty far, but it hasn't been able to get them the win consistently when it comes to domination. It's helped them play close against teams like Triple AD and like Reject in the past, but it hasn't been enough for them to get over that last hurdle. And I'm wondering if that's going to make them shy, if that's going to make them question their strategies, if that's going to make them question their moves, and maybe be afraid to take that one risk. Fortune favors the bold, and there has been fewer bolder in this tournament than EXO. But are they going to still bring that same energy to a map 5 scenario? Only they know the answer to that one. You and I, we're just sitting here waiting with bated breath until they tell us the answer.
Yes, truly right now. Teams are getting ready in the lobby. They are getting ready to go into their final match. I mean, now's the time to, you know, sink down. If you've got a coach on your team, figure out the game plan, reassess what you need to do. Final chance to get some good position here in preseason. You don't want to be the ones going out first.
Does EXO have a coach? What is it? What is coaching a team like EXO like? I'm wondering. Like,
well,
what do
you take 6 players and then you get your piece of paper and you just flip it upside down and then you teach the 6 players again. because they all play every role. They're so versatile.
I gotta imagine it's like trying to herd like wild wolves, like trying to teach them the alphabet. Like that's what it's gotta be. Like, yeah, you can't make them change their nature. You know they're just gonna go in there and they're gonna play their game. Like, what are you gonna like? Not to diminish the role of coaches or say that, like, you know, if XO has a coach, he's not doing a great job, because he's been doing phenomenal, got you this far, got you into Ignite, got you with the playoffs, got you into this situation, a map 5 situation where you could potentially get a top 4 finish, get up on the podium, get yourself a nice pocket full of scratch to carry on over into stage 1 and a fair bit of momentum as well. But with the strategies that XO like to come out with, it's like, what does the headspace of such a person even look like? Like, what do you do in your day-to-day that you're like, all right, I am going to train this team that doesn't have a set role. Sung Jukbu plays whatever he wants on the day. We're gonna learn to play around these magic compositions. We're ban out Doctor Strange. They've got to have an analyst, because their picks and bans have been pretty solid thus far. Like, they're not lacking in that department in the way that we've seen other teams in the past, but what is it like? What's it like? I gotta peek inside their head at some point.
Oh, I would love to. I mean, maybe if they win this, maybe we get that interview. Maybe we can ask those questions ourselves, and we get to witness what is the mind behind an XOXO player. But we can't write them off yet. We can't. There's a chance AAA win this. They started with the lead at the start of this series. They've been consistent throughout the entirety of the group stage, and right now, you know, XOXO, look, maybe they just need some time to heat up, warm up, and get off into the playoffs. You can never judge a playoffs by a group stage performance. Honestly, it's too chaotic. We've seen that. We've learned from America.
Yeah, we've learned that lesson the hard way.
Yep. I mean, OCE's kicking off right now, and there's been a couple upsets already. But let alone all of that nonsense going on, there will never be sense made to the chaos of a team with nothing to lose right now and everything to gain. One of these two teams are going to keep it going for themselves. They've had some crazy performances, you name it, MRC, previous stages of Ignite, reforming, restructuring, roster mania. But it's now time to throw all that out the window, focus on the roster you have with you right now, focus on your teammates, look into each other's eyes, and take on the battle ahead.
The battle ahead is coming at you real fast. In fact, I can see that we are igniting the time stream right now, so we're not too much longer away from deciding things on Krakow. We can get into those picks, we can get into those bands, we can see how this dance is going to be danced, and I'm looking forward to it. I've been waiting so long, and what I'm looking forward to as well is going to be that matchup at the end of the night, because again, like I said earlier, these two teams, the winner is going to have a date with the winner of Zero Tenacity versus Rival Esports. My money's on Zero Tenacity, and I think that's a team that you don't want to come into a dance looking weak up against, and going to a map 5 up against another team, if this is anything less than domination from one side or the other, you're going to be exposing something. You're going to be giving Zero Tenacity something to look forward to, something to latch onto, and something to exploit. And that is not something that you want to do. Or it could be Rival Esports as well. Don't want to count them out, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, because right now, we are on the precipice of something great. We are on a map number 5 between XOXO01 and AAAD, the map that was promised, and let's get into it, Liger.
Oh, I would not do anything else right now. This is where I want to be. This is where everybody here wants to be. Get your predictions in, everybody. Who's going to win? Is it going to be between XOXO or AAAD? We're on the final map officially. Each of them have taken 2 maps apiece, back and forth, going after another, and the Gambits are banned once again. Elsa is out of here too. Mantis Protect, you double well know that's certified, sure. Gonna be the same 3 bans we always see every ban phase, but I'm waiting for something different. I'm waiting for someone to apply chaos theory and change it, and maybe change it into their favor.
There is already one thing different, however. From Burn to T'Challa, AAAD did not have access to that Mantis, as it was banned out previously, so they had to have Rocco on the Ultron instead, which was exploited for a time, again, by that Psylocke that came out from the side of XO. It wasn't enough to get XO the win, but now AAAD have the Mantis that they want. They have their strength. They get to play their game, and that, I think, spells disaster for XO, as they're going to protect the Mantis as well, and the Invis, so a solid backline for them, but the backline ain't always where XO's bread is buttered.
Ooh, okay. Strategist locked out. Daredevil banned for both sides. Loki is potentially available for XOXO, but Invisible Woman's going to be that final protect locked in.
Loki
right
ban
now,
maybe from XO?
Yeah.
Because if that happens, we got the mirror bans again, and we're back to Museum of Contemplation.
I smell a strange. I smell a sorcerer. Surely.
Oh,
one-sided Loki. Okay, definitely a strange. At that point, you gotta shut something out.
I mean, you can get a one-sided invis as well, or you can get the strange. I don't know about the Ultron ban. You might be afraid of the Mantis with the Ultron, you know, the double damage boost, and I think that is still what you're gonna go for. And yeah, fair enough. Okay, on Krakoa, I can kind of see it as well, but I think, you know, Doctor Strange making it through for both sides is huge. That's something we haven't seen very often. It's something we didn't see when it came to Burn and T'Challa. It's something that we haven't seen on a couple of other maps, so it's a huge coup for both teams to be able to get that one through. Invis does end up making it through for both sides, so despite the protect coming out from EXO, AAAD are also going to have access to that should they so choose, but they also get the Loki and they get the Mantis, and I think that's a coup for them. That does mean they get the Vibrant Vitality team up, they get some of the best strategists in the game, they can play triple strategists, they can play with the Captain America, with the Vanpool. They've got quite the composition coming out here, but EXO, I don't know if I would ever say they've got a plan. Maybe they just wing it. Maybe it works out for them. But they have got moxie. They have got some. They have got something special. They have got something that has taken them this far to a map number 5. This is where it is all decided. One team's tournament hopes will die here. The other will carry on and have that date with destiny. Carry on to the next round. Keep the dream alive for one more night. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be XOXO01 or is it going to be AAAD? I can't wait to find out, and luckily for me, I only gotta wait about 5 more seconds.
Honestly, let's get into it right now. The doors are open to Krakoa on the final map between XOXO and AAAD right here. Here is the question, will AAA maintain the lead they had earlier and win? Hold on a minute, Portal?
Early portal play coming out from EXO. Zetha looking to try and catch someone off guard. All of EXO is ready to square up, and who did they catch? It looks like nobody is going to be falling for that one as No Smite is there, but he might actually just sacrifice himself into the meat grinder.
Ooh, sacrificial lamb right there. Better watch out for the belt. Here we go. Now, looks like XOXO is going to be the ones trying to get that contestant early. Nice and nicely done. But they're getting pushed away by AAAD. Watch out for the unicorn from T2, but zoning them out, denying the heals, denying the pain. Songjuk will get a bit of HP on the scene, trying to re-dive in. Zita, 27 days, getting Winska and Rocco, and No Smite with a big Maelstrom follow-up right there. And a little bit of splashing from 27 days. They do clean up the rest of AAAD, force them back into spawn as they do claim capture. Stun this off.
And it's going to be the first capture, like you said, coming out from EXO. And as we're kicking things off on Carousel, this is one of the maps that I kind of figured would go more AAAD's way. And if EXO can break out ahead, take it to a 99-99 situation, God forbid win this map, they're setting themselves up for success when we inevitably do come out to Cradle. But we ain't there yet. That's in the future. Right now, it's the pain as Zetha coming through with another Maelstrom, taking down Illicit, and AAAD on the back foot.
And there we go. Agamotto online for Zeta if they need. T-Tuber can bring a banhammer as well. Waiting for the moment they do it. They land it. T-Tuber trying to actually... Oh, in the back line alone. Goes for the quick fire. Dance of the butterfly. Gets the value. Taking out Illicit, the Psylocke as well. That is clean value for themselves. That does kind of lend them to a quick team fight win. As AAA gonna have to wait for the regroup right now as Illicit and Rocker are walking back from spawn.
It's gonna be... EXO starting to break out ahead here. A wealth of ultimates about to come online for both sides, but if you're EXO, you want this next fight to be bloody, you want it to take time, you want to be able to get to that 99%, and then you don't even care if AAAD come out ahead. The longer you can make this one take, the better. Beast of the Abyss coming out, and EXO going to try and stem the bleeding, but Illicit strikes blood, taking down Reister early on, and that's disastrous because Reister was holding on to that ultimate.
Ooh, big slams from the Kumiho right there. Gamoda follows suit from Zeta, but it's going to be Jeff time. Jeff going for a bit of a scoop. Quaison, how many did you get? Not going to be the value they need, but they're going to be going off, and they're going to take one Doctor Strange out of here. Zeta bounced out of here right there. A bit of a splash and crash in the momentum of XOXO. AAA do get percentage on the board.
And stopping it before it got to that 90% threshold, only 80% for EXO, and it's again losing out on Racer before he was able to come on deck with that Soul Resurgence. A huge strike from Illicit, and that's exactly what you need for AAAD. Now you can start this next fight with a Banhammer, force that Soul Resurgence out early, and then AAAD can just keep playing their game, build up that next salvo of ultimates. It's going to be a while before they get up to those ones, but as long as they can buy themselves some time. Hello, they almost just gave away the point for free. They do! EXO just snaked that one.
Ooh, climbing up the percentage, flip back to XOXO. Right now it's going to probably force them into a 99 defense right here. There is the momentum. Can they take it? Yes, they can. Right there, 97% climbing very, very soon as well. AAA are going to have to fight one last time right here. Going to try T2, but taken down right there. It's going to be down one soldier for the next fight. But the portal's up right there from Rocco. Going to bring the rest of the team on in. XOXO, they do have a chance for the Cutterfly. They do have a chance for the Feast of the Abyss. They have so many opportunities here to win it, but all they want to do is try to exhaust AAA's resources. Force AAA to ultimate to take it back. Because if they win the round, they go into AAA without any ultimates and can capture early next. But if AAA use all their resources, they can take it back, guaranteed win the next fight.
27As with the Hawk 2 over there onto Quaz, an invisible boundary from Ace and Sunjoku again with that Feast of the Abyss, and EXO looking like they're breaking ahead with this fight. Another Eye of Agamotto coming out from Zeta, but I think AAAD have what it takes to be able to stabilize, but they lose Tuba in the fray. The Kumiho has been unleashed, but put right back on that leash. Like Zeta walking the dog over here, and EXO are walking away with this map, and this is disastrous for AAAD. That might be a tournament losing mistake to give up that flip. They'll have an opportunity to redeem themselves, but no more second chances. The EXO are one sub-map away from ending AAAD's tournament dreams. Cradle is where we are going, and this is where I wanted to see it all take place. This is EXO's map on Krakoa. This is their best shot. AAAD have to flip the script, and they've got to do it here. They've got to do it now, and they gotta not let EXO get away with absolute thievery, embezzling the point right out from under their nose, and then fighting so hard and not being able to find the flip through all of that. That's the worst case scenario for AAAD. It doesn't get worse than that.
Ooh, there is the moment. There is the action. This could be it for XOXO. They have a chance. They got themselves Jeff Time ready for the next fight. Soul Resurgence as well from Resta. But AAA, don't write them off just yet. I see something that could bring a burning hope for them. That's going to be Illicit on the Phoenix right now. But Portal is being lined up by Zeta. Question is Tuba aware of it? No. It looks like they might go for a kidnap portal. They're going to try to burst someone early. Let's see who they mark first.
My question is going to be, are AAAD shaken after that first round? It's their map pick. They were ready. Zeta is taking his sweet time with this portal, catching them on the rotation. You're taking the fight straight to AAAD. I think AAAD might have anticipated this at some point in time, because they were like, we didn't see the enemy. We ain't seen the whites of their eyes. The fight ain't kicking off yet, but here it is. 27A's popping that Jeff ultimate. Oh, he's got 3. That's huge.
Jeffrey!
And it's right by the environmental 27A's with a triple, and no spike with the Feast of the Abyss, but there's nothing left to feast upon. There's no one around. He's dining alone.
Unbelievable right there. So much value coming out from a clean portal into the Jeff. Right there, good ultimate usage, good portal usage. Allows them to gain capture early against AAA. But they also did force the Abyss boundary from No Smite once, guys. So that's going to be a tough one going into
I didn't
that
even see
next
the boundary coming out. That's disastrous.
I have a feeling it might have been clutch.
You have an unmirrored Soul Resurgence now for Register, so EXO can just take this fight on their terms. They're also coming up on a Feast of the Abyss and a Dance of the Butterfly. If you're AAAD, there's really nothing you can do. You have to hope Rocco is able to build up this Soul Resurgence, but no spike getting caught out. 27A's, I don't know if AAAD have what it takes to get back into this. They've got to shake off the cobwebs. Something has to change, and it has to change now. But EXO, knowing them, they are not going to let it happen. And Song Inferno from Illicit. Just try and repel EXO, not letting them come through. Feast of the Abyss now coming out from Sung Jok-woo. AAAD holding the shield Tuba, trying to keep the rest of the team alive. Stop what is going to come after, but it's the Dance of the Butterfly from Alone Fills. No Strategist ultimates from AAAD. Tuba getting caught out all alone. 52%, and EXO are coming away with this fight, and they haven't been forced to burn either of their Strategist ultimates. AAAD could not be more on the back foot. It is DEFCON 5. They are running out of time. They're running out of opportunities, and EXO are running away with Krakoa. And AAAD still struggling to even get on the board.
There is so much that could go on right now if they get this fight in their favor here. AAA, No Smite already going for that little back capture right there. XOXO pretty fairly pushed up right now. Did they have a chance to make it back? They do, just in time, just shy to be able to turn that away. But nonetheless, No Smite did remove some pressure from XOXO right there. Resta as well, gonna have that resurgence for the next fight. Everyone's got ultimates ready to go for the next fight. But this could be the final fight if EXO win it right here. Boundary drops right now. Starting off from Ace, match it with the resurgence. I have a from Tuba right there. Couple stuns going off, but nobody's down yet as Sustain is spreading across the battlefield right now.
Tuba Nearly falls there. 99%, it's overtime. Triple AD have no choice. They have to win this fight. They've got to win it here and now. And the invisible bounty from Winsker trying to keep everybody alive for the time being. Sungjuk on a sliver of HP. Could get caught out here, but they're not able to confirm the elims. Aetha going in deep, but a huge force physics to deny the Eye of Agamotto. That's exactly what Triple AD need. Now with the Soul Resurgence and a Freedom Charge, they're keeping their tournament dreams alive on a wing and a prayer. And with the Maelstrom of Madness, Tuba able to take down Rister. Both members of the backline of EXO are going to be dispelled, and this will be Triple AD finding the flip, breathing a sigh of relief. They still have something left to say.
Oh, relief. Not for long, though. Not for long right now. They have one opportunity right now to hold the line, the entirety of that bar of percentage. They're going to take it from 0 all the way to 100 if they want to stay in the running right here tonight. But all EXO have to do is win one team fight, one capture, and the round and the map and Krakoa is theirs. They carry on to another match tonight and survive elimination. Let's see. 20% climb for AAA. Looking good so far.
And there's a ticking time bomb right now. Alone feels 98% to that Dance of the Butterfly. No Strategist ultimates for Triple AD. Illicit has this Galactic Legend. That is the only tool Triple AD have right now. If they go early with that and maybe snuff out some momentum from EXO, I think that'd be a good play. But the more time they take, the better it is for Alonefills to get access to that backline, pop that ultimate. Galactic Legend coming out and looking to try and catch Alonefills out. That would be the money shot right there, but it's just not going to come out. He's able to track him down, though, and no Smite and Tuba are there.
Oh, right now this is a pretty good fight for AAA. As they get some picks here, but Resta getting a value on the Mantis right now. Going to bring their team, just group them up, get that damage boost going right now. Pouring a lot into them. Well, Songjuk on the face of the abyss right there. And Psylocke, gonna see the Dance of the Cutterfly going off very, very soon. Alone might be the one to mark up right now. They're gonna focus down T2 putting in so much damage into the Doctor Strange, who's getting sustained by Winsker and Rocco. Let's see if it marks. Dance of the Butterfly takes its first step. And there it is! A second step, a third step. That's a triple KO into the Quadra, potentially sustained by 27A's, who gets that final pick onto the Doctor Strange. And the Strange is down, which means there is a chance for the double switch right there. Does Quasted get the portal off? Overtime's ticking down, and now is anybody going to be there to contest the moment, the madness? Is it XOXOs? Yes, it is! The portal wasn't quick enough! And the round and the map and the series go to XOXO.
And just like I said, it was that ticking time bomb. It was the Dance of the Butterfly. He knew Rocco didn't have that ultimate yet, so he double dashed in, risked it all to get the win, and came up aces. Found 3 off of that ultimate, and unfortunately, just like you said, Tuba got staggered out. We've seen that happen before in this series. It could not happen here. It was the worst possible moment. They couldn't get the portal on. They might have had a chance if they could have gotten there a second sooner, but by the skin of their teeth, EXO pull away with this, and Triple AD cast aside, eliminated from the tournament, and EXO carry on to the next round here. They have got a date with Destiny that was meant for Triple AD, but it doesn't matter. If you get caught slipping on a day like this, it belongs to EXO now.
Most definitely. Whew. Gotta say, it is an unfortunate turn of events for Triple AD, but Dan will not be crashing out in the chat today. XOXO pulled through and showed everybody they still got some fire to show everybody. Let's see how it unfolds for the rest of them. Gotta say, what an impressive effort by them right there. Gotta say, all in on the Cutterfly. That Psylocke factor, CB, you called it. It made the difference.
And again, like, there was really no tool that Triple AD had. They didn't scout it. They tried playing so hard to be able to overcome that. You know, again, Illicit going in with that Galactic Legend, trying to get Alonefills and everybody trying to chase him down. That bought them some time, but not enough. And Alonefills knew it was his moment. It was the time. There was no reaction that could have potentially come out from Triple AD. Tuba had no choice but to hold up the shield and stop any extra damage from coming through. There was no ultimates, no patty caking, no nothing that could have saved them. That was the shot, that was everything, and that is going to take them further in this tournament. They still have a lifeline. They may be able to best, whether it's Rival Esports or Zero Tenacity, maybe even get all the way. Who knows? The sky's the limit with this team. You can't predict them. You can't ever count them out no matter what, and you definitely cannot let them steal the point out from under you and give up Carousel.
Yeah, that was a rough one, but you know, they took them the distance and they drained as much potential as they could. XOXO knew that when they took on Triple AD, they had to put everything out there to maintain it and get that victory. AAA took them all the way there. EXO took them the distance, and so we can go one step further beyond, and they do claim that there, and they do take the series. What an insane series to start the night. but it does mean a bit of a farewell and a GG's to Triple AD, who are eliminated from preseason in the Pacific for Marvel Rivals Ignite. But still commendable effort to the team, so round of applause, of course, to all of Triple AD for a stellar performance. And you know, it's a good luck to XOXO on their next match as well.
I guess the consolation for Triple AD is that it is just the preseason. You know, there is still time to reevaluate and reassess and come back stronger in Stage 1. We did see some steady improvements from this team. I don't think they have necessarily hit the heights that they are capable of hitting, and with a little bit of time in the workshop, I think they're going to be a scary team to have to go up against in Stage 1, but there are fewer teams scarier than the unpredictable XO. What's the saying? The devil you know versus the devil you don't. I think you don't ever truly know what the devil this team is doing, and that came back to bite Triple AD. They got a little bit too cocky, a little too confident on that Krakoan map pick, and XO getting away with things that they absolutely should not have. And by the time Triple AD started to get their feet back from under them, it was too little, too late. And if you're XO, you're going to keep riding that high. And I mean, sure, you're not going back to the workshop yet. You're not really going to be ready to refine your craft, but hey, you're going to be getting a little bit of extra cash money going further into this tournament. You are going to be making the rest of the playing field sweat. They are now going to have to deal with you. You are now everyone's problem.
Yes, the lower bracket run has begun for XOXO. Let's see if they can maintain momentum. Maybe get to the grand finals, we'll see. But next is a crazy one as well. Gonna have RVL versus Z10. Let's see who's gonna survive that bout as well. Who's gonna start their lower bracket run, and who's gonna face XOXO? Let's see. Can XOXO take them on, or will they not survive the wrath?
I think both teams are going to have some cobwebs to shake off after yesterday. I know I was talking with the coach of Zero Tenacity, saying that they didn't feel like that all went according to plan. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to that matchup later on today, but I feel like both of those teams are going to be angry, and they are going to be looking for redemption. And this is not the team that you want to go up against when you are angry, when you are shaken, when you are not feeling your best, when you are not the most confident. This is a team that will make the most out of your emotional missteps. If you make one mistake, if you don't come correct mentally, emotionally, physically, they will make you hurt. And saw that today with Triple AD. I think we're going to see that a little bit more, especially if these two teams we see later on tonight don't come correct. I can't wait for that matchup here. And this is only match number 1. We also have Reject versus Pirates on deck a little bit later on today. Who even knows how that one is going to be, as Reject are still on their redemption arc and Pirates are still on their reign of terror.
Oh, what the immovable object versus the unstoppable force right there. You just labeled it. Looking forward to that matchup as well. That's going to be extra exciting. But it's it's all eyes on XOXO, as they did win this series right here. They did surprise a lot of people. I believe predictions were leaning back and forth between the two teams. A lot of people thought AAA will return to form, but XOXO have, proven to be formidable.
I know one person who's not surprised. I know one person who never doubted them for a second. Shout out that one, Dan. Where are you at? I know you're not actually in here, but you're probably in the chat watching right now, in between some of the matches over in OCE. You took time out of your day to come over here just to make sure that XO had what it takes. I saw him in the chat earlier typing, I believe, and you know what? I gotta be honest, I doubted. I thought because, hey, this is Triple AD's map pick, they were gonna run away with it. I was not anticipating the mistakes that would be made and the capitalization that came out from XO. They know how to seize the moment, and they came to play in this tournament bracket. And imagining some of the rematches we might get, XO versus Reject again, I think would be another heater. I mean, it was a 3-0 yesterday, but it was a close 3-0, especially on maps like Central Park and Museum of Contemplation. I think either of those maps could have gone either way, but one thing I do know for sure is that we have got a winner's interview for this matchup. We're getting that one cooked up and ready for you. So we get to answer some of our questions for XOXO01, although I, in the break time, did look to see one of those. I did find out they don't actually have a coach, or at least not one listed on the Liquipedia. So what is coaching this team like? I can't wait to find out.
They just believe in the heart of each other, honestly.
I thought you were going to say heart. I thought you were going to say heart of the cards.
Yeah, I see, because XOXO, they keep you thinking. I thought I'd adopt their mentality. They're always going to use not what you expect to see, hear, or say. And that's just the XO way. So we'll find out very, very soon as we get a chat with the interview. It's getting ready right now. You're getting situated. It's going to be good. It's going to be a banger interview. I think everyone's going to love who we're going to have a chat with very, very soon. A hero of the story, and might have a redemption arc. Sorry, I should say lower bracket run of the century. It's begun. It has officially begun. Curious to see if it fully unfolds all the way. Now, so much on the mind for everybody. OC is going off crazy as well. But Asia is here, and we got an interview ready to go.
Yeah, you say, like you say, so much on the mind, so much is on my mind right now. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, but I don't think what's on my mind or yours matters right now. I want to know what's on the mind of Sungjuk Woo. Hello, congratulations on the big win.
Thank you so much, guys.
So, I mean, coming out of a game like that, there's really no other question in the world that I could open this with how do you feel after that win?
Yeah, of course, we feel good. Like, honestly, I don't think we're gonna beat them. Because like all performance, like even in the scrim or like past few match, it's been like really bad. Yeah, it's like I was not expecting to win this.
Yeah, that's fair. But nonetheless, you pulled through, and you did some amazing things right there. I got to say, what happened when you first felt that first round of Krakow? Once you guys won that and realized, oh, we're one round away from winning. How did that moment feel?
Yeah, we was kind of like still like focusing on our next fight. Don't think about the other stuff like counting outs. Comes like what we're gonna do next fight. Okay, reset. Like we just focus on our play.
I mean, like honestly, like in a situation like that, taking it one fight at a time is the best you can do, and you guys pulled it off incredibly, especially on Yggdrasil and then again on Krakoa. My question for you specifically is: you're known as someone with an interesting hero pool. I want to ask, how do you choose what hero you were going to play going into any specific situation?
Honestly, what hero I play is like it depends on my team, like what they want me on. Like sometimes they want me on camp, sometimes they want me on magic, DD. Like yeah, I just play whatever they told me to play.
The only person I've ever heard where they say sometimes they want me on magic.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the soundbite moment right there. We'll see if things get magical later, and you know, Sungjuk Woo might take it to the end. Anything you want to say to the people out there, those who support you and EXO? What do you want to say? You know, is there a team that you're looking at maybe for a bit of a rematch? Want to get revenge?
Yeah, of course, it's Reject. Yeah.
You guys played Reject quite close yesterday. I'd like to see that rematch as well. I've got a question. I'm looking at your background. I'm seeing some resistance bands and a pull-up bar. How many pull-ups can you do?
Maybe just less than 10.
That's still more than me. That's still more. Can we get a flex? Can we get a flex right there?
I have no muscle. I have no muscle.
That's okay, because the biggest muscle you have is your heart, because your heart is what helped you guys win today and get that victory. Thank you very much for your time. We'll send you off back to your team. Good luck in your next match, sooner than you think.
Thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
Take care.
I think he's lying. I think he's just being modest. I think he's yoked and he just doesn't want to reveal his full power. I think that's true.
Listen, maybe, honestly, the flex demon in game got to be a flex demon out of game. That's what I'm saying. Okay, got to be there. Yeah. Maybe saving it for later. We don't know. Maybe we got to win this EXO win at all. Maybe EXO take the whole thing, take the grand championship, take the grand $20,000 prize, and then maybe we get the Sungjuk Woo flex. I know everybody in the chat wants that. It's looking crazy. I think they're feeling very good after that win as well.
We're gonna get a curve. EXO, we're gonna make it to land. He's gonna pull up looking like Arnold up there on the stage, all jacked out of his mind. Yes. We're gonna have to get him 3 chairs, one for him and then one for each arm, just because he's got that much mass on there. Like, I don't know, 10 pull-ups sounds like a lot to me, because I can't even do one.
It's a lot.
I've been going to the gym for years. I can't do a single pull-up. He's less than 10. Modest over here.
Well, modesty is not the key for these players. Talk smack, talk your ish, as they say, and represent. But nonetheless, that was an epic series between XOXO and Triple AD. When we come back, everybody, you know what time it is. It's gonna be RVL versus Zero Tenacity. Right back after a short break.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. And
ancestral sword! Strike!
A gift from touch.
Taste cold steel!
Time to make the undead dead again.
Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the preseason for Pacific. Specifically, we are focused in, locked in on Asia's finest teams here today and for tomorrow as well. The playoffs are wrapping up very, very quickly. We've already had to say farewell to a team AAA. Salute to y'all. But now, XOXO survived, but woo, we're still chugging along on to Elimination Station. Someone's got to go home, CB.
All right, we said farewell to one team. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to say farewell to another team. Will it be Zero Tenacity or will it be Rival Esports? Only time will tell. I have my money on Zero Tenacity taking this one, just personally, but they did make a fair bit of mistakes yesterday. I was talking with their coach, Zitchik, and they were telling me, you know, so many things went wrong yesterday that led to that loss against Reject that put them in this situation where now their backs are up against the wall. They're facing elimination. They're saying the drafting sucked, but that was salvageable. We started playing just fundamentally bad. We started relying on hero plays and we never comboed when we really needed to. And that's the kind of thing that you can already tell, right? Like, hero plays are fantastic when they happen, but if you're relying on them, something has already not gone according to plan. Something hasn't worked out. And if you're Zero Tenacity, that was your one. It's a double elim bracket. Everybody gets one. You don't get another one. So you need to beat Rival Esports here and now. We're going to kick things off on Celestial Husk for map number 1. And domination, where things always start. And I think if you're Zero Tenacity, anything short of domination would be an upset from here on out.
Well, most definitely. Well, beautiful thing about Glorious Celestial Husk, a very, very divisive and decisive map. A lot of teams don't always run towards it. It's a bit of a risky one, but nonetheless, it is a high risk, high reward situation. Both these teams, they only got one shot to survive here in the preseason. It's going to be to survive the other, to take down the other, and not get eliminated here today. Beautiful times on domination guaranteed with Celestial Husk. See some Venom going off. Ultron as well does very well here. Banning phase could be very, very spicy, but I'm almost certain We're not seeing Gab. We're not seeing Elsa.
Yeah.
The Mantis
What?
protects. Same old, same old.
The first protect tends to paint the picture for us, but I think for the most part in Asia, there haven't been any teams that have been willing to let the Gambit go through first. He's been first one on the chopping block over and over again. Elsa has made it through a couple of times. Some teams are less afraid of her, but maybe they should be because she is still the strongest duelist in the game. And I want to say it's not close, but I think Daredevil does kind of end up being a close second there. You know, wall hacks, again, can't be underrated, can't be understated. And I think for both of these teams, it's something that you're going to want to leverage here. I think there's a lot of different things to be afraid of. But like you said, a lot of teams also like to go for that first protect on the Mantis, make sure that they have a decent triple strategist backline. The number of things that Mantis can enable is not something that can be discounted, but I don't know if you want to rely entirely on the strategies that have got you in this situation to begin with, because clearly they have not been working, or at the very least they haven't been executed properly. I think if there's ever a time to change things up, it is now or never, especially if you're Rival Esports, because much like myself, I don't think a lot of people are expecting Rival to come out ahead in this one, so you might as well just throw it all in, leave it all in the ring.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to throw everything you got at the opposing force that is right in front of you if you want to get this victory for yourselves. Right now, look, some people believe Zero Tenacity, some fan favorites out there believe people, they should be able to get this through. Aviel's not looking up to top form, but nonetheless, maybe a sleep or two has shown something new. Aviel had a bit of a rough go yesterday as well, but the bout has begun, everybody. Let's go. Aviel versus Z10. Playoffs are continuing here tonight. We're in our second set of this glorious ignited evening, and the beautiful thing about this CB is this match is going to be absolutely guaranteed going all 5 maps. I'm calling it right now, everybody. All 5 maps. Put your prediction in.
That is a bold prediction. I want to give Rival the benefit of the doubt. I know they're stacked with some incredible talent, but I think Zero Tenacity, like I said, anything less than a dominant 3-0 is going to be disappointing for a team that has such high highs here. But something else, there's another storyline that I think you and I are ignoring that I think the crowd wants to see. We finally get the storied matchup of Marvel versus Rivals.
Ooh. You may be on something there. Hold on a second. Who's playing on these teams? What's going on here? But I'll tell you what, everybody check your watches, because back on our screens from Zero Tenacity, everybody, it's Biza time. Biza is back on our screens. Welcome back in the scene on the games today. Looking forward to it. Snipsy as well on the White Fox hover, looking good. But yeah, look, honestly, guys, bad protect, same as always. I'm waiting for something. Throw in a little strange, man. Something spicy. Double Loki. And this hovering, contemplating.
Your strange ban might happen in the back half. Any domination map, I mean, honestly, any map for that matter, I think is going to be a high value ban. But these two happening simultaneously, no double invis, no double Loki. Instead, we're going to split the difference. Loki ban for Zero Tenacity and a invis ban coming out from Rival Esports. And now is where things are going to get interesting. Again, these second protects are where I tend to look the most towards what the teams actually want to play, and it's going to be the Loki that comes through one-sided for Zero Tenacity. So Mantis Loki backline means you've got just about the best triple strategist that you could possibly ask for with those two, coupled with, I believe, the White Fox, which should make it through the ban phase here, especially if you reach for that Ultron. Yeah, of course, you can't leave that. You can't risk the damage boosted Ultron. It's the last thing that you want to be facing off against if you don't have a good hit scan to take him down.
Hold on, I saw Thor. I saw Thor on Protect for a second there. Listen, there's no way we're getting a Thor Protect in Ignite right now. They're just cycling through. Aviel having a bit of a giggle, but they're gonna go for the strange Protect just to be safe, not get caught out. And yeah, that's not gonna have invis on their side. That's a lot of strategists just banned out again for both sides. We will see how it all unfolds. Eggsy on the Psylocke, Zeft on the Daredevil, Proxy's gonna bring back that classic Mantis, Wendy's Jeff is crazy. I see Lumi. At the end of the day, Lumi, lock in. We know you're the Sorcerer Supreme of the scene. The question is, can you bring out those mystical magical powers and change the odds in your favor? Let's see if Lumi's got that Eye of Agamotto and can see all 14,605,000 possibilities.
Well, they are going to need closely examine every single one of those possibilities, as there may only be one where Rival Esports comes out ahead of Zero Tenacity, or at the very least, if you ask Zero Tenacity, that's the way that it should be. They got caught up in Rejects Resurgence and ended up down in the lower bracket where nobody thought they would be, at least not just yet, but nevertheless, that is where they are, and if they want to fight their way out of it, they are going to have to go through Rival Esports. It is put up or shut up. It is now or never. It is elimination time for one of these two teams, and we're kicking things off on Celestial Husk. And both teams coming with a lot of the picks that you highlighted early on. I'm seeing a Venom for both sides. Marvel versus HK Mario. Both have been stellar on these picks. I think Marvel's bag goes a little bit deeper than just this Venom. I'm looking forward to seeing if anything else comes out, or if anything else even needs to come out for Marvel, because this is a composition that Zero Tenacity, I think, have looked quite strong on in the past.
Now we see Soko opening up that portal on the Strange. Matching pace with Marvel on the Venom. Question on the mind right now, you know. We'd love to see Gambit through. Why? Not just for Gambit. I want to see the team up. I want to see the Rogue. Marvel's very well known for that Rogue, but unfortunately we're not getting much Rogue out here tonight in the Pacific region. But nonetheless, we'll still apply pressure. Agamotto could be soon available for Soto. A lot of pressure on the Maelstroms as well, as they do chug him down. Snipsy takes down Eggsy. Getting that first blood right there. And capture still looking in favor for Zero Tenacity, as RVL's not able to contest and pushed away to the corridors and the caverns.
Now, they do take a pretty good fight and find the first frag, but the fight is happening off the point, and Zero Tenacity taking the fight straight to him on the point. Soko just pushing the enemy team around with that Doctor Strange. Soko's Doctor Strange, by the way, has been a huge boon for this team. Zichik was also telling me that a lot of teams have started target banning out that Doctor Strange specifically, but Soko's flexibility has been quite the boon for the team. But you don't need to be flexible when you've got raw fragging potential like Exy and like Jerry, and that is two back-to-back elims, and I don't think Rival Esports is going to have a good opportunity to recover from that one. I think it's going to be abandon all ships, GG go next, we take the next fight as best we can, but you ain't getting out that easy. Jerry not letting you get away with that one, Proxies.
No, indeed. They're not going to let you get that one. 41% climbing right now for Zero Tenacity. Question is, can they zero in on the goal right here and get the 100-0 capture on the first round of Celestial Husk? Zeft has the ultimate line. Honestly, Zeft kind of has a good opportunity here, but I feel like
no, he doesn't.
Mind. It's Baiza time.
Yeah, Baiza's got a good opportunity to get those marbles just like straight into the face of Zeft, and I don't think we're going to be seeing the Galactic Legend coming anytime soon. Instead, we're going to be seeing a spawn hold coming out from Zero Tenacity, as they are just blitzkrieging right now. Marvel is going crazy in the spawn. There is a back cap coming out, but I think there's enough members of Zero Tenacity that don't need to commit to this fight that they can keep Lumi at bay for the time being. It wasn't even Lumi going for the back cap. I'm not sure who that was on point, but nevertheless, they got scared, and they should be, because there's 6 ults about to come online for Zero Tenacity, and even though you're building up to your 6th of your own, it's going to be a bloody fight and one that is not coming out on your terms. You got to walk through the chokes and try and take the fight to them.
XZ taking out Snipsy on the skylines right there. That is exactly what we saw earlier today. Salak is a bit of a tough one for the Ultrons to handle right there. Drop flying Agamotto. Gonna get the value right there. They're gonna see a bit of a Zeft going Galactic in the skies, match it up with the Fate of Both Worlds being there. All 6 ultimates online right now, nullifying each other. You can see that shapeshift matching pace with the Kumiho from Baiza. Marvel takes out X-Lyle. That's gonna be the switch in value they need. Venom's going in. Jerry taking out Proxy's Lumi on the Baiza right there, taking them down, getting the value they need. 99% right now claimed. RVL's down. Too many players in the ballpark today. Looks like Zero Tenacity is gonna hit that home run with 100-0.
The crazy thing is, Exy on the Psylocke, his tracking is so crazy good. He's been a solid hit scan player for his entire hero shooter career, one of the best in the business, has the potential to reach the highest of highs, and I want to see it happen. And when he's got the tracking that a hero like Psylocke rewards, you're going to see him just getting raw frags in the neutral, and that keeps happening time and time again. You know, we talk about which team has the ult advantage, who's got what, the Galactic Legends, the Kumihos Unleashed. Doesn't matter. Sometimes you just got to get a couple of clicks with the Psionic Crossbow, take the Elim, and then you're already going to be down a man going into the next fight. And it gets even worse when the fights start to break down and you can't keep track of where Exy is. He gets access to a backline, gets a couple of those shots on deck, and you're constantly looking with your head on a swivel just to try and find out where this Psylocke is. And again, that's crazy because it's not even his first pick. Like, it's just another hero that he's good at.
No way indeed. 5 seconds till we see those doors open up. Get into the action right now for Celestial Husk to go off. You can see, okay, here it is, the moment. Sokka's going to start up the winding the portal here. At the same time, Marvel's got Penny setting up the mines. Going to go for a little classic play here. And they're going to try to assassinate someone from RVL. Does it land? Oh, that's quite a bit of damage, but they're going to sustain and survive and group up very quickly. It's very lucky that RVL were bunched up as strategists together. And we'll be able to sustain that one with the triple strategist lineup. It's a lot of sustain. Very hard to get them with the Penny mine trick there.
Yeah, but you can tell Rival were still scared. They immediately all hit the S key as soon as they saw Soko coming through that teleporter. I would be scared too, seeing Zero Tenacity coming at you with full force, but it's not over yet. As sooner or later, the fight's got to break down, and it is going to happen now. Marvel taking down Lumi early on. A nice little two-piece for Marvel on the Venom to start things off, and he is not content with just that. He wants more, but Xe going to come in here, get a piece of the pie, taking down one strategist, looking for the second one. It's a little bit too hot for him, but Marvel, there we go. He'll clean up the scraps.
Ooh, here it is, Marvel just absolutely getting that plate served, taking all the scraps as you said, and lining it up. But Jerry has a chance for the Mantis to go off and get value. So returns for the next fight. Gotta watch out for Mario, who could be swinging around. Crunch is available if they need. They can get that beast going off. Looks like Lumi's going to be on the aggression first, trying to mark a bit of percentage down, but Zero Tenacity is just so formidable, so just stoic on the high ground right now. But little back capture coming out from RVO. Are they going to contest this one? Yes, indeed. Zero Tenacity are going to be forced off the high ground from RVL's little flank. Back cap there, but lock it in, everybody. Banhammer time going in right now. The Unicorn's dropping. Resurgence comes out from Jerry. Feast of Demons from Marvel, and it does crunch and take Lyle out of the fight right now as the bout is still going. And Song Inferno gets denied right before crashing.
Not gonna be coming through with the damage. Soul Resurgence now from Proxies. Rival Esports still think that they can turn this fight, but the Dance the Butterfly now coming out. Rage of Ultron to try and slow it down, but you can't hit the Psylocke. You can't hit what you can't see, and you never saw Xe coming. Then he traded out Amantis for Amantis as Jerry falls on the other side, but Zeft all alone and just getting ganked there by Soko, and that's going to be the fight one for Zero Tenacity. And they kick that fight off, like you said, just stoic up on that high ground. It's because they see Rival Esports are trying to split their attention, try and both displace them from the high ground and also go for the back cap. And Zero Tenacity, you know, they don't need to take that fight any sooner than they want to. They are in control. They're up to 80% and counting, and they are looking to send it home.
Ooh, okay. 80% and climbing. This is it. Final fight right now. If Z10 win this one here, they are able to secure victory entirety here on Celestial Husk. They do take down one. They take down the Mario. The Mario goes down with the proxies as well. There it is, XZ on the side lock. Dancing on up disco time. And unfortunately, Wade, aka Lumi, the Deadpool, was not invited to the party, but Snipsy's gonna cash in and steal another chance at victory here with a portal to bring RVL back online. This is their final chance to win a team fight here and to take momentum away from Z10. HK Mario is gonna bring the big crunch, taking out XZ right there. Feast of the Abyss is gonna get the value they need, but Jerry on the Spider-Man is going to be able to rotate and retreat and get the value. And they combo breaker proxies on the Adam Warlock, going to force a Cocoon to go on out in the backline on the Zev. Jerry is on this friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Not so friendly when he's in your face and uppercutting you all over the place.
Banhammer just to try and put this Spider-Man to justice. J. Jonah Jameson would love this one, but Rival Esports have yet to put Jerry to justice, and Zero Tenacity still in the fight. Proxies with a good Cosmic Cluster taking down Baser, but Jerry gonna get his pound of flesh in redemption there. Aya Bagamoto now coming out from Soko, and that might just be it. It's everybody frozen in place. Xe just has a shooting gallery. It's basically just shooting some crash test dummies. Have that Ensong Inferno now coming out from Zeft, and another uppercut from Jerry, and Rival Esports end up getting a little bit too scattered, falling off the point, and that's back-to-back hundreds of zeros for Zero Tenacity on domination. And just like I said, anything less for this team and they would come away disappointed, but right now, heads held high. This is just another day in the office.
Ooh, it may be. And now Jerry takes the team to the water cooler to get refreshments after a strong map victory. But there it is, Z10 taking map 1 against RVL Esports tonight in a 7-minute domination round. Now it is a bit of a tough start for RVL, but nonetheless, Zero Tenacity feeling strong again. Look, maybe the lower bracket run could be on Z10's storyline. We don't know. We'll find out as the chapters progress, but nonetheless, we're going to see those moments, those actionable, powerful situations that led to Z10 claiming victory here today.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of Xe in this this highlight reel. Bro is a human highlight reel, especially on the Psylocke. Again, if you can't pin him down, he's always going to be lurking. He's always going to be finding the angles. You're trying to bring the Ultron to the dance floor. It doesn't matter because he just hits the shots and suddenly your Ultron just can't sit comfortably. He doesn't have any self-healing. You can't put a drone on himself, so he can't take a 1v1 up against a Psylocke, especially when she gets close and starts hitting those Sonic crossbow shots at point blank. And that is what Xe will do. He's not afraid to use the dashes to get in close, get a strategist, get an Ultron, take a duel with another duelist. Doesn't matter. He's got confidence. He's got the hot hands, and why wouldn't he, right? When you're playing like that, who's going to stop you?
Yep. Nobody's going to stop Exe on their run of the century. Let's see if it's going to be enough for themselves to keep it going. I've got to say, whew, Zero Tenacity, formidable right now, looking strong, looking sharp right now. Almost a little bit like Triple A looked earlier on, but a little bit stronger. More definitive fashion right now. We got a 3-2 situation earlier. I said it might go all 5 maps. At the moment, Z10 are here to prove me wrong, and if that's the case, salute to them. We'll go to a break. When we come back, map 2 kicks off.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
How we doing, everybody? We are here again. Map 2 between Aviel and Z10 is about to kick off in between the madness of it all here in Ignite, here in the preseason for Pacific Asia. It's going off, it's going down. CB, what do we feel about the momentum coming out of the doors from Z10's house?
I feel like Zero Tenacity, they don't get paid by the hour, but in less than an hour, they might just get paid. I mean, they want to try and clock out. Like we said, it feels like another day at the office for them. They just want to speed run this one and get onto that date with XOXO01, a team that they haven't lost a map to in scrims, or at least I'm told. I haven't actually gotten to get my eyes on them, but they said that they haven't dropped a map to anybody except for Pirates when it comes to scrims. So Scrimbucks have been in their favor, but that didn't really work out so well for Reject. Nevertheless, they want that rematch. They want that date with Destiny. They feel like they are the best team in the region, or at the very least, they have the potential to be. They want to get, at the very least, a top 2. You know, get that grand finals matchup with Pirates, and there are so many obstacles in their way. I feel like They just want to get this one over with and get on to the next one. So we'll see what ends up happening here, but it's going to be Rivals map pick, and I'm just going to go ahead and call it before we actually see it. I'm predicting Museum of Contemplation. I don't know why we would go anywhere else at a point like this, unless Rival Esports really want to hit us with a curveball.
I'm looking forward to it. I think RVL's got a chance to drop something crazy, drop something sneaky. Shinshibuya, maybe, could be. Heart of Heaven, Kunlun, we don't know. A lot of options, a lot of cool things they can do to try to change the pace.
They did go to Heart of Heaven yesterday.
Yes, maybe again, run it back. Let's see. Because right now you wanna change the script a little bit, okay? Z10 think they've got the script, they leaked the script, they know what they want to do now. Change it on them. Try to add some factor that could go into your advantage, because if it's going, you know, down the line, bang for bang, mirror bands, and it's not going in your favor, something has to change.
I feel like, you know, like I said earlier, if you're Rival, you know, you want to leave it all in the ring. You want to leave it all on the line. You don't want to leave no stone unturned. You want to make sure that you're changing it. You're trying new things. You're going down swinging, and that would be a great way to do it. You know, I think maybe change it up. Don't go to a Museum of Contemplation. I just know, you know, sometimes if it's not EXO, things tend to get a little bit more predictable, especially when it comes to this region, because for whatever reason, we love Museum of Contemplation. But no, Midtown. Okay, so change it up a little bit. All right, I'll stop trying to predict everything, because I caster curse everything I touch, apparently. Even the most obvious of predictions I somehow get wrong, and this is why I got 0% in EMEA.
Okay, Midtown. We saw Midtown last night by the OCE squads having a match as well, but looks like Asia's gonna dabble a little bit and get into the Midtown Madness. Empire of the Eternal Night, in the theme of the season, releasing the PvE mode, Blood Hunt. But for now, before we get to Dracula, first we gotta do the classic route from the Baxter building all the way to Avengers Tower. That is the plan here for Midtown. Whew, gotta say, curious to see who's gonna be attacking, defending first, who's gonna set the standard, set the pace. We might not even see the subway. There is a chance we don't even reach the ambulance. It could be that quick.
I think for Zero Tenacity, you would love to stop before it even reaches the ambulance. But if you're Rival Esports, you know, maybe you've got some strategies here. Something that I want to highlight if we go into Midtown, though, is we've talked about it a couple times throughout the night, the Doctor Strange bans that sometimes come out. Doctor Strange is, again, strong on just about every single map, but things tend to get a little bit more front to back when it comes to Midtown. You're going to see a lot more Doctor Strange, probably a lot of Invisible Woman, especially with that team up. Both Soko and Lumi do really like to reach for that particular pick, so I think if that is what Rival Esports are trying to gear up for, I think that's a good look for them, but it might also just be a better one for Zero Tenacity. Who knows? Only they know, only time will tell. Let's get ready to get into it, though, because I'm tired of waiting.
Let's do it. Ooh, let's do it. Let's get into the action. Let's get into the madness of it all, shall we? Right now, as the matchup between RVL and Z10 is going on right now. We are here on map 2, everybody. It's going to be on attack. RVL is going to start up and set the pace. Let's see how it goes right now. Z10, their goal is to hold it back as long as they can. Stop that momentum from RVL rushing out of the doors of the Baxter building. We will see. Both teams rallying on. Into the ban phase we go. Double Gambit ban is sure to be certified.
Which is a shame, because again, we got 2 Fire Gambit skins that you can cop right now, the Alluring Ace and the Will of Galacta, and that's even assuming you're not, you know, are still rocking that wedding skin. So if he gets double banned again, all right, I'm gonna have to call up Guang Guang and say, hey, all right, can we nerf Gambit just so I can at least see him play? All right, I've been deprived of his abs in gameplay for far too long. I need it. I need a Mantis Protect coming out from Rival Esports as well, and you know what? I'm gonna get it because it's their bread and butter. All right, they're one of the teams here in the Pacific that loves to go for that Mantis Protect first time around, make sure that they have a good, solid triple strategist backline. But again, you know, you want to change the equation eventually. You can't be reliant on a triple strategist backline that has gotten you limited success thus far.
Yeah, that is true to consider. I will say here, there's a lot of potential that can come from some sightlines on this map. A little bit of sniper potential could bring value. No Elsa available once again. Both these teams are keeping it in the same pattern. Same thing as always. No Loki, Mantis enabled. Very similar to what we've seen before. But now you're going to have to see that final different factor. Is it going to be an Invisible Wound Protect? Are Z10 going to lock in Sue Storm? Yes, they are. And the next ban, the final ban that's going to affect Z10, is about to get locked in by RVL.
Looks like they're hovering that Doctor Strange ban, and I think that's going to be a good heads-up play. But again, like I was talking again about Zichik, they're telling me, like, even if you go for that Doctor Strange ban, which, I mean, even Rival Esports are second-guessing right now, Soko's bag goes a little bit deeper than I think a lot of people realize, so even that wouldn't really be enough to slow Zero Tenacity's momentum. And Instead, they're going to go for that Ultron ban. And again, I think that's wise. You see the Mantis Protect coming out, Ultron Mantis, a duo that wreaked havoc over midseason last time around, alongside Human Torch, who unfortunately still not strong despite EMEA's best efforts. Not enough people have been willing to pick up the Johnny Storm, but that doesn't mean that the other 2/3 of that triad aren't still strong, especially in tandem. But only Mantis can be coming forward. No Vibrant Vitality with the low keys. Both teams banning that one outright, and both teams getting access to the Sorcerer Supreme. You know what that means for Soko? That means he's going to be going straight for it.
Oh, absolutely. Most definitely right there. That's going to bring the power, the value that they need. If they can take out all that potential. Eggsy on the Starlord makes a lot of sense. Zeft wants to get that value on the Starlord. They got the... Oh, this could be it. All in on the Starlord right there is the plan of attack for RVL. We'll see how it unfolds, but Z10... Ooh.
It's an interesting plan of attack. If you want to go for the Starlord, there's not really a whole lot of open space. There's a lot of cover that you can use. It's not bad, but it's still not his best place when it comes to the sandbox. But nevertheless, that's what Rival Esports are coming out here with, and it's not a terrible strategy. It's going to have to be the one that gets them at least through point A. We'll see what happens if we get that far, if they're able to get a full cap here. If you're a Rival Esports fan, that's what you want to see. That's what you need to see. And again, if you're Zero Tenacity, you want to see this one end quickly. You want to see them get onto that next stage. You want to see them start their redemption arc that both teams are so desperately in search of as the doors open on Midtown, the Baxter building, and Rival Esports going to start their assault.
That is a scary triple. Look at these dive triplets over here.
Quadruplets.
Straight into the mix of it all. Right there. They were just ready to go. Looking fancy, ready to roll, and they just absolutely blitzed on in. But nonetheless, they're going to play it on the back for RVL, and they're going to take some space here as Z10 finally decide to stop the momentum of the Fantastic Car. Where you'll see as Zef takes out XZ on the sidelines, giving a bit of momentum and a bit of advantage to RVL.
Yeah, XZ overextends and Zeft has the angle to be able to punish it, so a good opening salvo here from Rival, but Herbie hasn't taken this thing out of park just yet. Still need to get that thing in D, and there we go. Now we can start rounding this first corner here. Zero Tenacity, even without XZ there, are going to be more than happy to put some bodies on the cart and slow things down, especially once it starts to get out of control. Zeft, a sliver of HP, good pocket to keep him alive here. They want to try and keep this angle to deny Zero Tenacity from the high ground, but Zoko coming straight, Deadpool in your area.
Now into that action right there. Soko pulling up the Deagles, taking out Zeft. What a potential. Oh, Bizer locking in. Bringing it down. HK Mario is done. There goes the mag, and there it is. What we were waiting for was that moment Z10 could win a fight and start holding spawn doors. RVL don't have the natural cover of the Fantastica, as it's just been pushed quite a bit far ahead. Now they can set up those Groot Walls, set up those Thorn Slash, the Ironwood, everything they need, and really box things in right now. I've got to say that be very, very careful, everybody. Marvel has the Prison Mario! Catches Wendy!
Nice little shot there coming out, but there's a strangling Prison. Got the entire backline, all three of them on lockdown, but they will live to tell about it. Rage of Ultron now coming out from Lumi, and with the help of proxies, they're able to dispatch Soko, so a good opening frag there, but Jerry wants to hold on here. Soul Reserve is gonna come out from both sides, and Rival Esports trying to get their foot on the gas here finally, and you can see Zero Tenacity in full retreat right now. And Song Inferno coming out from Zeth is going to be denied. No damage coming up from that one, but it is enough for Rival Esports to get some space and finally break free of the spawn doors and get around that ambulance and onto the home stretch for point A.
Here we go. Getting momentum right now as a Fantastica trying to move around Ambulance Avenue. But there it is in the skies. Exit on the Song Inferno. Corruption down, and it does help Bizer take out Zeft. Excellence right there as they pulled their damage together. Stimpsy taken down as well from the power of Jerry. Jerry's gonna bring pressure, lock it in on proxies. Double KOs are certified for Eggsy on the Phoenix right now. And again, we've reset once again, putting RVL in spawn. However, Fantastica is very close to that first gate. One more good fight and RVL will get some more time in the bank.
Yeah, they just need to take that next fight, but they're only going to have the invisible boundary to be able to do it. Marvel taking out HK Mario early on there is going to be a little bit rough start for that one, so this minute time bank is going to bleed out, and that last fight I think is going to be all or nothing. If you're Rival Esports, you need to try and get out of the spawn doors and get your feet on the cart so you can even start to take that fight, because the fight is being brought right to you, and you are not signing for deliveries right now.
Now, Marvel has a chance for a bit of a massive chance here. And I see the potential for it if they can group it up right there. Do that Strangling Prison, but Lumi's going to be the one lasering Visor right there, lining up the shots on the Ultron. And Prower is a unified front as the Rage of Ultron is going to be connecting next. There it is. There it is as it aims down to the back line, and then it's going to be Eggsy shredding through, taking out Marvel. The firepower's there. They turn the tide just when Z10 had it. They're going to be there as well. Zeft getting that value on the Phoenix as well, bringing the power forward for themselves. Proxies chasing down by the Kumio. You got to be very careful in that scenario. HK Mario taking out Wendy. It's looking a bit tough for Z10 as they have a couple stragglers down, but nonetheless, RVL do set themselves up onto the point there. Marvel decides to contest with the Elder Troop into the portal. They got two. Hold on a second. They might be able to hold it here as they do split up RVL and take down 3 right now. And the numbers game is on their side. They're going to be able to take out Lumi, take out Mario, and overtime ticks down and out. And they hold it right next to the ambulance.
You were right in your first assessment. We are not going to be seeing the subway this time around. It's going to have to be an even fuller hold from Rival Esports if they want to get themselves on the board here. But Zero Tenacity, again, that's exactly what you need. Deny the point A cap, stop it all from coming through. There's a little bit more of a glimmer of hope that comes out from Rival Esports off the back of a couple of opening frags from Lumi, but it's just not enough. Like I said, you're all or nothing on that last fight, and you went all in. You weren't ready for what came next. The Doctor Strange that does come out got banned out from your side. Marvel was able to come back on through with it, and Zero Tenacity bringing another fight straight to your doorstep, one that you were just not ready for. And it's a good effort from Rival Esports. They're going to need more than a good effort if they want to slow down Zero Tenacity's momentum, because they are feeling themselves after a defense like that. They made it look easy.
Absolutely, they are absolutely feeling themselves right now. Z10 on the clock right now. Everybody look at the time that they have. They got 4 minutes here. They're going to take this one in their minds. That's what they believe. That's what they're going to lock in into their mindset right now. Bizer meditating in the skies, locked in. You can't be any more locked in than playing Iron Fist and Ignite. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, please walk out the spawn doors with that. I would love to see that. That would be truly exciting. But RVL at the same time, dude, you can't give up. You can't give up yet. You still have a chance, you still have time, you still have everything on the line for yourselves to maintain, but you're gonna have to withstand all the pain that Z10 are gonna bring right now.
Oh, I thought with Exy on the Phoenix Baser was gonna stay on the Black Widow and actually get the Phoenix team up, you know, play the Strat Widow as it has been fabled. I'm still waiting for that rework to come out. Give me a sniper strategist, but nevertheless, over on to the White Fox as they've been so good on for quite some time. And Zero Tenacity just need to find that one opening frag, but Jerry goes in a little too deep on the Luna Snow, trying to play the flanked duelist Luna Snow, gets punished there by proxies. It's not gonna be quite so easy, my friend.
Ooh, there it is right there. The value, the pressure. Proxy's getting it down on the Mantis on the sidelines, and now you're seeing it. HKMI frozen on the side. The Ironwood walls are being set up as well, and the Fantastic Isle wall's about to get moving, but it's going to be stalled for now. Gonna have to check if the fuel tanks are empty. We'll find out. But Proxy's getting value into the back line. Goes the bad hammer from Soko right now. Taking out Lumi. Excellence right there. But gonna probably force the Cocoon to be utilized. 3 minutes left right now if they can keep it going for themselves. Jerry and Eggsy are getting value by their Proxies. And Zeft are taken down. Lumi with the Cocoon. There's the money. There's the power. There's Eggsy going in with a double KO. Chasing down the third right there. Getting a bit of sustain. Having a bit of trouble taking out Exile with so much self-sustain. But they're gonna be right there. Mix it up with a little bit of Adam Warlock, a little bit of Lumi. And they're gonna be caught out. Sato forcing them down. Soko getting that value right there, taking them. Done and dusted. 2 minutes 30. CB, final fight. It's on. It's on.
And again, there's not going to be a Doctor Strange teleport that comes out from Rival Esports, so they're just going to have to hoof it back to the point. And I think Zero Tenacity are going to deny them even the opportunity to get the touch, as that meterage is ticking down. An invisible boundary is just a formality from Wendy. I mean, Zero Tenacity, they made that look so easy on the attack. It was clinical.
Yeah,
I mean, what's Deadpool saying? Maximum effort? This was not that.
This was a vacation effort, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it's sad. We want to see something from RVL, but we just haven't witnessed it yet, and we don't know if it's going to show up today. But if anyone's showing up today, it's going to be XZ and the rest of Z10 certified into their 2-0 lead right now in the series, everybody. One more map for them to tie it on up, and sorry, not tie it on up, wrap it on up, and get that series victory for themselves. We'll see if they can do it. It's all on Z10. But RVL, hey, reverse sweeps have happened before, CB. We've been there, we've witnessed them. Woo! I would say the odds aren't in favor of this one, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't know that I would put my money down on a reverse sweep right now because, again, this just kind of feels like Zero Tenacity playing with their food. They know right now that they are the better team. They're the number 2 seed coming out of group stages, and they feel like they are the best team in the region, going up against the number 6 seed in Rival Esports that had a very tenacious showing when it came to the group stages, but still was just able to squeak on through off the back of some hero plays. And unfortunately, there are no heroes right now, only Zero Tenacity, the villains of this story, and they are still reigning supreme right now, yet to be brought to justice. And I think you're going to need to bring a few more heroes if you want to slow them down.
100%, 100%. You're going to need to... I said it earlier. What are you doing? You need to break something out. You need to go crazy if you're going to try and get something here against Z10. Z10's formidable. They're crazy. They want everything. They're talking out saying, we're the best team in the region. We shouldn't have lost this. We're winning all the scrims. That's the kind of mentality they have. You need to bring that same mentality tenfold if you want to take on and take down Z10's momentum. But right now, lower bracket run, that's what they want. They want that run all the way to the grand finals. They could potentially get it if they win here in this next map and knock out RVL.
And I'll highlight the last time that these two teams fought, I think, was on the last day of group stages, day 6, and it was, again, a 2-0 for Zero Tenacity, and Rival Esports did not get a single point against Zero Tenacity on either of those maps. And so far, you know, we're kind of treading that same path. And again, that's exactly what Zero Tenacity need. Anything less, I think, would be a disappointment for them. They're trying to get their groove back. They're trying to achieve what was promised to them, live up to their potential, and they are doing so right now at the expense of Rival Esports. There's still at least one more map to go on the other side of this break. We'll see what Rival Esports has to bring to the table for one last showing. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the preseason Pacific for Asia. Back again to get into the mix of it and find out who's going to win this bout right here. It's potentially time for Z10 to be one map away from a victory against RVL. Unless, ooh, don't want to utter those words, CB. The reverse sweep happens.
I mean, crazier things have happened in Ignite so far, so I wouldn't rule it out entirely, but I do think it's quite unlikely. I think, you know, odds are this might be the last Hail Mary, the last gasp for Rival Esports, their swan song in this tournament. I do think they still have a lot to play for when it comes to Stage 1, but their momentum just isn't there. Their mental, I think, might still be a little bit shook, as they have been more or less, for lack of a better term, dog walked on map 1 and map number 2. And for Zero Tenacity, like I've said a few times, like, that's the expectation for this team coming into a match like that. You're expecting there to be this wide of a tier gap between yourself and the number 6 seed coming into the tournament here because you believe that you have the potential to be, if you not already are, the top team in the region. You shouldn't be down in the lower bracket. This isn't where you belong. You got to prove it, and you got to prove it at the expense of everybody who dares step to you. And this will be the last opportunity for Rival to pick a map here, choose where they get to step to Zero Tenacity, and they have chosen Central Park to potentially be their final resting place in this tournament.
Definitely. I mean, final resting place? Woo! That's why we're going to Central Park. That's why we're going to Dracula's Castle. There's a graveyard there. The question is, who's going to end up in it? Who's going to go down under the dirt? But who's also going to be ready to get dirty and play in the dirt and play for this victory right now? We need to find out. Does Z10 have what it takes to 3-0 and salute off RVL? Say, out of here, guys. This is our tournament. Respect to you, but we cannot let you knock us out here. We have a story to tell.
Let's see who's still in the field right now. As we saw earlier today, that AAAD did of this matchup has a date with EXO in the next round of the lower bracket. We've also got Pirates and Reject in the upper bracket, and we'll see where things go from there on out. But that's a stacked top tier of this tournament, right? Like, you're looking at Reject on their redemption arc up against Pirates on their reign of terror. Nobody has managed to make them bleed except for AAAD, and they got bounced out of this tournament by XO01. So whose destiny is it going to be to claim that throne? Is it going to be Reject? Is it going to be EXO? Zero Tenacity believe that this is them, and Rival Esports are just a road bump on that road to success. And Rival Esports, this is their last chance to prove that they are more than just a road bump. They are a threat. They are someone you have to take seriously, someone that going forward you have to worry about. Their tournament hopes are not quite done yet, but they may end here. Central Park is where it is going to be, and I cannot wait to see if Z10 can send us home to a 3-0 or if Rival Esports still have a little left in the tank.
Ooh. What is left in the fuel gauges, in the stomachs, in your bellies? Have they been fueled up? Are they ready to go? Do they know what it takes? I mean, listen, a lot of people saying get the belt out. Is it over? We don't know. We're going to find out very, very soon. I'm going to be real with you. CB, this ban phase needs to be thrown out the damn window. Okay? RVL, this is it. If you do the same mirrored ban phase again, then the same result will happen. Change something up. But Gambit is still banned again. 100% missed the 100% win rate. We're not getting the Gambit abs.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
All right, so they've already changed one thing up, is they have gone for the first protect on the Elsa, which few other members in the Pacific have been willing to do as of late. So they will make sure that they have the strongest duelist in the game at their disposal, and that's going to force out a Mantis ban from the side of Zero Tenacity. Make sure that, hey, if you're going to be coming to the Elsa, we got one as well, and yours will not be damage boosted. And now, Rival Esports, their hand is kind of forced. You got to imagine this next ban is going to be the Mantis because you can't give that up again. You got to make sure it's mirrored out, and looks like we're going to settle things with a good old-fashioned Elsa versus Elsa standoff.
Okay, I'll take that. You know what? We take that. Cash that in right now. That's what I like to see. Something different. I'm going to have the Galatrox going off. It's going to be crazy because there's a lot of environmentals, ridiculous amount of environmentals on this map especially. All 3 sections of Central Park are just ripe for your Elsas. And you know what? Who else is in that team up? Who else is in that hunting family? Not just the Deadpool, not the Vampire, not the Strapple. We're talking about Mr. Jeff the Land Shark, the king of Staten Island, has potential to get some shifty shenanigans. I mean, we saw earlier, we had the Quadras coming out from Alone earlier today. We could potentially see some more Jeffrey action. But Ultron Protect from Zero Tenacity right there. We know that is a tried and true strategy. That is definitely a strong strategist to lock in and secure when they don't even have Mantis, Gambit, or Invis.
Rival Esports currently
other way around.
Yeah, Rival Esports currently hovering over a Captain America ban, and will commit to that one, and that is a shot directly to Marvel and his recontest potential, and there's also a stall potential as well. And a Loki Protect potentially going to come out as well. That is a bit of a sneak to be able to get that one through. But, okay, I was worried. Do not throw away the Loki Protect in favor of a Spider-Man. I saw that for one frame and I was about to crash out. All right, we made the right call. This is not a bad ban phase for Rival Esports. If they want to keep their tournament hopes alive, it's not a terrible way to do it.
Okay, let's break it down. RVL cannot play the Gambit, cannot play the Mantis, cannot play the Invisible Woman, cannot play the Cloak and Dagger, but they did lock in Loki and Elsa. Now, Proxy's hovering the Jeff makes a lot of sense. It's a good pick here. And it just means that Loki's going to have to copy someone else. But if they go Luna, they could get double Fate of both worlds. The Fate of all 4 worlds today. That could work for themselves. Or, on the other side, Zero Tenacity. They don't have the cap. They still have a couple strategies they can utilize. And Ultron is protected for themselves. So they're pretty good in that department. But nonetheless, you know what time it is. Open up that portal. Marvel's going to live up to the name and get some minds going.
Alright. And it is Marvel versus Rivals once again. Central Park, the 3rd map in our best of 5 series. I got a feeling we ain't going to all 5 this time around. And Zero Tenacity are going to be first on the defensive side, trying to make sure that that is not the case. It is going to be an Elsa versus Elsa, as Zeft on one side picking up the Elsa Bloodstone and Exy on the other. And that's scary. Exy, when it comes to just about any hit scan hero, is one of the best in the biz, especially in the Pacific region, especially here in Asia. You had better come correct or don't come at all on this one. This is all or nothing for Rival Esports. The spawn door is opening, and Jerry sends in a Cosmic Cluster just to welcome you to his domain.
Now, we're not seeing the portal, and we still have the Penny. They're going for the full defensive strategy right here. On the Penny set up on the outpost of Dracula's Castle right here. Central Park is going off. I'm going to see the marks right there, but how do we feel so far? I mean, Deadpools are the ones closest to their ultimates.
As is custom, especially, you know, when you have access to such things as the Deagles that managed to rack it up so fast. A good opening KO there onto Soko, so no access to the Banhammer coming out for the side of Zero Tenacity. Now it's the tricky situation of dealing with, well, I was going to say with the Penny, but you got to deal with a flanking Jerry Zef. Turn around, my friend.
Oh my days. This is Displacement City right here. Everyone is going all around the place, and it's stupendous. The Adam Waller getting so much value. Jerry, I know he's taken down for now, but still got a couple picks on the way out. Going to be able to return to the rest of their team right now and regroup for the next fight. Exy as well, close to the Galatrox. Snipsy has a Rage of Ultron very, very soon. Next fight's going to go crazy. I believe we might see a couple ults, but my eyes are on proxies right now. You know, Jeff just trying to stage and get some sustain and hopefully build up that Jeff time, because it could be the clutch.
I was going to say, my eyes were on Zeft, who was stuck way deep behind enemy lines with no help coming from the rest of the team. There was no way they were ever going to be able to get to him, and be a late KO that comes out. And HK Mario might be next on deck. There is still some healing coming out from the Jeff, so he's not going to fall quite yet, but it will slow things down while they wait for their main source of damage to get back on deck. And 2.5 minutes left in the time bank. We've already burned out nearly half of this thing, and Zero Tenacity just starting to get the ults coming online. And there is another one onto HK Mario, and now Rival Esports have to commit down a man.
Gonna have to come in right now. Jerry on the high ground and absolute laser insanity right now. Jerry is taking out an entire army
in his
of
lane.
Ultron bots in the sky. Just true perfection coming out from Jerry. Aura farming on Adam Warlock. I believe the TikToks are being made as we speak right now, but nonetheless, HK Mario on the front lines. Magneto shields are online. Proxies could get down to the business with a Jeffrey. Woo! Turning the tide on Jerry right there, saying enough out of you. I've had enough of you in my team's backline. Get out of here with your golden face. Mario at the same time takes out Wendy, buys her as well. C10 gonna have to reset for now. Never mind, they're born again. Jerry brings the whole squad back.
Oh, but there's going to be a Jeff ultimate coming out from Proxies. They're going to have to shut him down. He doesn't actually get what he needs to. 2 ticks now coming out from Rival Esports, and Jerry going to be felled again. No Cocoon this time around. Baser with that Eternal Bond is going to be keeping Zero Tenacity in the fight for the time being, but I don't want to fight. I want to dance, says X-Slayer, throwing down the dance floor, and says we will decide this last tick with a good old-fashioned dance-off. It's a Guardians of the Galaxy reference, but one that I think Zero Tenacity ain't seen before, because they ain't ready to dance. They're coming back to fight.
Okay, everybody, Penny's going for that Spider Sweeper right now. Marvel making it happen for themselves. Let's see if they're going to time it out right now. Meteor flies in the skies are going to be charged up. It hits the pillar. Unfortunately, not going to hit anybody with a dunking scenario. Galatrox in the back line. Eggsy takes out Zeph. Dashes through Mario and shreds all of the rest of them. Snipsy down. Another down. X-Laws on the Luna clapping. Trying to get it going. Gets webbed up and shut down by Marvel on the Penny right there. Just 35 seconds left. Look, they got a couple ticks. I won't lie, it's formidable, but he didn't get the whole outpost. You got one last chance, RVL. Show up or get shown out.
And Jerry swapping off of the Adam Warlock onto the Spider-Man does give us the first documented instance of it ignite of the team up there between the Penny and the Spider-Man. We see another flank coming out from Proxies. Jerry almost gets his head blown off there by Zep. Will fall to the breathing bullets, and It's an early KO that Rival Esports are going to be happy to have. With only 8 seconds left, they need to get on the point, and they need to try and find a fight win, and they need it now.
Need it now. Overtime has been locked in, everybody. Let's get into the mix of Galactrox into the corridor right now. Mastodon through, taking out Soka. The DP's down. They're trying to get some nullification, but there is just so much pouring in right now. Zeph tries to get the value. Turn around. Wendy's on the dagger right now, trying to bring some sustain back to their team, but it's taken down by Zeph, who's lining up shot after shot. Takes out Jerry from the power of X-Lyle. Exit in return, takes out Snipsy. In return, Marvel's taking down X-Lyle falls. Zeph it is. They capped it with the spice right there, and they're not done yet. We still have another 2.5 minutes on this round to go, and maybe more if they take it to the double doors. CB, they made it through.
Yeah, that's the first point that Rival Esports have managed to score against Zero Tenacity. Every time that these two teams have faced off, it's been Z10 with a total blowout, but Rival Esports, they're on the board, and that's not nothing. I mean, they do have 3 ults to carry on over to this next one, and if they can keep that momentum going and force some of these oddball swaps coming out of Zero Tenacity, who I believe are trying to hide their strats for later on in the night, they're looking past Rival Esports right now, and if there's one thing this tournament has taught us is that even when you think the fight is won, you cannot look past your opponent. They will make you regret it.
Now, Lumi has taken out Soko into the power of the double slashing. Okay, hold on a second. Lumi, okay, hold on a second. RVO got some crazy momentum right now, but Wendy is, Proxies has a bit of a munching going on, and gonna buys off the map right there. Jerry as well. RVO storming through the second section of Dracula's Castle right now. Central Park is in the momentum. Zero Tenacity gotta gain their footing back.
And they don't have any ults to do it. I mean, they're going to have the Kumiho unleashed eventually, and they do have a fair bit of stall potential with both the Venom and the Spider-Man, but Symbiotic Resilience from Marvel already forced out. Soko letting those Deagles fly, trying to get the damage on deck. There is a Banhammer, but HK Mario says, nah, no Banhammers, just a Mag Cannon, takes him down, and Jerry just gets splattered on the cart there, and that's point B captured. 2.5 minutes in the time bank, and Rival Esports are steamrolling through Central Park right now. They might be able to get the full cap if they keep this momentum going.
Alrighty, there. Wow, where have they been this entire series? RVL back on the scene, back again. Lock it in. Let's see how it all unfolds for themselves. Z10 now on the high ground, on the steps before Dracula's throwing. Let's see if they can hold it down. Mario's got the meteor off they need. So much pain, so much power could be present in this next fight. We're going to drop in. Marvel's going to set up the Ironwood walls right now in a top position. No, too close for comfort. Mario takes them down. Bit of magnetism action. Meteor still online. Zeft has the Galactrox if they need. X-Lyle as well is there. Bizer's got the chance to drop the Kumio. They're going to need to do it now because they keep moving. No one's contesting RVL's movement.
Yeah, HK Mario holding up that metallic curtain, drawing the line of scrimmage so close to Zero Tenacity spawn door, and that's giving them out some more cart progress. Gonna get that cart up the stairs towards the top of the throne room here in Zero Tenacity. Like you said, they've got to start investing. Glartrox is coming out from both sides. It looks absolutely massive, but HK Mario with an extinction event, a Meteor M dropped right on Xy's dome as the Fate of Both Worlds now coming out from X-Lail. Rival Esports are dumping the coffers, draining the bank, hitting every ultimate, mashing every Q button, and taking down Baser because they know for them it is now or never. If they get this cap, that is more than was promised to them. You gave them an inch, they are taking a mile, and Zeph is taking names right now. Back to back, Xy trades one out for Proxies. That is a 2-piece for both Elsas, and Zero Tenacity with that will draw a line in the sand and say no, not today, at the very least, not yet.
Ooh, okay. Finally, stopping that crazy momentum from RVL. So much so that only one fight left. 30 seconds left for both teams.
No strange TP.
That's true. But Galactrox is online for Zeft. They could do something crazy. If they angle this right, there is a pit right there. They could take quite a few of Z10 off the map. That is the question. They got the Jeff as well from Proxies. There's potential. No one really has their ultimates except Zeph right now. It is a Galactrox directly into the corridors right there, but 10 seconds left. Someone's got to still contest. Soko slashing with those dual edges right there. Soko taking out Mario. The Magneto is down.
Rival Esports will lose another one. Xy with that elephant gun shot straight onto Zept, and that is a double in that fight. And I think for Rival Esports, this might be where the cart stalls out, as HK Mario trying to get that portal on deck, but it's going to be too little too late as Zero Tenacity denied the full cap. But let's be real, they should have denied the first cap. They shouldn't have given up point A, but they got a little bit too cute with this Penny Parker strategy, and it snowballed out of control on through point B, and that's quite disastrous because now that's set Rival Esports up for a win condition. If the cart stalls out on point A or point B, we go to a map number 4, and like I said, anything less than a 3-0 for Zero Tenacity is a disappointment. They're going to be kicking themselves for even giving Rival Esports that much.
Oh, I mean, they probably already are. For how much they gave them, you said, give them an inch, they'll take them out. They wanted the entire highway. Lock that down right there. They're going to put their own toll down and collect. That's what RVL want to do. They want to collect on everyone saying, oh, this team's not going to be the ones to make it. This team's not going to prove themselves. We can go all in. I think the prediction was 87% people believe Z10's going to take this map. We'll find out because now it's their turn to attack. Let's see if they can take it. And now listen, they don't have to take it too much away from the throne of Dracula, but they do got to get into that throne room. So 20 seconds left till these spawn doors open. No one's doing the tricky portals. Everyone's locking in on what they're locking in on. But one thing I see that makes me very happy as a fellow player of a certain one-winged angel is Marvel is locking in on the Angela. This is very dangerous for Mario on the Groot. You could get sent off the map with a spear and whew, no one will be able to hear.
I'll be playing very far away from any ledges, but even that, like, you can just get kidnapped and taken into the enemy backline, and then those walls are going to be a hindrance rather than a help. Something else I do want to highlight, by the way, is that Zeft on the attack for Rival Esports was, for better or for worse, managing to go toe-to-toe with Exy and live to tell about it, and oftentimes even getting the better of some of those fights. As Lumi finds the opening KO in this one, and Zero Tenacity have to slow their roll. They can't just steamroll on here. They're going to have to take a brief pause and wait for Marvel to try and create an opportunity on that aforementioned one-winged angel, the Angela, looking for another opportunity, and Soko gonna swap over to mirror the Emma Frost. It's rare that we get an Emma head-to-head in this day and age, but hey, we got her back, the White Queen for both sides.
Yes, indeed. Let's get Sonic up in here and do it old school like a Season 4. Now, 3 minutes left on the clock for Z10. Can they make it happen for themselves? We're going to find out as a Thorn Slash Balls are shredded down by Eggsy, but Eggsy setting up the mark. He sees everybody set up in that corridor right now, and look at the percentage climbing. Look at the combo breaker. All of the HP bars are getting absolutely shredded down right now, but they're going to have to drop the runes by Xlar, and they're going to get that old roundhouse kick coming out from Lumi onto Marvel shutting down. I mean, it makes sense. You got an Angela. Emma's pretty good answer to the Angela. She's just got so much dominant up close force. That grab is just insane. But now, speaking of insanity, Galatrox right there scoops up HK, Mario, and Zeft, and they're taken down as Z10 have the 6v4 scenario. But the res goes off. Revival is back, bringing Zeft and Mario. But in return, is it enough?
Like you said, Marvel taking that Groot right off of the side. It is not done with that. Gonna take the Emma as well. That is 2 back-to-back environmentals. They saw the res close to the edge and says, oh, we about to push, and they are gonna get that full cap onto point A. 4.5 minutes to get through point B, but still a pretty solid defensive effort that comes out from Rival Esports, using that God of Mischief to get that second lease on life, that Karmic Revival. That almost worked out well for them, but Phaser was there with the charm, shutting down X-Lail, making sure that we don't get any more reses coming out, no more opportunities, no second chances. Zero Tenacity, they need to get this one completed. They need to get the cap here and shut this one out before things spiral out of control, because Rival Esports, they have the ult advantage. They've got the Glartrox, and I think it's feasted on one. It will be denied from getting a KO, but that enough is going to make Zero Tenacity flinch.
Oh, Biza in a bit of a tough situation. Already. Where'd
you go?
The rest of their team. Already gone. We don't even get to see where Biza goes. Biza's on their own time. We got to be very careful out here. But speaking of being careful right now, Soko is not doing that and going straight for Mario, taking him out. The Groot is down. Everybody's putting on a show. We're going to drop that Heavenfall as well. We're going to scoop them all up. Marvel's getting value, and there it is. Soko hitting the Sonic Seduction right now, scooping up the rest of RVL, forcing them down, taking out Zef, taking out Snipsy, taking out Lumi, and a little double roundhouse kick, double KO for Soko on the White Queen right there. And that is the pressure, that is the power, but RVL don't want to give up yet. They're going for a quick portal.
HK Mario with a portal. Snipsy going to be coming on through, has the Rage of Ultron, and that's the only tool that Rival Esports really have. They're going to have to make the most of it, but it's a Glartrox from Exy to open things up, and that is going to claim X-Lail. And even though Zeft is able to claim Baser, that is only a Pyrrhic victory. Zero Tenacity getting onto point B. 4.5 minutes to not even get the full completion here, and now it's starting to get scary for Rival Esports. You got away with oh so much, but Justice rarely justice comes quite swiftly. You are rarely prepared for what is coming your way. As Zero Tenacity doing the exact same thing Rival Esports did, taking it straight to that throne room, all the way to the checkpoint here, making Rival Esports have to fight to reclaim everything. Zeph with a swift KO there onto Exy. It's going to be a good start now, but Rival Esports, they're running out of time, and they have to try and draw that line in the sand.
I mean, this is exactly what we knew we'd witness from both teams. Just a formidable effort once Elsa was finally through, but never mind. Elsa's been speed through by Marvel. Exit return takes out Snipsy. The Phoenix is down. That's 2 doors down for RVL. Mario as well. The 4 of them are down for RVL. That's the power of Zero Tenacity. Exit taking out Lumi and Lyle as well. That's a team wipe right now. This is it. This is our final fight right now. If Z10 win this push here, RVL can't defend again.
Gonna be X-Lyle coming out with a Kumiho Unleash for the next fight, and Snipsy with a good shot there onto Exy. You will absolutely take that. That's a good way to stem the bleeding, but yeah, it's starting to get out of control because Zero Tenacity are gonna have the ult advantage going into it. Baser is gonna open things up with a Kumiho Unleash of their own, and is gonna stomp down right on top of Snipsy, brought to a heel.
Oh, the moment is there. We're less than a meter away. If they leave it at any point in time, RVL do not win. Bizer goes in, Exy takes out Zeft. At the same time, they're going to run it up. They're going to bring the Jerry. They're going to hopefully get the meteor charge up from Mario, but it's blasted out of the sky by Jerry on the Ultron, who's chased at the same time from Lyle. Lyle gets taken down. Wendy as well. Exy going to get another proxies as well. Lumi falls. That's Snipsy down, and that's the end of the round. That's the end of the match. That's the end of the map. As Z10 claim victory here on Central Park and eliminate RVL.
It was a good showing for RVL at the very end there to go down swinging, but Zero Tenacity, they get the showing that we needed to see from them. We needed to see dominance. We needed to see them come out angry, mad that they ever let Rival Esports get away with as much cart progress as they did, nearly getting the full cap, and Zero Tenacity say, no. We cannot allow this. We cannot condone this. We have a date with Destiny, and you are holding us up. We will not miss our opportunity again. 22 final hits for Exy, putting on a show. And Zeph with 13, you know, like I said, going toe-to-toe at a certain point, you know, early on. But Exy, he played mad. He played out of his mind towards the end there and said, I have no equal, and it is certainly not going to be you. Not on this day.
Woo. I mean, we got to look back at the replays. We know what we're going to see. Elsa, bloody bloodstone. Let's live around. Let's reality bring it back, everybody. And look, a little bit of Adam Warlock. I know I saw some people in the chat were like, hell yeah, we're going to get some Adam Warlock on Ignite. I also agree too. A little bit of Karmic Revival, a little bit of shenanigans is always a good time. Zeft was so formidable as well. We just got to give props to RVL. Like, they said, look, we're not going to go down easy. Let's go. Let's go bring everything else we've got left and let's try to take it to the end. And they got very, very close. They made Z10 lock in a little bit again and be like, all right, we got to put them down. We got to take this now, get the belt, get it going, and hopefully get it done. That is the excellence right there. A stellar performance from both teams nonetheless to make it here to the top 8 in Asia. Crazy, crazy commendable nonetheless to RVL. But it is Z10 who continue their story today.
I do want to reflect a little bit on the preseason performance from Rival Esports, because even though they come in the number 6 seed in the playoffs and they end up taking an early exit, unfortunate, they did still show some signs of brilliance. And I think going forward, there are some things that you can maybe try and play into when you move into stage 1. You know, HK Mario on that Magneto looked stellar at times, had some huge media rem plays that helped give Rival Esports more say in some of these fights than they realistically should have had. We've seen some incredible stuff coming out from the likes of X-Lyle, Zeph, like I mentioned, at times going toe-to-toe with Exy, and Snipsy, I think, also does have some flashes of brilliance. So there is a ton of talent when it comes to this team. They are not here for no reason. They earned their spot in Ignite, they earned their spot in Asia, and they earned their spot in playoffs. And I think going forward, they will earn their spot in our hearts. But unfortunately, they have not earned their spot in the next round of the lower bracket, because that was promised to Zero Tenacity, and they will have it.
Ooh, lock it in, everybody. There's another farewell to RVL, to them as well, as we prepare to have hopefully, I believe we got a cheeky little interview with one of the members of Z10. We can understand right now, what are they thinking, what are they feeling, and most importantly, what is their goal? We know it's to win, but ultimately right now, they've got to say something to the world. I'm looking forward to what that message is going to be. They've got something to say. They say they're the best in the region. They say the Scrim Bucks are in their favor. And most importantly, they also said, according to CB, you were saying, they cannot accept anything less than 3-0. I'm looking at the bottom of the screen. They got it.
Those are my words. I don't want to say that's how they were feeling coming into it. But from my perspective, for a team that has such high highs, such incredible talent, people like Xe on the team, or Base, or Marvel, or so much flexibility that comes out from this roster, you have the potential to be world beaters. You have the potential to beat Pirates and take the dub here. You've played them so close before. Even though, Triple AD, they get the honor of being the first team to take a map off them, you can still be the first team to take a series off of them. I truly believe they have that potential, and they can even go toe-to-toe on the world stage with some of the best from Americas and EMEA, but they have to live up to that. And that's what I, as a fan of this team, and of someone who wants to see them live up to that potential, that's what I want to see from them, and that's why I wanted to see a 3-0 up against a team like Rival Esports, and I'm glad that I got to see it, and I know a lot of other Z10 fans in the audience are going to be glad they got to see that as well. As I mentioned before, Rival Esports, they went down swinging, and there is honor in that, but I also do think that just makes Zero Tenacity look all the better.
Yeah, could not agree more than that. Right now, Z10, they took us on a wild ride, and I'm glad to see how well they're performing so far after having that development during the group stage. Feeling confident right now. Let's see if they get that dream scenario on a Pacific Special, we call it, running it all the way down from the bottom of the lower bracket all the way to the finals. Let's see if they can get there, but there's somebody waiting for them at the end of tonight. Somebody who just survived as well, knows what it's like to be in the pits.
Zero Tenacity versus XO01 is going to be on deck. Of course, after we take a brief visit to our upper bracket finals between Pirates and Reject, and the bracket is looking so interesting from here on out. Now that we have culled the herd down to the top 4, and this top 4 is playing a lot closer than I think a lot of people would have expected. I mean, whether it was going to be XO or Triple AD, it was still going to be a stacked top 4. Any of these teams can take maps off of each other, but only Pirates so far have proven themselves to be superior over the rest of the pack, and anything can happen from here on out, to be completely honest with you. We have seen insane upsets. We've seen Virtus Pro taking a 4th place exit in EMEA finals. Still salty about that. I predicted them to go all the way. That's why I got the 0%. I'll never live that one down. I feel like I got my comeuppance for that one.
Wait, on the entirety of EMEA, you got 0% prediction?
Yeah, I didn't get a single prediction correct. I had VP at first, then Heretics, and then Na'Vi, and it all spiraled down from there. Like, everything else was just wrong. Like,
well, I just found out. Currently in OCE, Genji versus Kanga, they just locked in Museum of Contemplation. Everybody, it's over there too.
I saw in the interview you guys were doing. You were doing it over there. You were like, why does nobody want to pick this map? And then I remember who it was. Who were you interviewing? It was like, no, we love that map, actually. Like, what are you talking about? We go there all the time.
That was Genji.
Yeah, it was, of course, Genji.
They just won. And then I believe Kanga Esports picked Museum of Contemplation, so maybe they love the map too. And Kanga Esports did very well yesterday. So this is a match that Genji have been wanting to have. We're talking about 2 of the favorites out there in OCE, but as that kicks off, that's going off as well. So much is going on. That's gonna be, of course, going off soon. We're going to have a chat with the member of Z10, of Zero Tenacity. We're going to finally get into the midst of it, see what's all the happenings, and then I believe, so much is still to come today. Like you said, upper bracket final. I gotta say, that's a story to tell. Can Pirates maintain their lead? Because if they don't, everything is chaos. Everything is chaos.
That has the opportunity to throw I think everybody's Preds into chaos, because a lot of people coming out of group stages, I think, we're going to be doubting Reject. I think some of us also were like, that the partner team, they have to bounce back, right? Like, if they don't bounce back in the playoffs, then something has gone awry, and they have managed to, at least so far, correct that error, but that does not mean that it is going to be free from here on out, because Pirates are anything but. They are about as tough as they come. They have proven themselves to be the best in the region, and if Reject can beat them, send them down to the lower bracket, what does that do to the rest of the bracket? What does that do for a team like Zero Tenacity that says, all right, we have the opportunity to be top 2. We think we can beat Pirates. We can be number 1. To have to do that in the lower bracket just to even get to that top 2 situation, that's scary. That's a big yikes. Or even like for XO, if they manage to come through, do you think they end up going up against like a Pirates or a Reject? Who knows? I mean, I know one person who I think does know a thing or two about the situation, the lay of the land from here on out, and that is Zichik, the interviewee that we've got from Zero Tenacity, the coach. And I am looking forward to getting into this one, because it's rare we actually get to talk to the coaches, pick their brains and see how they feel, but we get to see it right now. Zichik, hello, how are you feeling?
I think we're definitely feeling better than yesterday for sure. I know the players are probably feeling a lot better. And we wanted to send one of them in, but they're all kind of taking their little break for the next match. So
I think that's fair. You and I were. I'll drop the curtain. You and I were DMing. We were talking a little bit earlier about how you guys felt about yesterday. I hate to start things off on a bad note, but how did it feel after that reject match yesterday?
It's never great to lose, but I think losing it's important. It's definitely like a motivating factor for just like us in general. It sucks that like losing has to be something sometimes that like kicks us into gear, or to like reevaluate in certain things that maybe practice kind of didn't give us before. So like as much as it sucks, like I can't complain from the value that it at least gives us in the end. So
no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, literally, we learn from losing. It's a very tried and true strategy, but you guys could not afford the loss right now, which is why Z10 locked in, getting themselves a 3-0 in definitive fashion. CB said it earlier, you guys will not accept anything less than a 3-0. Do you feel like that was a mentality going into this match? We cannot even drop a single map against RVL?
I don't think like necessarily the mentality of like having to 3-0 each time is there. Obviously, like that is the goal. Like we should be 3-0ing. If we strive too much for succeeding every single map, I think that's kind of the area that we end up catching ourselves like flustered or dropping things more often. So it more is like we have to go into it with a more holistic approach, being able to make sure that we're like taking the proper swaps of what we're seeing and just ensuring that we're setting ourselves up to play smarter instead of harder. I think the mindset of like we have to win can be overly like toxic to the overall approach and map.
I kind of agree. For us, I think it was a good narrative to say that you guys have to win, but that is still kind of like the expectation for
like obviously
for a
we
matchup
have
like
to
this.
win. Yeah,
We got to play up the drama a little bit here on our side, but I mean, you guys are no strangers to the drama, no strangers to bring in the action. And like you said, you play smarter, not harder. So without giving away too much, what is on deck for the next round? You guys have a date with EXO. How are you approaching that? What is your thought process going up against a team like that?
If I could give you a hint, I would give you a hint. We're kind of in the process of figuring out which side. We have a couple options of like where we can lean, so it's just figuring out where we want to go into this match, and then kind of figuring out going into the next if we, obviously walk away, hoping that we do. But we're just gonna take it a step at a time right now.
There it is right there. The coach mentality, we respect it, we love it, and we always love, and we want to thank you again for coming in and giving insight to the folks at home. What does a coach think on a Rivals team and how you take care of your team, prepare them mentally? Like we said, it's not all about full hardcore winning. It's about learning as we go and taking it step by step, which is definitely the key, and how you guys have performed so well so far. So best of luck to the rest of your run as well. We'll let you go rest off with the team, and good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Not a bad insight there. I like the play smarter, not harder, and I kind of hammer home like they gotta win. They can't give up a map, like all that stuff. It's for the drama. It's for the narrative. It's to get us invested. It's to get everybody invested. I think that is still the expectation for a team of this caliber. But I also really like that they're like, hey, if we drop a map, we're not going to sweat it. We're just going to take it one step at a time. We're going to reassess, reevaluate, and make sure we're approaching every situation with the tact that is necessary for that. And that's what you want from a championship team. You can't get overconfident, you can't overstep, you can't make mistakes because you think you are that guy when you are not.
That is true. Ego is very, very painful. It could lead to your demise, as a certain team in America was once called. But I do believe that you and I are signing off for this shift. We're going to hand it over to Diatonic and Matsi. Oh.
Yeah, they get some banger matchups coming up. We got the upper bracket matchup that we have been alluding to, Pirates versus Reject, and then we get the lower bracket matchup, XOXO01 versus Zero Tenacity. I don't know about I know you and I are about to sign off, but I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. I think I'm gonna chill out in the chat with everybody else and watch. Oh yeah, my eyes are gonna be glued to the screen because those are going to be some great matchups. In chat, I guarantee you don't want to go anywhere either. So we'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen shadow.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again. Curse thee, vile creature!
Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones. Ratatoster? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl.
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Well, rivals, and welcome back to some more Asia Pacific playoff action here. Tonight, we have unfortunately said goodbye to both Triple AD and Rival Esports, but we will take a break from the Hard 8 and set sail for the upper bracket as Pirates will be taking on Reject in an absolute showstopper right up next. Thank you all so much for sticking around. My name is Diatonic, and I am here joined by the one, the only, the legendary Matsy. And Matsy, we got a couple of bangers here on deck for us.
That we do. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath coming into this one. Very excited to see how these games are going to play out. You know, it's the redemption arc for Reject. That's what we're looking to see if we'll hold true here, because they are going to be taking on Pirates there. And then we have the storyline. You know, we got a game for the ages in Z10 taking on XOXO. Absolute thriller matches ahead. And I mean, XO, you know, they managed to go against the odds there, take it away from Triple AD. Can they do it again against the likes of Z10? It's real big proving grounds for both of these storylines.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like between, you know, yesterday Reject taking down Zero Tenacity, now EXO winning tonight, the field is blown wide open here in these last few playoff matches, so it is truly anyone's game here. But of course, on deck first, that matchup, Pirates and Reject. It is kind of the current top dogs here in the Asia region, looking to stop that come-up story here. Reject, you know, struggling a bit in the first week of the group stage. Now, ever since a couple of surprising losses, they have been on a warpath, and now looking basically scarier than ever. They did defeat Zero Tenacity last night, but now the true test here before them up against the #1 seed in Pirates. So the question kind of here is, do they have a secret weapon? Have they been cooking something on the side? You know, they got to bring something here new to the table, because this is a team to be feared.
Feared just like Magneto there, and keen to see if they're going to be shooting in like a Meteor M into the matchup here. They've got to shoot for the stars, you know, and as you're talking about, it is a time for Reject to prove themselves why they were the region's best, you know, exactly why they've been placed into that partner position there, and exactly why they were a team to be feared in the past, and will they stay that way? It's all going to be proven here. I think that, you know, in the group stage, Reject had a pretty tough endeavor. Pirates a clean slate there. They were sailed all the way through, but I think now that they've had a little bit of time in between, Reject are looking like they've got those signs of life there. They have a better gauge on how the meta's playing out for themselves. So I think we're seeing some of that confidence return to form here. But whether they can match up against Pirates this time is going to be something else entirely. Like, we're going to Krakoa this time, which luckily for both of these teams isn't a map they've faced each other on before. Obviously playing into Hell's Heaven and Central Park in the group stage there. So interesting to see how the map of many portals will play out.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to set the pace for the rest of the series, of course. Pirates have been absolutely dominant on domination all throughout this tournament, so definitely a tough one. You know, as soon as they get a capture point, they are looking to press the advantage, move off of that capture point, and move you all the way back to your spawn. So definitely going to be an uphill battle to start things off for Reject. But of course, you know, Pirates, up until last night, had not dropped a map here in the preseason. That was Triple AD that finally made them bleed once. So they, in fact, can take some damage here, but Reject are going to have to look for a knockout punch here. So, of course, right out of the gate, you want to see them come out strong on Krakoa, but don't be too surprised if you see Pirates pulling out ahead very early on, because, again, this is kind of their bread and butter here. Domination been so difficult to take even one capture point away from them.
Hey, if they're looking to go for big KOs, knockout punches there, maybe they need to bring the thing out to get those haymakers, you know? Maybe that's going to be the ticket to success for them there, but looks like our teams are getting prepped up into the server in a second, so eager to see how the draft's going to play out for them, you know, whether we do see the tale as old as time. It feels like almost every single draft this season is almost mirrored for at least the first 4 or to 8 kind of differences there, so I'm curious if there'll be any changes on either side here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, draft right now, I've said it several times before, it kind of feels like the lesser of 3, 4, 5, 6 evils. You know, you got to determine who are you willing to face on the battlefield and who do you want to use those precious few bans against. But we are ready to go here. Sure to be a ground shaker between Pirates and Reject. Of course, Gambit taken right off the table here. You've already seen it several times tonight, and that's definitely going to be the story going forward here. Reject will take the Mantis on their first save, and Pirates going to take out the raid boss of Elsa of Bloodstone. So, no shocker here. Both teams going for Mantis. They want that damage amplification. So many teams here in the Asia region love running those damage boosters.
Yeah, they want to pump themselves up as much as they can there. Double-sided Elsa on the ban as well. Next up, it's going to be the Invis and DD. So could see single-sided Invis onto this one for the Pirates here. They're going to be happy to get that strategist online, and Reject likely to take away probably the Ultron here or the Loki. But there's other options they can play into as well. Strange this time, looking to mirror the Oceania side of things.
Yeah, we've been seeing some more Strange bans as of late, and they can be devastating. I think Domination tends to be the one where it can get particularly nasty without a Strange portal. At least with Convoy and Convergence, you've got an opportunity for the card to be passing your spawn or being a little closer. So definitely like that shout from Reject. Of course, no doubt that no punch is going to be pulled here. This is a fight to make it into the grand finals. So one of these teams going to be punching their ticket here. Both sides definitely focusing on the strategist for their saves, and we've seen so many strategist bans in these Asia Pacific matchups. I am not surprised that they are looking to secure that backline first. Vanpool, though, one hero that makes it through, of course, the Vanguard variant of Deadpool, and he's made it through a lot of drafts here, so we have seen plenty of Deadpool on the battlefield.
Yeah, Deadpool going to be well and truly in our area here, and here to stay. In to play. Let's see how they go now, though, as we get prepped up. We've got the White Fox coming out for the Reject side of things here. You guys can't see that yet, but we can. You get to enjoy the beautiful landscapes before we get cooking into the map here. But I do like to see that Pirates are bringing out the Star-Lord, even without the Raging Legend, so to speak, or the Royal Legend, depending on which way you spin it. Star-Lord definitely has that prowess there, and I like that they're playing that around the Ultron as well. It's very Skyward combat coming out from them.
Yeah, CB had a great shout right at the start of the season that Star-Lord was going to be so impactful in almost every matchup, and that's what we've seen here. So you're going to see Pirates funneling a ton of that damage amplification right into Vital, and he's going to live up to his namesake for this Pirates team. But Gargoyle has a Strange Portal ready to go for Reject, and Yaki on the Penny as well, looking for a little bit of a portal trap here, but no such luck. Quick swap over to the White Fox, and we are ready to butt heads here right in the middle of the Mutant Utopia of Krakoa. And of course, Mission Area not unlocked yet, but these teams definitely not going to delay in a little bit of a brawl.
Here we go, locked in, and Pirates getting the early presence there. Piggy will be able to fight back, though. Vital good with the burst fire, does open up the KO board. Going to see the little lamps popped there as well. I'm not going to be able to get much value, though. So Pirates are good to force Reject far away from the mission area, and will get the early capture, even a KO to boot. So far, so good, and they ain't even done yet.
Yeah, Vital cooking from frame one here on Krakoa, as well as the Ultron return, gonna find one from mid-air, and this is the exact position we have seen so many teams fall into here in the preseason up against Pirates. They take a very quick first capture on that first point, and then they will just fan out and divide and conquer here. So Reject got quite a path to make it back to the mission area here, but of course Pirates gonna pelt them as much as possible along the way.
Yeah, look to shoot the cannons as much as they can, and see if they can force them out of position. Reject trying to go for a bit of a back cap as well. Does it take away the line of sight a little bit. Bandhammer coming out from Piggy 2 here. Going to be able to pop it up. And Song popped by Brownie, trying to take it from downtown. Get a bit of damage. Not going to be able to zone them out, though. Cardia good with the Bandhammer into the reach of Ultron, forcing out the regeneration domain as well, so they can at least try and burn through that. Lastro will be able to get propped back up by their team, though, but Pirates are doing a great job just continuing to create distance here, and Reject aren't able to push their way in. A Galactic Legend is now looking to see if they can shut it down.
And damage boosted as well. You see the Ultron drone attached to Vital there, but plenty of overheals for Reject. Blue health bars across the board here, so they will survive the onslaught, and they're going to move in here too. Brownie, keep your eyes on him, on that Phoenix. All match long been cooking throughout this entire preseason and looking better than ever here, as Reject just a smidge away from making the retake. They will make it happen here. Pirates on the back foot. Stop for that selfie. Piggy, of course, last time I spoke to him said he carried, and off of the Deadpool selfie there, looking to do exactly the same in this matchup.
Guardian against Guardian.
Happy days all round there. We'll be able to take a few more pictures, I'm sure. I'd love to see a full photo album from the entire preseason of all our Deadpools. I think that would be a nice little collage we could make through there. Maybe we make that happen in the background. We'd love to see it, but for now, we are going to see a good stall from Reject here. I like this frontal presence from them. They're not giving too much to Pirates. They're making them work for it here, and they build up more percentage as a result.
Yeah, looking to try and build up the tools here. Overhead, Brownie with another Song Inferno. Got to watch out by Air Reject trying to take it here, but Vital clapping back on the Star-Lord yet again in your KO feed. Their playlist popping for sure very early on in this matchup here. Gargoyle looking for a little bit of a feast here, and Piggy, yet another banhammer coming out from the side of Reject, but it is Reject that are getting the hurt laid on here. Fun on that Venom. So consistent here, but Brownie gonna fight back. Even the odds a little bit, but Vital again on this Star-Lord. No damage boost needed for him. Finally, Piggy will end Peter Quill's reign of terror here on this point, but all the while, Reject still in control of the capture point. Piggy gonna get another selfie, so the Deadpool XP snowball begins here. Overhead return, Rage of Ultron trying to make a dent here into this Reject defense, but the bodies are all on the point, and they are about to pass Pirates.
Bodies hitting the floor like it's a drowning pool there, and they will be able to hit even more where that came from. Good KOs all up front. Reject going to be able to stall them out. Now need to maintain the frontal pressure here, keep them away from the mission area as far as they can. 90% and counting here. They're playing around the portals though, trying to take another line of sight, see if they can inject themselves on for one last attack, one last counteraction. Galactic Legend could be what they need to do it. They can fade out the strategist ultimates, but it's all down to this timing now, Diatonic.
Yeah, it's going to be Vital again here in the clutch. Galactic Legend popped off, and overtime is in effect here. Pirates on the back foot, while Reject looking to take away the first capture point here. Aztac in a little bit of trouble there on the side of Pirates, and Reject got the tools to make this happen, and they have the talent there. Piggy on the Deadpool and on the move here in their area, and Brownie as well. Song Inferno crashing down, getting a little bit of zoning pressure there just to try and leave Pirates off the point long enough to close out this last second or two of overtime. Yaki, Kumiho unleashed the last ult in the tank here for Reject, looking to close it out, and that they will. Surprisingly, Pirates dropping the first point, and Reject looking nastier than ever here on Krakoa.
Really well played by the Reject side there. You know, they lose a bit of control in the initial phase there, but then they managed to take it away from the Pirates. So really impressed with how they managed to hold it together. You know, they I guess you could say they were feeling them out in the beginning of that map there, and then they managed to build that counteraction, and it just pulled them to success. So well done to Reject so far, but this is only the beginning.
Very true. Still a lot of Krakoa to be played here, but definitely an eyebrow raiser for me at least. You know, not the first capture point the Pirates have dropped here in the preseason overall, but definitely quite a comeback for Reject. They make the retake and never let go of it. So 0 to 100 for them, even in the face of, 70 to 80% being captured by Pirates first. So, we have seen it kind of threads of this last night, but it really feels like we are looking at a completely different Reject here in week number 3 of Asia. And, they are hungry to punch their ticket to that grand final slot.
And it's great that they've been able to have this resurgence, maybe they've unleashed their inner Mantis. It's a soul resurgence of the whole roster into this one, so very impressed with this new form that they've achieved here. They need to maintain consistency though. They can't afford to be fallen by the wayside any longer, and one way to really show to the world that you've locked back in is if you can take this series right now. It would be very impressive, considering the outcome of how this equation went in the group stage. If they can make it happen here, it'd be fantastic for them. But one the same, Pirates, pressure's on them to show the world that they still got it as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely coming off of last night's match with a Triple AD, Pirates, dropping their first map of the preseason. So, kind of, greases the gears a little bit here for a team to look to usurp them. They have been on top since day number 1 of this preseason tournament. And now with Reject locking in there on point number 1, I mean, this is definitely, not to make too many pirate puns here tonight, but some uncharted waters for this team. And we haven't seen them quite on the back foot like this. But of course, just capture point number 1. nothing to hit the panic button about quite yet. Of course, going into that last fight, Reject, plenty of advantage for them. They had the alt econ advantage. Vital had the Galactic Legend and had the damage amplification to back him up, but just not in the face of so many ults coming out from Reject. So curious to see if the shoe will move to the other foot here and how Reject will respond when they are kind of in the backseat in terms of ults.
Yeah, curious how they're going to be able to take their best foot forward onto this next one, and eager to see if there'll be a little change up to the compositions, considering we're onwards to another capture point into this section as well. Obviously taking things out of proportion without the Strange available on one side there. Definitely going to change up the pace of this one too. I think that we've seen the results of that even in Oceania on yesterday, right? They were forced to kind of play desperately around portals on this map in particular as well. So it's going to be a tough one, especially if it comes down to those last moment battles again. Yeah, it really makes or breaks the squadron here, but one and the same. Eager to see how they will be able to try and redeem themselves here. Pirates, I'm watching you, and I think that they might be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had our sights set on this one, and definitely a match that has the potential to bring the whole house down. And so far, Reject definitely coming to the table hungry and ready to win. Just have a short technical pause here. We are almost ready to get back into it. We don't want to keep you from this any longer. I don't want to be away from this match any longer, because definitely got my interest peaked if it hasn't already. But you're 100% right, Matsy. I mean, I want to see what Pirates does to adjust here. They've got some opportunities. They've got time still to make some comp adjustments here. And they're a very smart team, a very versatile team with a lot of players that have a deep hero pool. So, the ball is in their court now. Want to see something different going into Capture Point 2 here.
And I'm interested to see if Pirates might be looking to match a Reject onto the White Fox pick there, because that is still available to them, right? And we've seen teams play around that triple strategist lineup there. Normally when they do have that White Fox into the Mantis and usually low-key available, you can play into the Phoenix there and get a lot of value from it. Obviously, the Pirates at the moment were playing into the more focus around Ultron instead, so curious to see what's going to be, I guess, the change-up here. Whether they might look to match them or they just stay in their lane on that Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, and you definitely got to watch out for that Phoenix. When that's in Brownie's hands, I mean, a lethal weapon to be sure. Seen plenty of plays here, and there's plenty of clips online from this tournament of Brownie hitting some absolutely insane shots with the Insong Inferno, and Spark Stacks just absolutely on point in almost every fight. So definitely cool heads prevail there, but, difficult to keep a cool head when you're facing down the fires of Jean Grey, of course.
You got to get something to extinguish them, don't you? Maybe we need Jeff on deck for this one. Maybe take him on a little trip away. Maybe we need a firefighter Jeff costume. I'm sending the suggestion out there. Maybe we make it happen. That'd be a fun little themed costume, that's for sure. But I don't know if it's going to be anytime soon. Hopefully. I think it's perfect, right? Just so good.
I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten that yet. A fireman's hat, nice little yellow coat, some boots, looking pretty cute out there on the battlefield. But we are ready to jump back into it. Thanks for your patience here. Everybody back in the battlefield, all dusted off and ready for another brawl here. Not a ton of change from Pirates quite yet. There's still a few more seconds here in the spawn room. I do see Vital over onto the Phoenix, though, so gonna look to maybe match Brownie. And we've seen a lot of Phoenix v Phoenix here. It is a visceral fight that pretty much goes one person's way in the blink of an eye. So, if you've been doing that whole blinking thing, maybe try to hold off, because you might miss something here.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it, that's for certain. And now, we're going to jump in to the next push here. They are still going to be staying true to the Ultron focus onto this one. And prepared to see if they can get more value here. Mission area unlock in 15. Pirate's going to be keen to take that early control again, but I don't know if they're going to be able to catch it early on. Everyone focused up on the high ground here as well. Feast is going to be committed here. Hoodie in trouble and does go down. What a start!
Absolutely cornered the backline of Pirates here. Return the only strategist making it out of there alive, and Kaidia getting hunted down by Piggy as well. How many selfies is that? The phone memory gotta be filling up here for that Deadpool, as Reject in the driver's seat here. They've already made that first capture and made it very clear that they are ready to take this thing 2-0 if Pirates don't find an answer.
They need it real quick, smart, otherwise they will be left behind. Man overboard. Going to be in big trouble there. So, Return going to be holding on to the guns here. Big focus on towards Gargoyle. Glad Vital was able to pick it up as well. This could be the start of something new here. Kaidia slowly creeping up. Does have the upgrade available. Not going to be committing it just yet, though. They will get onto the mission area, ready to fight, ignite the battle, and the hammer goes down.
Yeah, Pirates looking for any way to try and get some momentum going here. That banhammer from Piggy down onto return, but as it goes down, the Rage of Ultron is up and ready to go here. Pirates in the lead in terms of ults, so they've got a big chance here to try and make the retake. And Hoodie on the drop there. Mantis will find Gargoyle's Venom, so Symbiotic Resilience no more here for Reject as Brownie and Vital go for the dueling in-song. Inferno's here. That Inferno not quite hot enough to burn down anyone, but Pirates at least zone him out, and they will make the retake here. Big play for Pirates.
Big play, and it's just at the right moment as well. Not gaining too much distance there, and will be able to hold on firmly to this one. Boundaries available for Pirates if they need it, and they might just yet. Fun going down is an opening for Reject to try and push into this one. Brownie in a bit of trouble as well, though, but they can match that boundary with the God of Mischief there. Would actually force out the boundary, as a matter of fact. Lastro waiting to commit to it. Soul Resurgence coming up. There it is. Force out the boundary. Get ready for the rest. Hoodie has the Soul Resurgence up as well, though. The Kumio could come out as a result of that.
Yeah, we're looking basically looking at a sumo battle here, trying to push each other off the point. Not a ton of KOs, no big aces or anything coming through here, but plenty of ults to provide that pressure. And now it is coming from Kaidia on the side of Pirates here. 1 KO for the Deadpool, but Yaki's going to look to even the odds here. Double KO for the White Fox here. So a bit of a comeback from Reject. Got the body advantage here. Going to try to look to capitalize on that and maybe make that retake, as Pirates looking for the lead here, and Vital looking for one onto Seung Hoon. So sending the Mantis all the way back to square one here. Pirates, they get that banhammer back up as well, but shut down. Gargoyles having none of it here, taking down the Deadpool. Not here to listen to his puns, here to listen to our Pirate puns, as they are looking to quickly retake here. But if Return has anything to say about it, that Rage of Ultron gonna stop them short of that all-important retake, and Pirates still on the move here. One more from Brownie in song, goes for it, gets that zoning pressure, gets the KO, and now Reject gotta find a way to put boots on the point.
Boots on the ground. Fist of the Abyss going to be drowned out immediately. A big hit from Piggy there, and looking for more over the top as well. Reject doing the best they can to get back onto the mission area, but the percentage is all favoring Pirates. They aren't able to force them out of the light there. Will eventually shut down Kaidia. Maybe more to follow here. Reject locking it down, locking it in, charging themselves up all the meanwhile as well. So even if Pirates have the OT timer percentage in their favor, Reject are building themselves up for future fights as well here. You know, they've got a couple of ults, maybe even more where that came from. So it's a huge deck of ults they have right now. Pirates need to match up and charge their own batteries.
Yeah, they've got a couple kind of waiting in the wings here, but you are right, Matsy. They're falling just a little bit behind, though they've got that cushion. They are sitting on 99%, so it is one fight here for Pirates to try and take it back. Vital is going to try to initiate here. Fun to find one on the Venom here, taking down the Mantis, and Kaidia going to get one off of the Deadpool as well here. So body advantage goes back to Pirates. They will take the point back, but Reject not going to give up so easily here. Kumio being unleashed by Yaki yet again, but Vital, so vital to this Pirates team, finding another one on the Phoenix. Gargoyle going to try to paint that KO feed red in their favor here, but it is overtime, and again, one fight is all Pirates need to win, but both teams doing a good job of securing themselves, keeping themselves alive all throughout these alt barrages here. Finally, a bit of a breakthrough for Pirates here, but Reject not gonna give up. Both of them will not move their heels off at this point. Soul Resurgence for Seung Hoon gonna try to rejuvenate this team and keep them in the fight here. Over heels across the board for them one more time as both teams drain the alt bank accounts here. It is Piggy coming in big for Reject. 1 KO in the neutral game here, and Pirates, the lights slowly going out one by one on the blue side of the screen there. They are trying to fight back here. They've got one overhead from Return, but what a play here. They are still holding strong.
Holding firmly onto this one. They ain't done till they're done, my man. Big shots over the top. Could relegate Kaidia out, but they will get charged back up. And Song over the top, trying to take it away. It does manage to pop. Piggy got their own banhammer at the ready as well. There we go. Committed to the fight now. Looking to see if they can shut them out of it. Gargoyle getting closer and closer, but it's vital to start things off. Fun activating for Soul Resurgence. Going to be committed from Brownie on the God of Mischief there. Aztec traded. Good stuff from Reject here. Slowly but certainly pushing them away, building up their own percentage bank. But with that rocket on deck, the BRB comes into play.
Yeah, it is going to take one more fight again. Just that few percent that Reject didn't have when they made that retake are going to make this one more fight to go here. Aztec's got a CYA copy after Hoodie flips over to the Rocket Raccoon here, trying to get some life support for the Pirates here, as it is double 99. Reject standing right in front of the finish line here, taking it away from Pirates. Overtime ticking down, and Reject, heater there on Krakoa, will take it 2 capture points to 0. They take down Pirates in what should be their game mode.
Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Reject are back, baby! Taking away a Krakoa in happy fashion. That is energetic, and you love to see it. And look at that. Piggy gonna be donning the Reject Esports bundle as well. If you don't have it, check it out in-game right now to support a Reject and get your love behind them, because my goodness, what a thriller of an opening game there.
Yeah, absolute stunner here coming out for Reject. Rattle the cage of the Pirates here. The cannonballs connect. The sails tattered for them as they are going to look to try and claw their way back. Last week, Piggy said, I carried. This week, definitely saying, buy the Reject bundle, because not only are they back, but they are back with a vengeance here. And, definitely capture point number 2. Pirates getting some hits in for sure, and a lot more of a tug of war. But Reject play cool through all of it. Cool heads prevail for them, and they will take it away. I mean, I have not seen Pirates. I don't know that they have dropped a Dom map yet in the preseason. So again, uncharted waters all over again for Pirates.
Yeah, amazing work coming through there, Obviously, as we were talking about earlier, Reject a bit shaky into the group stage there, but it's clear as day. They've started to lock back in. They want to take this all the way to the top here. They want to take the whole darn preseason by the reins there, Diatonic. They want to show the world, hey, there's a reason that we were one of the invited teams. There's a reason that we played on LAN before. We're here to step into high gear and take first place.
Yeah, I mean, this team that once was on the bubble, potentially not able to qualify here into the playoffs, now standing 2 maps away from punching their ticket into grand finals. So, we've said it several times, Reject coming back for sure. A completely different looking team, and no doubt Pirates will have plenty more up their sleeves, but definitely a message here from Reject on map number 1.
That's it, and more messages to come. I'll find the message in a bottle right on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
It never falls! Oh, go ma. Little love. Wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it. Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! Taste cold steel.
Time to make the undead dead again.
Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
shall feast on your bones! Ratatoster? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest.
Welcome back, everyone, and Reject looking to silence any remaining doubt. Such a turnaround for this team from week 1 of the group stage. They take map 1 over the Asia top dogs now, Pirates, and Pirates going to look to battle it back as the map choice goes over to them. Matsy, I'm stunned, really. I did not see this coming.
Yeah, we're both locked in place there. The Eye of Agamotto shining true on both of us there, that's for certain. So hopefully we'll be able to bounce back into our bodies and get into the second map very soon. Because, wow, what an absolute banger of a first map there. You know, Reject, they're fighting.
They absolutely are. I mean, you know, coming into this, definitely a little bit of a punch up for Reject, you know, 4th seed out of the group stage, fighting the 1st seed, but they will take a map in Pirates' home territory of domination. We are headed for some convoy next, and it is the Asia special, the map 2 counterpick, Museum of Contemplation. Seen this one time and time again here, so no doubt a comfort pick for almost any of these teams. Not shocked to see Pirates ready to head here either.
Yeah, ready and awaiting. We'll be contemplating a little more once again. I feel like we've had a ton of contemplation, so there's going to be some huge strategies coming through onto this one in a second. I'm certain of that. And eager to see what kind of band draft we get from both of these rosters as well. You know, we had the single-sided Doctor Strange working out wonderfully for a Reject into domination there. Moving on into the convoy section, though, will we see some of the same again? You know, having that Strange available definitely pays dividends. We see that paired out for that matter. Curiosity is going to be a peaked heading into this next portion.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, this kind of campaign for Reject has been a lot of, you know, silencing the doubt and kind of exercising their demons. And there are a couple of demons here on Museum of Contemplation for them. They dropped this map against Triple AD back in the group stage. That unfortunately was the result of a C9, a little miscommunication. They stepped off the cart right before checkpoint number 1. I mean, inches away, and let that one slip through their fingers. So definitely a couple of demons still left on this map for them. I am definitely interested to see what they are going to bring to the table here, but of course, eyes certainly on Pirates. You know, I don't believe they dropped a map 1. I think Triple AD took map 3 against them last night. So, you know, map number 1 loss, a little bit rattled here. I want to see how they bounce back and what changes they are going to make, because something does need to change here, as it felt like Reject, you know, tug of war, definitely not too far back in the rearview mirror, but Reject fully in control there on Krakoa for map 1.
Yeah, taking the reins on that series, winning it out in this tug-of-war for now. Will they be able to hold on to it? That is going to be decided. And, you know, it goes to show, even after losing a map in their last series for Pirates against Triple AD, maybe it's like the floodgates have opened and more maps could be lost as well, like what we just saw from Reject. Like, is there any time where this faucet gets plugged there? It's going to be tested heading into these next maps, that's for sure, as we are getting loaded on in to the server. The time stream is getting ignited very soon here, and will these players be able to lock it down, lock it in into the draft? We're gonna have to find out, everybody. This one is gonna be an absolute banger.
Yeah, you cannot count this Pirates team out. You know, they have dropped a map or 2 in the past. You know, before last night, it was a while. You know, the season 6 of the MRC was the last one they dropped before that. So, yeah, I'm on the same page. It does feel like, you know, taking on a little bit of water. Again, not to get too far into the pirate puns, but, you know, a little bit of water here and there. And, you know, you're right. That's kind of what we saw from Reject. You know, they dropped a series against Pirates in the group stage, and that was kind of the domino that led them to that week 1 heartbreak. But they are definitely back here, and we are looking at a brand new team here. What we are not looking at is a brand new draft. Mostly the same here. Mantis banned from Pirates, so no luck there. But Reject are going to get the Elsa Bloodstone on the board here. So one raid boss going to arrive in style here, and Pirates are going to save Invis for themselves. So again, a lot of focus on building that strategist line for themselves.
And it's great that they're having that focus in that direction because, I mean, you've got to have the best foundation to really support yourselves to do the best you can. All the meanwhile, though, Reject have their focus over the Duelist lineup. They've absolutely annihilated the more powerful picks there in Elsa and Daredevil taken out of the game. But, I mean, even without them, teams can still adapt. They still have access to Phoenix. They can still play Star-Lord. There's a lot they can play into here. So, I guess it's the best of both worlds. Like, do Reject have the benefit having the single-sided Elsa, or do Pirates have the benefit with the sustainability behind their roster?
Yeah, I mean, you know, at this point, these teams have to be so used to Elsa, Gambit, Daredevil being banned that they're basically just thinking, we're not even going to have those, so let's not game plan around them here. So sometimes you see the Elsa save in a team, it feels like they don't know what to do with it because they almost never get to run her. So I am curious what Reject is going to bring to the table here. They're also going to take a one-sided Loki here, so definitely a big one. They won't have access to Invis, of course. Pirates did take that away, and Pirates, they're going to save both the Invis and the Mantis. I think they saved the same in the first draft as well. They got one last ban left before we are ready to load in, and Reject are going to be on the attack here first. We've seen it on Museum of Contemplation plenty of times. Definitely quite a hole to try and dig yourself out of there at the start, and they're going to need all the tools they have. One they won't have access to is that Vanguard Deadpool. I almost feel like I cursed this into existence when I said he hasn't been banned very much in these Asia drafts.
Yeah, you got magical words there, Diatonic. You know, you're writing the storyline. You got the script already. What's going on, man? Love to see it. But we are seeing the script change shape here with our picks being locked in. So Woody are going to be playing in a team up there with Groot on the Mantis and Groot there. We've got the Invis and the Strange online for Pirates as well, having access to the Ultron here with focus around the Phoenix. So everything looking pretty good, solid for Pirates there. One of the same Reject are going to be playing into a more divey composition with the Wolverine and the Daredevil. So they're literally going to be hopping and jumping around and trying to ruin your day.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need all of the firepower they can get out the start here because, you know, after that map loss, Pirates got to be hungry here to get on the board and start taking some wins in this best of 5. Reject setting up in the spawn room here. Can never trust these guys, but there's a couple interesting looks from them as they start off. Same thing goes for Pirates here. Maybe not 100% what I would have expected from the defensive side here, but Gargoyle's got the fastball special ready to go here. Sends Yaki on a ride on the Wolverine, and we are ready to go here. Swap over to the Magneto. That's the pick for Gargoyle here for real this time. As map number 2, we are ready to go.
Yeah, they were going on a trip. Unfortunately, no rocket ship, but still drifting through the skies. Looking smart while doing it. Let's see if they can manage to open up the account. Brownie, good for it. Starts off strong, and now looking to drown out the rest as well. There you go. Vanguards are out of town, and there's more drowning out as well. Reject managed to push them away with great pressure, and that is an immediate break out of that first choke point. My goodness, Diatonic. What an opening there. You know, it's amazing they're able to break out of that one.
Yeah, you know, I said you gotta watch out for Brownie's Phoenix, but definitely watch out for his Elsa as well, because a monster hunter to be feared here, hunting down Pirates, and Reject, quite a rapid-fire pusher. They are already standing right in front of the door to checkpoint number 1, and Pirates gonna have to find an answer quick here. Less than 5 meters to go, and Yaki on the Wolverine, slice and dice through those Pirates. A double KO there, and Brownie on the move as well. Got the shotgun cooking here. Screen shaker here as Brownie taking a double KO, and Reject will take the first checkpoint. It's like hopscotch for them here. Over 5 minutes on the clock, and they've already got the alt econ advantage as well. Quite the snowball for them to start off.
It's an absolute avalanche. You know, they're building up more and more and looking unstoppable for the moment here, Diatonic, and very excited to see if Pirates might be able to finally stop them in place. They're building up to a lot of ults here. The Strangling Prison in particular could be it. Apex Predator, though, going to take them on a trip here. Big damage over the top. We'll be able to break past it, though. Total Bond coming out with the God of Mischief. Last stand from Yaki. No one caught, unfortunately. Fun, though. Getting caught in the crossfires. Good isolation from Brownie there, and looking to continue in that direction as well. They're stuck in the little doorway, and there's a trap in place. So Reject's continuing to clear space on this one. Walls are up, and Pirates need to change direction.
And just like with checkpoint number 1, Reject already fighting on the next one. They are literally time traveling to the future on this map here. Still more than 4 minutes to go, and Reject are looking to go ahead and grab another checkpoint here. It's dead even in the ult economy race between these two teams, but of course got the Eternal Bond ready to go here from Lastro, and going deep with it right into Pirates territory here. Kaidia goes up for a dunk there on the Meteor M, but does not look like he finds the value there. Slice and dice again for Yaki, and Kaidia cut to ribbons there and sent all the way back to spawn. Reject already less than 5 meters to go here, and they've got an early body advantage. They got to survive through this Rage of Ultron for return, and that they will here. No ults for them, but an Apex Predator quickly approaching, but Brownie does not even need it. Fun takes down Yaki, but Brownie will find that tree and send him all the way back to the starting point of the map. Apex Predator to try and shut down Pirates, clear the way here for them to try and close out the checkpoint, and plenty of damage coming through. Aztac and Kaidia both taken down by Piggy, who's on the Groot now as well. Big body advantage for Reject, over 4 minutes again in the time bank, and Reject looking at a checkpoint number 3 now.
Well done, well played into that one, and Piggy taking away the triple. What a ripple effect there, and maybe more to follow. Pirates at least will be able to stall them with the boundary at the ready, but I mean, Reject have so much time here that they can afford to just stall things out, wait and build up towards more ults in the meanwhile. See if they are going to be able to achieve that outcome, though, as that mission vehicle is already continuing to move forward. No obstacles in place. Fun's trying to clear space here, but Reject don't care.
No, I mean, they have cleared the couple of points on this map where you see teams typically get hung up. Of course, this last one can be pretty tricky for offense, too, so we'll have to see how they handle it. But so far, they have hurdled over every single obstacle, and they're going to look to do it here again. Gargoyle finds one onto Fun. Junghoon uses that God of Mischief to get the Eternal Bond ready to go here. No ult online for Pirates, so they are at Reject's mercy here, and Yaki has no mercy. Last stand goes down onto Aztac. Invis taken offline, out of the equation here, while Reject continue to do the math, and that math spells 3:30 still on the clock and less than halfway to go to clear the map.
More than halfway there, and no prayers on a deck here. Hoodie going to be awaiting patiently, though. We got plenty of strat ults at the ready to try and react to Reject here, and they're going to be the first to pop. Eternal Bond coming out. Apex Predator one in the same, trying to see if they can counteract that Soul Resurgence there. Kaidia in trouble again. Meteor comes out to save them. Strangling Prisons on both sides. They catch Songhoon there. Great work coming out from Pirates here. Exactly the reaction they needed. Reject aren't giving up, but they're going to be forced to by Kaidia and co.
Yeah, master of magnetism in action here. Kaidia giving Pirates some signs of life at the very last second. Truly the 11th hour here. Still 2:45 on the clock, and Reject so close to that all-important third checkpoint. It's going to be a full reset for them, but they are ready to jump right back up, dust themselves off, and get back in there. They will bring a Meteor M to the table. That's the only ult they're going to have up against Vital's in Song Inferno, as he's back over onto the Phoenix here, and return looking to match Yaki on that Wolverine. But I mean, right now, Reject definitely still got some momentum, but Pirates finally finding a way to put a wrench in the works.
Finally able to put a wrench into the works, and maybe looking to see if they can fix things up for something even more sinister. Big feral leap there, trying to catch them into place. Not going to be able to clear the space this time. Going to be forced to wait things out. Here's Gargoyle, though. Reach for the skies, rise up and launch. No KO on deck this time. And Song Inferno coming out from Vital, though, trying to see if they can burn through the back lane here. But no one are going to be primed out of it just yet. Piggy will fall, so good resistance from Pirates here. Songhoon ready with the God of Mischief if required. Not going to happen just yet. They're slicing through them slowly but certainly here.
Yeah, Pirates really springing back into action here in the back, the last seconds of the map here. They've done a great job carving through that time bank from Reject, down to just 1:30 here. The Eternal Bond coming down from Seunghoon. That's off the God of Mischief there, so not the real Eternal Bond. Lastro's almost got that one ready to go here. That draws the invisible boundary from Aztac, as Pirates, again, digging their heels in here and gritting their teeth as they are going to find a stop for now. But Reject, of course, several heroes on the cusp of charging up those ults, and they've got Apex Predator ready to go here. So they definitely have some threat, but they gotta find a way in the door here into this fight. Lastro going deep on that Eternal Bond, all the way down there on the ground, and there's the Apex Predator from Brownie trying to send him off the edge of the map here. Brownie will find two there, a double for the Elsa Bloodstone, and Reject just need a little bit more of a push here to finish things off. Return, last stand, Wolverine trying to get in the mix here and stop this push. 45 seconds left to go here, and a Strangling Prison now from Piggy as well. Return going down, that's at the hands of Gargoyle on that Magneto, now firing back for Reject here. They are so close to the very end here. One KO coming in from a Vital now as Pirates gonna battle back yet again here. Fun in the KO feed, making a double for the Jean Grey on the side of Pirates here as Reject's time slowly ticks away and they can see the map clear slipping through their fingers. Gargoyle got a strange portal though, so maybe one more contest from them.
That's exactly what they need here as well. They need to charge themselves up too. Emma Frost coming out the last second. Carbon Crush could be the recipe here. Sunghoon are going to be what they rely upon. A Spider-Man switch up from Yaki as well, but it's too little, too late. They aren't able to get it done there. No portal, no worries. And Pirates going to be able to successfully defend right on the edge there. So well done from them for staying composed and taking advantage of their situation into that one. And now going to have to try and run it back on the attacking phase.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I can't imagine there are a lot of teams here in the Ignite field that can handle that kind of pressure. Reject almost 5 minutes in the bank through a majority of this map, and Pirates just simply blink at it and find the defense that they always needed here. A couple of quick swaps, definitely helpful for them. Return over onto that Wolverine, definitely matching what Reject is bringing to the table, and now both teams looking to shuffle up the comps here as we are ready to switch sides. Reject gonna bring a couple of new things to the table here. Piggy over onto the cap here, and Yaki's got that Ultron ready to go. Lastro on the Luna Snow here, so I like the versatility. You expect that from both of these teams here, as of course this is our winners finals, so they are here for a reason, and that versatility definitely has resulted in this matchup here. So I like this from Pirates. They've got some ideas on how to break out of this spawn hold. The question is, can Reject hold them? They have this whole map to play with here, so a lot of advantages, but again, you cannot rule out the Pirates.
Somebody call Liger. There's a Moon Knight on the screen right now, and to see if they are going to be able to use that combo of the Ages there, and a Gonshu into the Strangling Prison, and all fights will have risen into that one. But I like the returns playing into the Punisher as well. You know that they're trying to break out of their spawn hold as quickly as possible there. Final Judgment, a great tool to rely upon in that matter, and having Aztac on the rocket as well enables them to stay into the fights with the Battle Recon Beacon there. So, keen to see that one come into effect. Will it be the right path forward? That's going to be tested with great haste already. Alastro in big trouble though. Won't be displaced. Still going to be able to stay on track into this one. But Pirates, they're gaining a bit of momentum nice and early. Reject are giving a lot of space early on here.
Yeah, they definitely are, and Pirates gonna look for that kind of sustain here. They're gonna get this Batsmobile to the end, even if they have to push it by hand here, and a bit of a scrap between these two teams. No big breakthroughs yet. Pirates still looking to try and get out of kind of that first early spawn hold potential, and they are pushing Reject back. More ground than I think they want to give up here, but there are some serious threats on the board. Aztac throws down the CYA, getting the team on life support and some damage boost as well. Yaki, though, gonna scare him off with that Rage of Ultron, and Gargoyle's got Meteor M online as well, so plenty of tools in the tank for both sides of the board here. But Pirates, definitely good looks, but no time to dilly-dally here.
No time to muck around into this one. It's going to be the Strangling Prison into the hand of Khonshu, but they sustain through with a dance floor coming out from Lastro there. So 1-0 for the price of 2. That's a bargain for Reject, if you ask me. Freedom Charge online as well, just to try and force them back here. Hoodie not going to commit the boundary too quickly. This is good on the delay there. You know, they can sustain through. Final Judgment coming up as well. They need to evacuate quick. Get the Meteor down. Will not be able to manage it. Gargoyle is out of here, and they are playing the lines of sight, so Reject will be able to keep most members online, but it's at least good for Pirates. They can force them out of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, absolute scramble here from Reject in the face of that final judgment from Return here. And now Fun moving different on the Groot this time around. Finds Jung-hoon. White Fox sent all the way back, but there is a portal potentially coming through from Gargoyle. Opens it up here, and they will jump right on through. Piggy on the Captain America leading the charge here. Gonna be one more contest for Reject, down to a minute 30 now. So does feel like Pirates have had a lot of time here. I feel like that timer is dragging on if you're on the side of Reject, but they are gonna look to try and stop them here. A fight win for Reject would definitely help the momentum, but Return is not going to give it up that easy there. Finds the crit shot onto Brownie and sends Elsa all the way back here. Just under a minute 30 to go now for the Pirates, and they are still looking to try and push this thing down to the end. They go to the air though. Kaidi and Yaki both letting the ults rip. The Rage of Ultron raining down onto Pirates, but doesn't affect them too much. Looking for a combo yet again here. The Groot and the Moon Knight together. The hand of Khonshu, and that hand is furious here. Less than 1 meter to go for Pirates, but Reject, even with the few bodies they've got, still not giving this thing up. Piggy on the Captain America trying to hold it down while the rest of the team comes back. Lastro's got Fate of both worlds as well, so they have some sustain here, but shut down, and finally, Pirates will make it through. 3 minutes on the clock for them now.
Going absolutely down to the wire on that one. Gargoyle going to be delayed on the KO there as well, but they're happy to go down. They can switch up onto the Venom, get back into the fight nice and quickly. And looking more dive-centric onto this next evolution of Reject's defense here. The Devil coming out. They've got the Venom, Cap, White Fox. Everything's looking pretty fast for that matter. So curious to see if they can blast past the Pirates in this one, as time is still going to be favoring Pirates here, but they got to get more than time. They got to prime up and push this next capture point.
Yeah, and a bit of a change coming through for Reject now. Yaki's on that Daredevil, so they're going to target that back line, but they're going to have to wait for this buffed up final judgment, thanks to that CYA from Aztac on the board as well. They will find Brownie, who's over onto the Phoenix. Piggy, the only one holding an ult right now, and that Freedom Charge is going to come out here. Lastro and Yaki in the KO feed now, as Reject find a little bit of control amongst the Chaos. Kaidia in trouble here as well. The strategist for Pirates going down. A bit of a stagger coming through now for Reject. A triple on that Luna, and she is fierce here on the Museum of Contemplation. 2 minutes for Pirates, and they are going to have to wait just a little bit to get the whole crew together.
That's so devious, getting the delayed KO as well onto Fun there. That just builds them up a bit more time here to just hold things back. So Pirates gonna have to wait out the respawn on Fun there before they make a second attempt. They've got the Strangling Prison, so they certainly can play into this one, but Reject are building up quite a few things to respond accordingly, so might just have to sustain through a bit longer to build up some more of their own ults before they commit to a fight in this one. We'll see how it plays now though. Feast of the Abyss might force their hand here. Gargoyle jumping straight in. Aztac barely holding through, and there's more to follow.
Yeah, plenty of ults coming out. If you got it, you're going to let it rip here. Yaki letting the Devil out here. The Lawyer of Hell's Kitchen ready to go and finds one onto Vital. Holds down the Insong Inferno. They stop that Inferno dead in its tracks, making a double KO for the Daredevil. Yaki looking for even more in the mix there as the rest of Reject try to capitalize here, but it is going to be another stop here. Pirates about halfway to that second checkpoint, but they've got less than 60 seconds, so they got to find an answer. They might be able to do it with this Eye of Agamotto, but they gotta find it quick.
Quick as lightning, otherwise there will be shot away like lightning in a second here. Have to go in into overdrive. Vital barely sustains through, forced into the end song there, trying to find a place to pop it. Might actually get something from it. There you go, set up by their team. Piggy's down. This is a good way to use it, and looking to find more around the corner. They just get it. Oh, Brownie bringing one of their own. Sunghoon's down, and more to follow. They just keep trading player for player into this one. 20 seconds though, and Reject, they've got the advantage. The dance floor is theirs if they need it. Here it goes.
Yeah, Reject not giving him a single ounce of value. Even when Pirates find the KOs, they trade right back here, back and forth. That Fate of Both Worlds going offline. Pirates don't have anything in the tank here. They've got a Strangling Prison online now. Piggy's got the Freedom Charge, and they're going to look to put the final nail in the coffin here on map 2. Pirates let every ult fly here, and the KO feed comes up blue. Kaidi, a double KO there on the Doctor Strange, taking down a couple of members of Reject here. Gargoyle as well tries to go for the Feast of the Abyss, but immediately shut down. So one ult for Reject. Unfortunately, big whiff there. Fun will take down Piggy. They will take the checkpoint amidst all this chaos. 130 is what Pirates have left to work with here. So definitely gonna be a mad dash to the finish, but a solid breakthrough for Pirates.
Big breakthrough there, building up a tiny bit more time, and they're going to have the slight ult advantage as well with the Rage available and Song around the corner here. Things looking good for them, but they have to push through as fast as they can here. Don't allow Reject more time to charge themselves up, because right now they got nothing sure, but they're getting pretty darn close to themselves onto this one, so you can't afford to allow them to charge those batteries up, or you are in big trouble. Speaking of, they're already trying to isolate out KOs on a Vital there, luckily sustained through, forcing the Rage out though. This is good for Reject.
Yeah, Pirates forced to use here their few ultimates that they've got left, and it's going to be down to about 30 seconds here. Reject took a while to get through here at the very end, and Pirates seem to be slowing down just a little bit. In-Song Inferno is what they've got to work with, and Reject, again, those ult charges keep ticking up here. If they can find a win within these last 20 seconds, it'll be huge, but Vital, big KO onto Yaki, so definitely a speed bump here for Reject. Brownie goes overhead for the In-Song Inferno, comes down, a wave of damage, but only finds a bit onto Kaidia, who is in a little bit of trouble here, but Reject now kind of scrambling, trying to poke at every opportunity they've got to see if they can find a hole to break through here. We are going to go into overtime, so it is officially one fight territory for Reject here. Plenty of ults for them here, and the first one going to go is that Fate of Both Worlds. Yaki going to let the devil out one last time here on the Museum of Contemplation, as they are going to try to close it out. A big whiff on the In-Song Inferno, and Brownie relentless on that Phoenix. I have Agamotto from Kaidia is no good either. Reject, major body advantage here. Overtime ticking away, and Reject win 2 in a row against the Pirates.
Oh my days! The In-Song Inferno lost in the trees, and Reject breezed past them. Insane work, insane storyline coming to fruition here, Diatonic. They get it done in 2 now, and they are 1 step away from keying their ticket.
I cannot believe what I am seeing. Reject currently uncontested in the map score, and now on match point, a single map away from their trip to the grand finals. And, you know, looking at the scoreboard, you can tell just how close this one was. It was not a runaway for Reject. Pirates were able to stop them from clearing the map, and it would come pretty close with Pirates able to see that all-important finish line. But it is Reject that'll walk away with it. And, you know, we said it a couple times already tonight, but cool heads prevail. We did see that In-Song Inferno, like you said, get caught up in the trees there, in the landscape of Museum of Contemplation. A bit of a panic push here for Pirates, and it does not pay off in their favor. I was stunned on map number 1, but now 2 in a row here. This is the most we have seen Pirates drop in a single series all preseason long, and now the dream for Reject is alive here. A total turnaround from that rough start in the beginning of group stage.
Huge shift in momentum, shift in direction there. Reject are showing us exactly why they were our Asia champions in the past, and now looking to see if they can make it happen all over again here. They are 1 map away, potentially, from keying their ticket into a grand final. This is insane! The turnaround from this team. Pirates, they're lost at sea right now.
The pirate puns always come through on these matchups. But yeah, I mean, truthfully, the only question right now in my mind is, where has this Reject been? This is unlike anything we've seen from them here in the preseason. And, you know, they had good looks last night in the first match of preseason, or the playoffs, that they won. But now, I mean, this is something entirely different here. I can't believe how strong they come through here. And again, a very, very close matchup. But this looks like something you'd see from the 1st and 2nd seed facing off, not the 1st and 4th seed out of the group stage.
Insane timeline we are living in right now, and we're going to see the next development on this timeline right on the other side of this break, everybody. Stay tuned. It is firing up even more. We'll be back right after this break.
This child.
Well, Pirates continue taking on water here at the hands of a reinvigorated, rejuvenated Reject here. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We are ready for map number 3 of Pirates versus Reject, and Matsy, potentially the last map of this series if Reject keep going at this pace.
I can't believe this, you know, they've got a ton of wind in their sails and they are absolutely taking this one all the way through to the Grand Line there. Impressive stuff coming out from Reject into this one, and eager to see if there's more where that came from, because the Pirates, they need to step up, you know, they need to really step up to the plate and give it their all here, otherwise they are going to be swept away.
Yeah, I mean, Pirates, you know, before this matchup tonight had taken on every single opponent that had crossed their path, dispatched everyone, you know, dropping only one map up to this series here in the preseason, and now this is a completely different look for this team. Certainly on the back foot now and staring down the cliff, potentially being sent down into the lower bracket if Reject can hold it down for one more map. But again, it's been pretty close here, especially at the end there on Museum of Contemplation. A few ults don't go Pirates' way, and that opens the door for Reject to close out that defense. So, you know, this is not decided, I'm quite sure, but definitely cannot believe we are looking at a 2-0 so far.
Yeah, insane timeline thus far into the series, but you know, we've seen scorelines just like this before. This is the chance at redemption for the Pirates here. Their time to step up. It's when it's these make or break moments that teams can really fall into their own and look to play to their true strengths here. We've seen Pirates play to their strengths before. There's no reason they can't do it all over again here and now. It's their time to lock in on the third map here. You know, we could be running it down to anything. We could finally see Heart of Heaven picked into the games. I'd love to see that, honestly. Probably won't happen, but I'd love to see it. Oh, here we go. Shin Shibuya!
I was gonna say, you know, we have Convergence on deck here because Domination and Convoy both already taken up. You know, Reject and Symbiotic Surface is a map they've had some past with, but you know, they vanquished those demons last night. But no, we are headed to Shin Shibuya, added into the competitive map pool here just at the start of this Ignite season. So definitely looking forward. We haven't seen a lot of Shin Shibuya here in Asia yet, so curious to see how the teams are gonna handle this matchup. You know, is this kind of an out of left field pick for Pirates, trying to just, you know, throw some kind of blocker in the way of that momentum, because Reject have certainly built up some momentum over these two maps. I mean, at this point, it is truly try anything to find a way in the door and get on the board.
Get on the board and draw the sword into this one. Eager to see those Deadpools drawing those katanas out and doing everything they can. If they play Deadpool on this one, might be banned. Maybe not. We'll see, though. I'm excited for the kind of draft we're going to be presented with into a map like Shin Shibuya, right? Because sometimes teams don't take your traditional approach that you've seen into basically every other map. You know, sometimes you might see something like an Everfrost break through. We've seen that in the past. Maybe we'll see something else entirely. So I'm eager to find out which direction these two teams are looking to take us this time.
Yeah, and maybe it's that kind of outside-the-box approach to this map that Pirates are looking for here. A lot of what Reject has been doing is, playing it by the book, a lot of what we've expected, especially in the draft phases so far. So maybe looking to try and rug pull a little bit, take them by surprise, and go somewhere that they have a little bit more freedom, or, see, if they can find, okay, have Reject studied this map? Do they know who works here? Do they know how to approach the draft and what composition to take in here? So I'm definitely excited for this one. A very interesting map number 3 pick. And then, of course, if Pirates do manage to take this one, we are going to reset all over again, and all the game modes will be back on the table here. But there is the tail of the tape here. Pirates, no maps on the board yet, and Reject standing on match point, the stamp ready to punch their ticket to Grand Finals.
That's it. Ready to see it and ready to be it. The best they can be into this one. Both teams are ready and waiting to slate their way into the server. Everybody get keen as we will get down to business in just a second here. Here we go. The draft is underway. Shin Shibuya. And will we see a Gambit taken out? We probably will in just a moment.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. Pirates do clear it for a second, but it is Gambit again off the table. Unfortunately gonna fold here yet again in the third map of this series. Reject, no doubt in their mind, they will take the Mantis back once again here, and it is gonna go right back over to Pirates. They did face the might of the Elsa Bloodstone on Museum, so they are gonna take that away, and Pirates maybe gonna go for the Mantis save themselves here. Yes, sir, basically the same draft we've seen the first couple maps here, and again, these games have been so close. You don't expect a ton of change here in the draft phase from either side.
Yeah, going to be most of the same here into this one. It's a mirror match thus far. This is where the changes start to happen, though. We could see a single-sided invis. There you go. We're going to see the Daredevil taken away, though. Prioritizing that one, considering Pirates has the next Protect here. So we will see the single-sided invis for them. And Reject now have the ball in their court on their next ban there. If Pirates lock in invis, that is.
Yeah, and that they will, and they have been this whole time really focused on securing a solid strategist backline. Hasn't necessarily paid the dividends they've wanted here. Has not put a map up on the board for them, but definitely not something to overlook here. But Reject gonna go all the way back to map number 1. Doctor Strange taken off the table for Pirates yet again here. We did see a little bit of portal play on Museum of Contemplation. They did get back in for a recontest off of one of those Strange portals, but no such luck this time. Reject going to close out their draft with a Loki save as well. They don't have access to the invisible boundary, but Loki going to have plenty of targets on their side of the board, as only Gambit and Invis taken off the table in terms of strategists.
Going to be so good to see, and eager to see the double soul resurgences, or double rages for that matter, as we jump into this one. Focused up all over again. Venom will be breaking out on both sides of the coin here, seeing the matched Phoenixes as well. Piggy thought about the Groot here, but it looks like they will be still contemplating which Vanguard to go into. I mean, Angela could have their time, if they prime up into it, but looks like they are going to be sticking it out with the Magneto into this one. Definitely can find its momentum, especially being able to put the bubbles over their teammates there, keep them up into fight after fight on this one. So, going to see a look at the beautiful landscapes before we jump into the action here, Diatonic. But I'm keen as ever to see how this one's going to go down. And already they're changing those Vanguard picks, man. I'm already loving what Piggy's on. If you know, you know.
So you cannot trust them until those doors fly open. Never trust what they pick until they're able to walk out onto the streets. But, kind of an interesting setup here. Pirates, this is their map pick. They are going to take defense first, and offense here at the very beginning. This first point can be pretty tricky. So it looks like they are going to go for the chokehold right out the gate here. Shut down Reject before they can get the cart unlocked and close this map out and get themselves on the board here. Pirates do get a bit of a soft one-sided Vanpool. They didn't have to save it for themselves, but they ban it out for Reject. And here we go, Strange Portal from Gargoyle. Reject gonna take some damage here, but they're already gonna move onto the point. No hesitation here for them.
No hesitation whatsoever. They take aim and don't complain. Looking to jump into the fray all over. Regeneration Domain can be popped early, though. Hoodie in a bit of trouble as well for the Pirates. Will be able to retreat back for the moment. Reject, though, we're going to play their angles here. Bit of trouble for Vital, and now that's the opening. Exactly what they sought out.
Yeah, I mean, if the game plan here for Pirates was to trip them up by putting them on the attack here first, Rejects say no such luck for you. And yeah, Piggy here onto the Emma Frost, ready to take some names. And one of those names going to be Fun. That Venom sent all the way back to Defender's spawn here as Reject an inch away from that first tick, and they will take it. So they got a bit of a foothold here. They're just going to march right on through as Pirates stuck on the other side of that door, and Reject marching on here. Brownie will find Kaidia, and they will take the first capture point here. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Ruthless pace here on match point for Reject, and they're not even done. Gargoyle finds one too.
Oh my goodness, it's ruthless aggression all the way through. They're in their attitude era right now, Diatonic. They're going absolutely crazy into this one, and they ain't even done. They're breaking the walls down, and they're making sure Pirates are sent out of town.
Yeah, sent out to sea without the map. Left adrift here are the Pirates there on point one. Again, this is their map pick, but it looks like Reject's territory so far here as they are on those neon-laden streets of Tokyo 2099, and they are moving different here. They've got the ult advantage, and Yaki gonna press that advantage there. Rage of Ultron from overhead, and Pirates are reeling here, sending that Jean Grey all the way back to spawn. They've got a couple more in the tank here too. Lastro's gonna make the copy onto that Soul Resurgence, and they are going to look to keep this breakneck pace up. Blink and you'll miss half the map here at this point from Reject. They are already looking at the finish line for checkpoint 2, and I have no doubt that they got their sights set on a map clear again.
They are ready. They're trying to speedrun their way through this one. Oh my goodness, Gargoyle takes aim from afar, snipes him down. Huge stuff there, and Gargoyle was taking the thoughts of a Agamotto there. Not going to happen though. It's going to be the Psionic Seduction, locking them in place here. Fun luckily sustains through it with the Rage from Vital there. Hoodie going to be bringing up the Soul Resurgence as well. Agamotto from Gargoyle will lock out 1-for-1 trades into this one, and look to parade their way ahead. Songhorn though brings out their own Soul Resurgence now. Sedation locking down Return. They are earning themselves crucial KOs here. Gargoyle's going hunting. Poor Hoodie isolated with no one home, and they're still fighting it out on this mission vehicle. Somehow the Pirates will hold firmly on.
Feels like Gargoyle's got omnipresence here around every turn. Those maelstroms, you cannot escape it here. Brownie again cooking here onto the Phoenix for one last map. Reject lock in checkpoint number 2. 4:30 on the clock for them, and it is a short little jog to the very end, but Reject pressing the advantage. Pressure, pressure, pressure. As soon as they secure one, they move on up, and now they're going to try to push Pirates right back into the doors, right past their spawn. I mean, I cannot believe how rapid fire, what a speed run of Shin Shibuya.
Yeah, this is one of the quickest pushes I've ever seen, that's for certain, and keen to see if it is going to slow down there. We'll wait things out for the moment. Aztac has the boundary available here, so they can match the Rage if it is engaged here. Yaki looking to bring it out right now. There we go. Gonna go Straddle for Straddle into this one. Hoodie in a bit of trouble as well. Luckily gets sustained through it. Regeneration Domain popped as well here, and Brownie will go down. This is the start of a comeback here for Fun and Co. They can hold them down in place, force a Reject to fall back and build themselves up some more time. Big aim downfield though, but they're still gonna hold their ground.
Yeah, definitely feels like second verse, same as the first here, just like on Museum of Contemplation. Reject will find a bit of a hold at the end here. Return will find Gargoyle off of that in-song Inferno as well. So close to that Eye of Agamotto, and now again, the momentum slows for Reject. Still plenty of time in the time bank for them, but off the back of those strategists getting KO'd, they are going to have to reset here. A little bit of a dust-off, but they are going to come back with a vengeance here, Matsy. They got 4 ults ready to go, and a Soul Resurgence is not too far behind, so Pirates again are gonna have to batten down the hatches.
Really going to have to lock it in on this one. Could go ult for ult trades here. Almost a full set on both teams. And Lastro looking to engage in the beginning. Does have God of Mischief in as the boundary if needed. And Song are going to be a box there as well. It's Yaki the first to fall though. Traded out immediately. Fun's down. They can't play around those walls anymore. And Reject looking to disengage around the back. Psionic Seduction going to be evaded by the whole team. But at least allows Reject to push the mission vehicle and isolate a KO on Aztac there. This is not what you want if you're Pirates right now. You need your strats online all damn day.
No, if you're going to find one pick in here, the strategist is the way to go on the side of Reject. They throw down that Sonic Seduction. It sends Pirates turn tail and running, but Reject don't let them escape here. Now marching into the final room here on a Shin Shibuya with still 2 minutes to spare. That Soul Resurgence from Seunghoon, but shut down right away by Fun here. All barrage from Pirates. They will let everything fly here in Song Inferno, Rage of Ultron, you name it, and it is on the board here. Return finally lets that In-Song Inferno drop. The Phoenix comes down, and not a ton of value coming out of that one, but they play on through. They stop Reject yet again here. Gargoyle does have Eye of Agamotto, so maybe they're going to look for something with that here. And Aztac so close to that Loki ult. It is really anyone's game here at the very end. 1:30 left to go, and Reject going to dust themselves off yet again here and prep for one more push.
They're going to brush their way through this one. If they can shut down Aztac, it could be the recipe they need, but losing Seunghoon so early into the fight might just hurt them. More to follow here. The Pirates are doing the best they can to dismantle them into the neutral, and it's working out so well. Kaidia is locking this in as much as they can here, stalling out time, priming up the KOs. It's a triple with so many selfies in between. This is exactly what Pirates needed here. A way to displace them, build up to that God of Mischief, and now they can hold it back. One last fight could be all it comes down to for Reject here, and Pirates, they're looking warmed up now.
Yeah, Kaidia takes maximum effort very personally here on this Vanpool. So many KOs, a ton of XP. If he's not maxed out, he's got to be getting close here. But it is going to be Brownie. Eyes on him yet again on that Phoenix. Banhammer coming out from Kaidia now, as we are going to be looking at potentially one last fight here for Reject. But they've got some tools at their disposal to try and turn the tides here in their favor. It's going to be the God of Mischief first. Going to get that Eternal Bond ready to go here, and going to go deep with it is Lastro here all the way to the Pirates spawn. They go here. Lanterns coming down for Pirates here from the Loki, but it's not enough to save Fun on the Groot there. Piggy will find him, and Brownie going overhead looking for a target here on that In-Song Inferno, and it is good here. Finds Aztac, and Yaki will take down Kaidia as well. 1 meter for Reject, but it is going to be under overtime here, and they are going to look for one last kick to the door here to finish off this push. Brownie and Yaki KO feed yet again here, and Reject will do it this time. They will clear the map.
They clear it, go the full distance there. It went all the way down to the wire, so got to give props to Pirates for holding it down as long as they did there, but Reject will be able to lock it down in the end there. So gonna be insane stuff coming through right now. Diatonic, my goodness. Pirates, they have to match them on a incredible first push there, you know, because Reject, they just sped their way all the way through the first capture point there, and Pirates, they have to do the exact same damn thing and maybe more.
I was going to say, it was a strange portal right out the gate from Reject, and they just never looked back one single time all map along. They will run right through the neon-bathed streets here to the very end, and now leaving Pirates in critical condition here. It is match point for Reject, and they are looking to take this thing all the way to the grand finals. For the first time here in preseason, the life bars for Pirates are blinking red. It is go time for them. They gotta clear this map, and then on the other end, they gotta get ready for some extra rounds if they want to stay alive here in the upper bracket.
They have to do exactly what they came here to do, thrive and look to dive in. Speaking of dive, Piggy, I like the vision. We talked about Angela in the beginning, and looks like Angela is here. The Valkyrie is on deck. Let's see if they can get some environmental KOs off this one. I'm excited to see it. I see the vision, but we'll see if they are going to be able to achieve it, because Brownie already from downtown gets the home run.
I don't know that the word breaks is in the vocabulary of anyone on Reject. They go merciless from frame one every single time into this series. They know they cannot give Pirates any quarter here, as they are going to look to try and close this one out. So that KO, huge for Brownie, of course, puts him in the lead in the ult charge up against Return, but Return going to jump over the wall there, try to get some similar looks for the Pirates, as again, a little bit of a neutral game here. Definitely a slower start for Pirates, but the critical thing here, they don't have access to Doctor Strange, so they cannot match Reject's push the same way that they did on offense. 60 seconds away now, and Pirates not able to make it to the capture point quite yet.
Going to be able to push it through for the time being, but their chance might be around the corner. Off the back of the gavel coming down, Vital finds Gargoyle and is looking for more, making it soar up in the skies, forcing them out of line of sight there, and Pirates are getting distance on the mission area right now, taking selfies all the meanwhile. They're feeling good about it, and no one's there to contend with them until Piggy rises to the occasion, but they need to get healed if they want to hold on to this one, and it ain't gonna happen. At least they got the portal to hold on for a second longer.
Yeah, no strategist insight there for Reject, but they are here now. Yaki's got the Rage of Ultron ready to go here, but it's Vital again on the Ultron. We'll find Gargoyle down there on the ground as Reject able to hold on to it, but how long can they with Hoodie finding another KO? Brownie is taken down, and Return as well will get one in. Name a member of Pirates, and they're in your KO feed now. Aztac getting in the mix as well here. It's an ace onto Reject. Pirates take the first checkpoint, 4:30 on the clock, so a good clap back here as Pirates gonna try to stay in it here.
Doing the best they can to stay in it. They've got almost 5 ults to their name to do exactly that, and a Reject on the edge of a similar straits here. So it's going to be a fiery endeavor ahead of us. I'm certain of that. And when those are committed, though, will be tested. But they are going to at least give a little bit of distance towards this next choke point here. Reject waiting patiently as Pirates look to find a way to dive in. They've got Vampool on lock and more to follow. Rage of Ultron already going to be engaged there, matched by the Soul Resurgence, but Brownie will fall in the meantime. Now going to be bringing up the Ensong Inferno, see if they can catch anyone else off guard here. Looking to lock it down round the back. Lastro luckily does the same through, getting the God of Mischief into a further Soul Resurgence. They aren't popping it yet, though. I love this patience. They're waiting for the prime moment. Ensong Inferno up front, and there it is.
Wow, through the building, laser precision there from Brownie. Will take out Aztac on that one, and now Reject gonna bite back here on the other side of checkpoint 1. Fun following the rest of the team back to the grave. Pirates definitely playing it close to their chest, trying to hold those ultimates until the right moment, but a few of them are going all the way back to square one, still holding them, so they will definitely come back with a vengeance, but a good look here for Reject. You know, this is the first time we've seen Pirates kind of have a big time bank built up here, so now we're kind of looking at how Reject is going to respond to that and how they are going to look to drain that time. Banhammer coming in from Kaidia, and Aztac from the sky will find one on the invis here. Pirates still got some momentum in them.
Still got a bit more where that came from. Still a bit of fuel in the tank there, but they have managed to spot out Brownie. Poor Brownie. Not going to escape their fate there. Beast of the Abyss are going to be committed by Gargoyle. Won't get much from it. Will at least be able to swing back to their team so they can slow it down. Regeneration Domain committed as well, just to keep them in the fight a bit longer. Pirates can capitalize on that, though, as they look to sustain it out, fight their way through, and they're still gaining distance over the mission vehicle here. But Brownie, they're doing what they're infamous for, playing from a distance here. If they stack up enough momentum here, they could get a KO through. But speaking of, Aztac in trouble, and now they crawl up. It's pirate time!
And Kaidia in Reject's area here on that Deadpool. Drops in for a quick double kill. See you later there. Forces out a couple of aerial ults there. Piggy goes for the Meteor but doesn't find anything. And Yaki's Rage of Ultron going offline without a KO to their name here. They do get some pressure on them, and they're able to regain a little bit of control here in this absolute mess. But Return going overhead for the end song, and Kaidia finding Gargoyle again here. One more KO for the side of Pirates here. All the ults that Reject got are coming out now, but they are all going to go offline here. Pirates doing a great job of staying ahead in the ult game and the KO game here, making a double KO there for Hoodie. 3 KOs there on the Mantis. Her anger is healthy indeed. Healthy for Pirates as they'll take checkpoint number 2 and back up to 3 minutes on the clock.
Back up to 3 minutes and looking to build up more where that came from. Pressure going to be on a Reject here to try and stop them at the gates as they look to change up their composition once again on both sides, playing into the Primal Flame team up for the Pirates here. Love to see it. Wolverine, definitely one that can burn through those Groots if the need arises here. And the time to rise up has never been grander. will hold firmly onto this one for the moment. Just over 2 minutes around the corner here. Reject ready and waiting to reject their entry towards this final capture point.
Yeah, this is dangerously close here for Pirates. Still a couple of minutes left to go, so they got some room to breathe here. Reject, meanwhile, running out of space to stand on. They gotta find a way to take the lead in this ult economy here. They've got the God of Mischief, so definitely a good versatile ult for them here. But of course, it is gonna be dueling Wolverines to the very end. Yaki versus Return yet again, so keep your eyes on that matchup because they both got Groots to claw through here. But it is Kaidia here, a big hero for the Pirates on this map, finding another KO on the Deadpool, and now that is going to be their time to capitalize here. Return in a little bit of trouble as Lastro goes for the Eternal Bond, gets Reject some space to fight under, but they are quickly running out of that space here. It's a bit of a calm before the storm as Pirates going to round that last corner here. In Song Inferno comes down for Brownie yet again, holding it up in the air here, trying to find the perfect mark, waiting for Pirates to use some of those ults, but not going to be able to hold that ult much longer. Finally, the Phoenix comes down, but it is fun taking out the enemy Groot here, and Pirates looking good with 60 seconds on the clock, and Reject, the lights suddenly go out here. Every member of Pirates getting their hits in, and they'll save themselves a little bit of time for the extra rounds.
Oh my goodness. Pirates are back and swinging into this one, managing to get a whole extra minute into this one. Oh my goodness. Going all the way to OT, just when you think things are on the edge of the needle. No, they are going to be all the way down to OT. And Pirates have got the time bank in their advantage. A whole extra minute right now. Reject. They need to find that first push of the ages, just like they did at the start of the map. If they can't match that energy or exceed it, this game is done.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they are going to do here. Gargoyle back over onto the Strange, and as you remember, and as we've talked about, Reject, very, very aggressive opening push, so looking for them to try and at least unlock the cart with those 60 seconds. Pirates definitely a little slower to come online on offense, so I think Reject going to have to bank on that yet again, but will this thing play out the exact same way 2 times in a row here? We will have to wait and find out. Fun over onto the Venom here, as Pirates, of course, now so close, the closest they've been so far to taking a map, but again, they just haven't been able to get over this hill that is Reject. So one more time here on Shin Shibuya, Reject on the attack, and obviously we're going to look for a Strange portal from Gargoyle right out of the gate.
Yeah, contemplating it right now, looking to play straight into it. Good scouting on the height here. Can look to isolate some KOs and look for more where that came from. Team going to be steaming through, looking to see if they can get anything used against them, though. The Pirates will take the lead onto this one, so Reject going to shift focus, take it a bit slower, and go at it from another angle there, utilizing the shield to see if they can feel themselves closer towards the mission area. But it's going to be the regeneration domain already popped as well. Reject not getting the motion they need yet, but now starting to get in the swing of things.
Yeah, and I like that portal jump for Reject. They use the portal to try and defend themselves so they can get onto some solid ground here, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Vital for Yaki here, and now make it 2 for the Pirates. Make it 3. Return on the Phoenix. So vicious here from the skies as Pirates going to look to hold them down, and Reject not even able to put boots on the capture point here. 0%. All Pirates got to do now with that 2 minutes is take one tick of progress.
This outcome is terrifying, Diatonic.
Yeah, I see where we're headed.
I'm not gonna say it directly, but I'm kind of scared of what could be ahead of us with first mission area like that. Reject, you can do it. We'll see though what happens into this one. We could be going strange places, that's for sure. But we are going to be locking in to Reject on their defensive side. Now, Pirates have 2 minutes to try and spin things into action. All they need to do is even sneeze on the mission area, and it should be a-okay. Will they be able to get it done, though? That is going to be tested. Reject, they're looking to eject themselves back into it with that triple strategist lineup. They got the double Vanguard and are playing around a Brownie on that Phoenix again. So, looking to match their energy and do whatever they can is the Pirates here. It's going to be the battle of the fires, and who's going to burn brighter?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of, for Pirates, you know, they have been so dominant throughout the preseason, had the upper hand around every corner against almost every opponent. So I imagine throughout this series, it's been a very different feel for them, as it feels like Reject has had their number all along. But now Pirates, for the first time this series, truly have a complete upper hand against Reject. They've got 2 whole minutes, and all they need is 1 tick of progress. You can see that yellow mark there. That's all they got to do to get themselves on the board here and keep the run alive. Reject, though, gonna look to shut that down and potentially take us to a map 4, maybe?
We'll find out if it's going to go that direction, Diatonic. It could be a map 4 or map 3.5 at this point. Who knows? It's all going to be on a deck here, though, as the fight will begin. Gargoyle going down is a great start from Pirates. The more KOs they can find into their favor, the better. As they hold it down with the Banhammer right now coming out. All hands on deck on this one, but no one else going down until Lastro is out of the fight.
And I think they are out of strategist there. Seung-hoon goes down, and Pirates will walk it right on there. They take the tick, and they will take Shin Shibuya, a heater, a very, very close one that they had to play to the max here. But in a 4-3 finish, Pirates take us to map 4. They stay alive here in the upper bracket, and no shocker here, Kaidia on the MVP, well-deserved, because he really kept Pirates in the game here.
Certainly did manage to make it work. Will not be walking the plank this time, but we'll be looking to set sail once again into another map ahead of us. So very well played from both rosters, honestly, into that map there. It's a big reason why we went all the way to OT and there beyond. You know, Pirates managed to take that momentum back into their favor and will be looking to hold on to that one tightly heading forth.
Yeah, this was a very interesting map for Reject. You know, they came out the gate swinging, you know, full pedal to the metal here, but it felt like they just kind of flamed out there near the end. I mean, they were able to run it across the line, but they just could not find a way to truly hold Pirates down. They get that 60-second advantage, and that is really the key to this matchup here, the key preventing us from this being a draw and all this map being for naught here, as Pirates will convert it to their side. So, you know, very well played. Again, both of these teams going the distance and not letting that distance psych them out, because again, they have had some serious cool heads here. So beautiful performance here for Pirates. They are not out the game just yet.
No, not out the game at all. They are back, and back in a big, big way. If they can take another map just like that, we could have a series on our hands here, everybody. And I'm very eager to see if the Pirates will be back to claim their treasure, because that is exactly what they're going to be seeking here. You know, they want to punch their ticket all the way through to the grand finals in this one, and Reject, they need to lock back in.
Yeah, I mean, a ton on the line here, and you can tell by the way that they're playing, they know what the stakes are here. Again, Reject just inches away from the grand finals here, but they're not able to lock it down just yet. You know, the sails may be tattered, they may be taking on some serious water, but that ship continues sailing on.
Sailing on through, and we are going to get all prepped up for our next map, everybody. Get ready to hoist the mainsail right on the other side of this break.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from conscience. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead dead again.
city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatosker? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest. Never falls! Oh, quel dommage. Little look.
Well, rough waters for sure, but that ship continues to sail. Pirates take their first map of the series, a close Shin Shibuya that goes to extra rounds. So Reject obviously very, very close to finishing it off, but not quite able to get there. Matsy, what's the pick here for Reject? Where are we headed next?
Where are we headed next? That is the question, isn't it? You know, where do we go from here? Maybe they run it all the way back to Domination, go back to Old Faithful there. You know, they looked pretty confident in fourth in Domination, so wouldn't surprise me. Maybe they look to get the revenge story. Oh no! It's gonna be Convoy. Midtown is locked into this one, so Herbie is reloaded.
Yeah, I feel like of the convoy maps, you know, Museum of Contemplation, one of the more common ones, Midtown, the other common one here, so we're gonna stick to some familiar territory, but, you know, obviously, Reject looking to maybe enable Brownie a little bit more. He's had a lot of great Phoenix plays here, so plenty of long sight lines, but no doubt may return with the Phoenix as well, so I am definitely looking forward to this one. One of my favorite maps, always produces some pretty interesting duels, but, you know, much like Museum of Contemplation, kind of a notoriously difficult offensive run to kind of dig your way out of the spawn room. So, you know, again, Reject, they've been kind of, you know, full gas, no brakes. As soon as the doors open, I don't expect that to change much here on Midtown.
Yeah, I don't expect there's going to be much changes in that regard either. I think both teams are ready to meet each other face to face, you know, ready to engage with a greater force into this next map on the equation here. Thankfully, no draw. You know, I'm lucky we didn't mention it directly. Otherwise, we could have cursed the series. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. But no. Not going to be seeing any draws this time. What we are seeing is Midtown, though, for our fourth map on the card here. And Reject are really got to be hoping that they can enable themselves to play for success again. I mean, we thought they were doing just that, you know, into the initial phases of Shin Shibuya there, but then the Pirate side just had their number. They managed to solve the equation, and it was theirs to take.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did a good job of running that cart down the lane there at the beginning. Pirates battling back. You know, Kaidia had a miracle run on that Deadpool. KO after KO in the last few minutes that got them to those extra rounds. They couldn't quite find the right portal play. It was a little awkward for them to try and make it back, so Reject could not make any progress, and then Pirates were there just for the layup to close it out. So, you know, for a while, seems like one-sided if you just look at the map score, but every single map has been a knockdown, drag-out fight between these two teams. Such a tug of war, and it is truly anyone's game here. So of course, Pirates gonna look to take us all the way in this series to map 5, and Reject gotta dust themselves off a little bit here and try to close it out.
Now is the time to do it. We'll be getting prepped up and ready to rumble into Midtown momentarily, everybody. Excited to see what the draft is going to look like, as well as we get our players loaded up, ready to ignite the battle all over again here. Going to see Pirates on the defense to kick things off, and going to see a Reject on the attacking side here. So Pirates on the defense, we've seen their strengths, particularly at the end of that last map on that one. So they're ready to play the defending side all over again here. They're already up into that one.
Yeah, and they've definitely seen Reject kind of do this a couple times now, you know, with Museum of Contemplation and with Shin Shibuya. They have a lot of momentum right out of the gate, and they just kind of flame out near the end. So maybe, you know, looking at the defensive side, at least for Pirates, maybe going to look to capitalize on that. The draft changing a little bit here. Reject get the first save, and they will take the Elsa Bloodstone into this matchup. So a big pickup for them. Mantis Band away from Reject, and Pirates are also going to take the invis for themselves and make that Elsa one-sided too.
That's going to be a net benefit for the Reject side here. Can definitely find some good Apex Predator usage into that one. It is going to be a single-sided invis for the Pirates as well, however, so can play into the boundary. Even have the option for a Loki Protect here if they want it. They can contemplate all they like onto this one. Prepare to see which direction they go. They may look to focus up onto the Ultron all over again, however. And there it goes.
Yeah, they've definitely been working on this Ultron and looking a little bit better on Shin Shibuya, but the first couple maps, it was rough for them kind of going down to just one duelist and relying on some of those Encephalo Rays to do some of the work of a duelist here, so maybe going to try to run that one back here. They've got a little bit of momentum coming into this one, so definitely looking for them to try and change things up just a little bit here. Mantis taken away from Pirates, so no Soul Resurgence at all here on map number 4. That leaves the door open for Reject to take the Loki save if they so choose. They've lost the Mantis, they've lost the Gambit and the Invis, so maybe a couple of options that Loki would like to take have gone down, but we've been seeing a lot of Cloaky here, the Cloak and Dagger and the Loki together, and Lastro's already hovering it, so maybe gonna see some back-to-back Eternal Bonds here as Pirates gonna ban away the Groot from Reject to round this one out.
That they will, and won't be allowed to enable themselves with a Strangling Prison anymore here. Gonna have to shift their focus into a different direction as well. And great to see Pirates are baiting Reject out into the Mantis Band at the end there too, off that Ultron Protect, you know. Gonna be taking focus away from other areas. But speaking of, we see our picks starting to get locked in here. Piggy thinking about the Emma Frost once again. A Psionic Seduction could be locked in place. Gargoyle going to be playing into the Venom for the moment. So great to see that they're playing into a more mobile composition once again with having access to the Elsa and the Daredevil. They can certainly do just that, but I mean, that's not all the pieces they have, you know. They have access to Vanpool and maybe more to follow. Pirates, though, they're looking to play early into the Resurrection potential here. They've got the Atom locked in early on with the Loki there. They can kind of just cycle those Karmic Revivals if required.
Yeah, the Pirates definitely walk away from this draft pretty successful. They've got access to the Vanpool. We know that Kaidia definitely came in clutch there for them on Shin Shibuya. They've got the Strange back here after it was banned away from them on the last map. So we'll have to see how this one plays out, because I like what Pirates are walking onto the battlefield here with, but we are here in the heart of the Marvel Universe, New York City, for some Midtown action as Reject again on match point here, looking to run it back and turn the tides here to take Pirates down.
New York, New York. We are in and onto it right now, and ready to take this one into the fray. Kaidia going to be taking it up high, though. Good damage to try and create a bit of distance for them and theirs, but we'll be looking to take it slow and steady. Good on the Maelstrom as well. Pirates just holding onto the space comfortably for the moment. Reject are trying to pressure their way through, but the Pirates are doing a great job of just creating a huge defensive line here.
Yeah, I mean, Reject kind of made themselves pretty credible on those first couple of maps and gave Pirates a lot to think about. Every time they would push up, Pirates would just walk it back and give them the space. But now that they have seen that they can make Reject bleed in this series, they are standing a little bit taller here, but they are going to be facing the might of Brownie back on that Elsa again. But Vital in return are going to take the first KOs here, taking out the strategist line for Reject in one fell swoop. So Reject, of course, they are just going to back it right on up and wait for them to get back up. But a nice start here for Pirates on defense.
Shifting focus onto the Wolverine instead of the Daredevil as well. Maybe exactly what they need, you know, to get the Feral Leap out, isolate Fun out of the fight. You can see the damage is already there. It's going to be Kaidia locked out of place, though. Apex Predator coming out as well, not getting too much from it. Going to pop the Regeneration Domain at least. Ionic Seduction coming over. The Seraphim Shield will make it yield next to no results. So there you go. Do get a bit of focus on the Fun. Feral Leap, but not going to be able to heap that up into a KO, though.
Yeah, and Kaidia got the shields up there against that Psionic Seduction, protected most of the team, so they will play right on through. And now Pirates got a whole bevy of ultimates to work with here. The chest is full. Seung-hoon, though, going to try to get the Eternal Bond here, looking for that pressure that Reject have utilized so much throughout this series as they go under halfway through their time and not quite halfway to checkpoint number 1. So a long way to go here for Reject as they just haven't quite found a way to break through the Pirates' wall here yet. Lastro got the real Eternal Bond going here, and Yaki gonna slice and dice there. It is a Karmic Revival coming in for Vital, but he will go down for it as Reject play on through. Could not get the res off here, though Aztec does have that God of Mischief, so Reject are gonna be playing through a ton of reses here, but they seem to be pretty comfortable playing right on through, and they'll send Aztec and the rest of the Pirates back to spawn. Big breakthrough here with just a minute 15 to go.
And great discipline being displayed from Reject there as well. I was worried they might commit the last stand to break through to the defenses, but they hold firmly onto it. So even if Pirates try and commit a Karmic Revival here through, they don't even have it anymore for that matter, but even if they commit something with Aztec here, Yaki's ready to try and burn it and get through. Let's see if they can hold them back on the edge of this first capture point though, because it's down to the last minute here, and Reject, they're ready to attack.
Yeah, no doubt they are going to keep pressing the advantage here. Piggy's got Psionic Seduction back up and ready to go here. Kaidia's got Eye of Agamotto, but they got no follow-up for it here. Groot taken down by Gargoyle. Fun going to be walking it back here while Reject so close to Grand Central Station here. They're looking to finish it off. Kaidia gets the Eye of Agamotto off, but no good here. Can't find its mark. Return will find Yaki in the midst of all that, but Gargoyle, the dunk in midair onto Vital, sending Jean Grey all the way back to square one here. A big play here for Reject, but they're going to have to go into overtime here because Pirates are just not giving it up. Seung-hoon's got God of Mischief once again. Return's got a Banhammer in response to that one, and it is another Eternal Bond coming in for Reject here, trying to take full advantage of this Cloaky pairing. Overtime does go into effect here, and they are slowly pushing the Pirates back, but they're just looking for one big break to try and keep this run alive.
Keep it alive as long as possible, and Reject will be thriving, and at long last, a blast through the first checkpoint. Well done, well played, as they lay waste to the remainders of the enemy forces. Pirates, immediate shift into the Primal Flame, but they might lose one part of it. Vital could be taken out there. Nice delayed triple from Yaki, and that allows them all that much more distance.
Yeah, Yaki, an absolute animal here on the X-Man himself. Big plays for Reject and a total turnaround there. Definitely dire straits before checkpoint 1, but they're already halfway through Grand Central Station and on to potentially a run towards checkpoint 3. There's still plenty of fighting to be done here, though, as the Pirates are back on the point here and ready for another brawl. Reject got a couple of ults ready to go here. Piggy's got that Sonic Seduction that has definitely thrown several wrenches into the Pirates' works here, and there's another one coming down from Piggy. He'll find one onto Aztec. Loki holding the God of Mischief is sent back. They have abandoned the Adam Warlock, so no Karmic Revivals and no way for them to survive this. Gargoyle on the Magneto. Another one here chasing Fun into the back as well as Reject sweep the path clear. Brownie goes for the Apex Predator. They're just looking to finish off anybody still standing, and a leap there for Yaki. Finds Hoodie, sending the Invis back as well here as Reject on the warpath here. Still just over a minute, and they're about to find another minute 30 in that time bank if they can break through these lamps here from Aztec one more time. 3 meters turns to 0.13 as Reject coming in so huge. Gargoyle, a double KO, gets them on the other side, and they build the bank back up to 230.
Oh my days, what a way to break through it there. The Feral Leap to take them out of the boundary and then heaping it all the way up on further. Amazing work playing into the momentum there for Reject, and now Pirates left questioning what more can they do here. But they do still have plenty of ults at their disposal, so if they want to play for time into this one, they have all the tools to do it. That Strangling Prison is where I put my focus here. If they lose it early though, that could be a big problem. Speaking of, Gargoyle in a bit of trouble themselves, might get scooped away. We'll be able to play into it. Eternal Bond could be popped. It's the last stand though, taking them out of the fight, and there's more where that came from.
Absolutely unreal. The hero here for Reject, Yaki resuscitating this Midtown run for them. And true, the Pirates do build up some ults. They basically accept a loss on that fight in order to build some of that ult charge here. So it's going to be a tough one to finish out for Reject, but they have been playing lights out here. Yaki finding a way through every single time, picking on that Sonic Seduction as well, disrupting everything the Pirates are trying to set up there. A little bit of a lore walk there for Brownie, looking for a potential Apex Predator into the backline in return. Gonna try to match that Wolverine energy here, but cannot find that primal animalistic instinct. There it is, 1 KO onto Brownie just as that Apex Predator rips here, and Pirates gonna try to lock in a hold, but Reject got the tools here. Do they have the talent? Eternal Bond and that Sonic Seduction combo yet again, but it cannot get through that invisible boundary off of the God of Mischief. Calming down a little bit here, 45 seconds left to go for Reject.
Not much time remaining in this one. They must lock in, and soon. Hoodie going to be stuck with the boundary here. Gargoyle might be able to respond to it, though, with that Meteor. Going to be vital that they will be able to commit to this, and are looking for it, desperately searching far and wide. Not going to be able to glide through, however. So Hoodie will remain in place, and now gets taken away. Have to play the long game here. Sunghorn closest one to the God of Mischief. Perhaps Kaidia could be the one to respond this time around, though. They're battling it out in the neutral right now. No one gunning ahead of this one, but somebody has got to find that opening sooner rather than later. And it's going to be Brownie priming up and looking to lock it down.
One more Eternal Bond now for Reject, and eyes on Yaki as well. Last stand almost ready to go here. The game changer all along for Reject. Maybe gonna have one more ult here and another Sonic Seduction. Kaidia does go overhead for the Meteor M, so look out below here. It does not find its mark, and another Apex Predator coming out from Brownie here. That Elsa save coming in so clutch for Reject here, and they'll find one. There's Gargoyle another time in the KO feed. Return taken offline just short of that last stand. Fun throws down the Strangling Prison, but no one from Reject imprisoned here. Yaki slice and dice one more time. That last stand for them is up, and this is Pirates' last stand here. Vital goes overhead in Song Inferno one more time, but that KO feed painted bright orange here. All of Pirates offline here. Reject will close it out. 3 meters left to go. They've got a miracle stop here. Kaidia going over to the cap, trying to get there, but not in time. And Reject again clear another map.
Time to switch things up.
All over again. We go the full distance, baby! Oh yeah! We are getting a fiery rival series if we've ever seen it, folks. So make sure you're strapped into this one. We are eating so good. Now it's on the Pirates to deliver that same energy. Push it the full distance. Will we run it back? 2 maps in a row here for 2 times overtime. It's all or nothing into this one, and the shift in focus is already being put on full display. Vital thinking about Punisher, thinking about Storm there. They're changing their picks in real time here. But which approach will they bring into reality? Which is the right recipe to stop them in place? Mr. Fantastic? Maybe they took something out of RVL's playbook.
You can't trust them. You cannot trust them until the doors open. As much as I would love to see Fantastic hit the streets of New York, we're looking for that swap here. Pirates over on to offense, and we know they are capable of this. We know they can pull off the map clear. It is the same situation as Shin Shibuya. Reject clear it under overtime, no time in the bank. Pirates come up and they knock them down here. So looking for a no holds barred push. They've got the combo, the classic Groot Moon Knight combination here, ready to go for Reject. But are they ready? Can they lock it down here on the streets of Midtown?
All coming down to this as the gates are now open. Looking to press up that mission vehicle nice and quickly. You can see they're going for the scoop, and they will collect Kaidia nice and quickly, opening KO to Reject. So great for the defensive side there to diminish their returns nice and quickly, but the BRB brings back Kaidia just as quick. So they're going to be able to get a resurgence on to their attack. Yaki looking to go for second innings, though. You know, they're jiggling around. They're keen for this. They won't get the opportunity just yet.
Yeah, you can tell Pirates are definitely tired of the surprise Wolverine dives. They've got that rocket for some extra sustain there, get right back up off the BRB, but Reject clears it pretty quick here, so looking to take it out before it's a critical res for the Pirates. They are able to push this thing down the street here, over halfway to Grand Central Station, a lot faster pace than Reject were, so gotta be putting the brakes on here somewhere for Reject, taking their time to build up some ult charge, but Vital almost got that Hand of Khonshu ready to go. Fun a little bit behind, so no Strangling Prison combo ready yet, but it's gonna be Reject here with the ults. Apex Predator coming down from Brownie will pick up a couple of victims here. Kaidia dangerously low and taken down out the skies by Seunghoon. Quick swap over to the cloak here as a Reject trying to regain a little bit of control here, but there is a lot of ultimates being built up on the side of Pirates, so they're gonna have to find a way to play through.
Oh, looks like they might have it. It's going to be the Zia into the final judgment, and they're already tearing their way ahead of this one, but looking to sustain through it. They play the angles, and they will not be shut out of the fight here. Reject are good for it, and they're playing even deeper with the Psionic Seduction. They're playing their own lines of sight into this one. This is exactly what you need. The counteraction is rising, and I'm ready for the punchline.
Yeah, Yaki may have that punchline in the back pocket here. Last Stand gonna come online, and we know on that first half of Midtown, so influential for this Reject team, so they're gonna look to run it all back here. Kaidia gonna bring an Eye of Agamotto to the table this time, so they obviously, Pirates not willing to stop here. Reject dusted off, ready to go for another brawl here, just inches short of checkpoint number 1 here, so it is do or die for both sides of the board here. Eye of Agamotto from Kaidia goes big, 3 KOs, but Yaki claps back, taking down Hoodie. They play right through the stuns. No KOs come through for the Pirates here. Seunghoon gonna take one more. I believe that is an Eternal Bond copy that he's going for on this one, but Reject will stare down that Eye of Agamotto, and they act like just a small little bump in the road.
Yeah, just a light obstacle, you know. They can fix it up. Don't worry. All's well, but will it be well for the extended future? I don't know. I'm not so sure, because we got the Seer online soon. Final Judgment as well. Pirates are ready to inflict the pain real quick. Brownie could have been the solution, but not anymore. No Apex Predator available here. Pirates might be able to get it done. A Seer online from Aztac. They're ready to launch their own attack here. Regeneration Domain goes goodbye. Kaidia not even done yet. They're dismantling the defense piece by piece here, just at the last stretch. Pirates will look to lock it down. Put the portal from Bounty. Too little, too late. They shut the gate on that first checkpoint.
Yeah, just too much pressure there. Reject's back against the wall, standing just an inch or two away from that checkpoint. That's CYA, just too powerful and lets them walk right on through. So, you know, this Pirates composition, pretty nasty. They got a couple of combinations here. You've seen the Final Judgment, CYA together, and we know how deadly the Groot and the Moon Knight work together too. So, you know, they've got this alternating combo to combo here, and that's what they're going to come to the table with next. It's going to be Hand of Khonshu and Strangling Prison for them. Reject, meanwhile, don't have anything in the back pocket, but may not even need it here. KOs start to come in through. Return, Aztac and Vital all taken down. Gargoyle on the move here on the Venom. Lastro finds one as well, and just as quickly as Reject were knocked down, they are back up and back in the fight here. Complete collapse here from Pirates. 2 minutes still on the clock, so time for them to get back up and fight again, but Reject definitely not out of the running yet.
Battle for battle, they match each other's energy, and Return has changed it up onto the Ultron right now. They are enraged and ready to get angry all over again here, Diatonic. Hoodie's got that boundary at the ready. They're good to go onto this one, ready to launch the counterattack. Maelstrom going to be prepared, but they take it slow. They got to give it a little time to cook here before they hook the hook in. Here we go, boundaries up, but it's Seunghoon launching the KO on the Aztac to start the fight.
And getting a little bit of time to cook here. Reject, I just said had nothing in the tank, but now they've got 3 ults ready to go here. Piggy gonna lead the charge onto the Freedom charge. The Strangling Prison comes through, and the Eye of Agamotto. Big lockdown onto Reject, but they shrug it right off here. They can, in fact, do this all day. Return will find Yaki on the Daredevil now. Piggy in a little bit of trouble as well here, but just not the value I think Pirates were looking for here. Now Reject under the umbrella of that Fate of Both Worlds, and Gargoyle will find Hoodie feasting on the Invisible Woman here. Yaki's got a devil that he's got to let out here, and they've got less than 60 seconds to hold Pirates before they can call Midtown and this series theirs.
Oh, so little time and so much to do. The rage comes out from Return, but not going to be able to get any KOs from it. Reject are doing a good job to create distance. Grumio unleashed though from Sunghoon, now looking to counteract them here. The Devil's coming out. Everything is being engaged here. Kaidia in deep, deep trouble. Hits the rubble and more to follow. Bun's out of town. Reject are sending them back in here. Still a little bit of time to cook on this one though, Diatonic, but it could be the final stretch here because Reject are taking the fight to them. They're not letting them out the damn door.
Yeah, body advantage here on neither side. Both of them down to one as it's going to be a all-out brawl, but there's nobody from Pirates there. One blue health bar. They can't make it in time, and in the concrete jungle, Reject are reborn. They topple the #1 team, and they are going to the grand finals.
As Adam would say, born again into this fight here, and Reject are back, baby! They're so damn back! Gargoyle online with the MVP, and oh my days, absolute cinema coming through into this one, Diatonic. What an absolute thriller of a series there, and just look at the stat lines. These guys were cooking.
Yeah, it is all cylinders firing here for Reject. No matter what side of the comp you're facing down the front line of Piggy and Gargoyle, the strategist in the back, or of course the deadly precision from Brownie and Yaki, they are all deadly here. 38 limbs for several members of this team. It is Gargoyle on the MVP, and that Venom coming in is big at the very end there. Those couple of picks that they were able to push out from and put on the chokehold against the Pirates. Reject, they say they reject everything but victory, and here they have rejected the Pirates. They will send them on down, sailing into the lower bracket, and Reject, what a comeback story for this team. Week #1 of the group stage, it felt like all hope was lost for them. They could not find the wins against teams like Triple AD and Zero Tenacity, but they are able to cleave their way through the bracket, undefeated and out of the upper bracket side. Reject are the first team to make it to the playoffs here in Asia.
I cannot believe my eyes. The story has now been rewritten, and so too will everybody's predictions be destroyed. I know mine certainly are after a series like that, but I'm happy about it. I love it. This is the best timeline we are living in right now. Diatonic Reject are back, and in a big way.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely no shade to Pirates here. This Midtown was probably the furthest gap between the two teams, but it was a dead heat all the way up to New York here. I mean, Pirates, again, just always in the rearview mirror around every turn. No matter where Reject looked, they were still not able to fully outsail Pirates, not able to create a wide enough gap to be comfortable, but they will finally close it out there on Midtown after a bit of a hiccup on Shin Shibuya. But again, I cannot believe the turnaround that this team has done in just a couple weeks' time. I mean, it is absolutely unreal.
Absolutely unreal. We need a reality erasure from Wanda after that one. That's what Pirates will be hoping for, but my goodness, happy times ahead out of that. I'm sure that Reject are going to be absolutely chuffed, and they can now rest after a well-deserved victory. We got one more series around the corner though, everybody. We are going to head to a break while we get that one cooked up. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to some more Asia Pacific playoff action here. And if you're just joining us, you missed an absolute heater of a series as Reject topple the Pirates 3-1 and make their way into the grand finals. Pirates, of course, now down in the lower bracket. Next up, we will find out who they'll be facing as XOXO01 and Zero Tenacity will face off in an elim match that'll send them on to the lower bracket finals. And Matsy, I have to imagine we're probably in for another banger here too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw how both these teams were playing earlier in the evening. Now we get to see them again facing off against each other. Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. It could be great even. I'm excited to see how it plays out though, you know, because XO, they had to play all 5 of their maps into that last series they played against Triple AD there. Can they do that again against Z10? It's their time to prove themselves.
Yeah, definitely an endurance round for EXO at the beginning of the night here. They've had some time to breathe, of course, take a little bit of a break, hopefully still looking warm out there. But yeah, this is a matchup where truly you need to expect the unexpected. EXO, kind of the loose cannons here in Asia. They think outside the box. They bring things to the table you would not expect. And we are ready to just get right into it here. Map number 1, we're headed to Hell's Heaven to kick off for some domination. Matsy, you know, I'm definitely looking at Zero Tenacity here. You know, they did cross paths in the group stage with EXO, and that was a 2-0 for Z10. So, you know, now the question is, can they bring that same energy here, close this out, and continue here in the lower bracket?
Will we see them run it back, or will it be the story of revenge? All will begin here on Hell's Heaven, and I'm eager to see how things go, because tonight we dine in hell, Mr. Diatonic, and I'm excited to get straight into it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, this, again, another marquee matchup here. EXO have been around for a while. They've been Ignite veterans here, so they bring some of that experience to the table in this matchup. But Z10 have proven to be one of the top teams here, coming 2nd seed out of the group stage and looking mostly untouchable, though they did cross paths with this new and improved Reject, who sent them down here into the lower bracket. So we'll have to see what they look like here in a different matchup. You know, I have to imagine they are, you know, claws definitely sharpened here and looking for some victims. But EXO, you know, a team, again, you can never count them out because you have no idea what is around the next turn for this team.
Yeah, anything could be around the corner here, you know? It's like I always think about this XOXO team. They could be the greatest team you've ever seen, or they could be the worst team you've ever seen. And there's no in-between there. It's a real tough 50-50 because they're such a wild card of a team. But when it's their day, they are here to play, so they're definitely one to keep your eyes on, and I'm eager to see which version of XO is going to turn up to this fight today.
Yeah, you know, it is a bit dire for them to be kind of that coin flippy, you know, not necessarily knowing what you're gonna get. Again, down in the lower bracket here, last tournament life in the balance for both sides of the board, of course. So that pressure definitely applying both directions. But, you know, we heard from the coach of Z10 earlier, Zychik, who, you know, said, you know, the losses, that's part of the game, you know, learning from those defeats and coming back. So have to imagine they learned some things in that matchup against Reject and are looking to just spring right back into action. Of course, no matter who wins this match, they will go on to face Pirates in our lower bracket finals for the 2nd grand final slot to take on this, again, new and improved and very scary looking Reject.
Yeah, that's a terrifying thing to, you know, you're looking up to where you got to go, and it's quite intimidating to look up and see Goliath staring down at you there. But eager to see how they will be able to match up when the time does come there, as we will be setting things up for this series ahead of us. See who's going to be facing off against the Pirates in the next endeavor, and to see who might get their chance against Reject. All the way at the end of the road here. The games have not finished yet. It's all down to this.
No, definitely not decided. And, you know, EXO, that match against Triple AD earlier, a heater for sure, going all the way. But that's kind of the question here. No, not only is it about the endurance for them and another tough matchup ahead against Z10, but, you know, if they're going to map 5 against Triple AD, now they're facing off against the 2nd seed team in Zero Tenacity. So, you know, that margin for error so razor thin here again, as everything hangs in the balance. So they've definitely come a long way here, but this EXO team, you know, over and over again, they've come so close. Ignite stage 1, stage 2, every single time, just on the cusp of those tournament wins. So really kind of feels like, you know, always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. This time around, they are hoping it'll be their wedding, but of course, Zero Tenacity, Pirates, Reject, all stand in their way. So a tough prospect, no matter how you look at it.
Hey, if there's a beautiful wedding on the way, they got to be donning those Gambit and Rogue costumes, or better yet, Mr. Fantastic and Sue Storm. Who knows? We could see, you know, a plethora of different options there. So excited to see if that is how it's going to go down into this one. But I'm kind of interested in how both of these teams are going to be approaching the draft phase as well. You know, whether we see something unique coming through as well. Maybe some focus around that Doctor Strange again, which has been trending a lot lately.
Yeah, Doctor Strange stocks definitely up here. Lots of portal play across all regions of Ignite, so he has definitely made himself a serious threat. And, you know, over time, he's gotten a little bit of changes here and there, buffs, and of course, Invis making her rounds as well. And that team up between those two, absolutely gnarly, you know, in terms of disrupting positioning and getting some extra damage on the other end of those Maelstroms of Madness and buffing your teammates too. So, you know, not just the portal recontest, there's plenty of reasons why Doctor Strange is one to be feared. So I too am looking forward to seeing if he will make it through all the drafts here, or if we're going to get a little creative and take the Sorcerer Supreme out of the equation here. But definitely a tough one to solve for both of these teams.
Yes, quite the equation that they have to try and decipher here, and we could be right in the beginning of trying to review this one and get into that equation in a second, as our players are looking to load up into the draft phase right now. Looks like they're getting their final preparations set into motion here before we will kick off with a bang. And will it be Z10 coming out swinging, you know, hungry to claw their way back up to the top, or will it be XOXO flexing their muscles all over again and looking to command respect from the global scale here? It's all going to be on this. Yeah, I mean, you gotta put respect on the name of XOXO01, still standing here in the playoff bracket among names like Zero Tenacity, like Reject, and like Pirates. So definitely ones to be feared here. You can't rule them out, playing out of the 5th seed from the group stage. But we are ready to rock here. Hell's Heaven up first for some domination action, and of course up first, your dual Gambit bans, so no Gambit on the table. EXO, though, will take Mantis into this matchup here. Gonna see a lot of those same notes in these first few bans. It's really the back half of the drafts here that have been where the changes come through. Where the changes come through, and we'll pull through in to the beginning there. Stock standard, gonna see the Gambits taken away, and Mantis will be protected this time around. So far, so good. Could see the double-sided Elsa ban as well, and now is the moment where the changes will start to shine in. Will we see focus over the Daredevil? Will we see focus over the Invis or Ultron? It's up to the players now to lock it down.
Yeah, complete push here so far, but again, this is where you'll start to see some deviations, and there's plenty on the table to deviate here. Invis hover for EXO, and they'll lock that in. Loki ban coming through for Zero Tenacity, so no God of Mischief on the table for EXO, but I imagine they'll be up to some other kinds of mischief here, no doubt, as Z10 taking that one-sided Loki to bear here. One more ban for Zero Tenacity, looking at the Ultron potentially, so no Strange ban, Vanpool on the table for Zero Tenacity as well. Walking away with plenty here as EXO taking Invis for their last save.
Yeah, so they'll be able to exchange those strategist picks there. Eager to see if we have a bit of a cloaky combination into this one, considering that they will have access to the Loki on the Z10 side here, and going to be curious what else will be matched with here, as XD looks to lock in their Old Faithful, tried and tested on the Psylocke. Alone Feels looking to match that energy all the same. So it's a mirror matchup almost on both sides. There are some little changes though. You know, you've got the White Fox for Beza there and the Invis on Ace. So curious which side will be able to find that initial presence as we dive deep into the map. But before everybody else gets to dive in with us, Diatonic, they get to enjoy some of the beautiful classic landscapes.
Yeah, plenty to look at here in the Hydra Charteris base, of course, as we load into this matchup. And you bring up an interesting point with Cloaky, right? You know, it's a pretty powerful combination considering Cloak and Dagger usually very safe in these drafts. It's always Loki that ends up being the one that gets the ban, unfortunately. So, you know, if you're able to find a way to make that Loki safe, we don't see a lot of teams banning in response to the C&D. So if you're able to come out the other side with Loki on the table, it feels like you can pretty much bring the Cloaky if you so choose. And of course, that matchup with Pirates and Reject, definitely a lot of momentum for those back-to-back Eternal Bonds here. But no Cloaky in the side here. We are ready. New series underway. Zero Tenacity, XOXO01 elimination match, and the winner will go to the lower bracket finals.
All on to this, and the games have begun. Mission area on the unlock within moments here. And let's see if anyone's going to be able to lock it down in the neutral. Wendy in big trouble. Does luckily manage to evacuate from that nasty situation, but Zatha might not be so lucky in a second. Already building up closely to the Banhammer, though. That could be a good start. Nexi going down is a good way to kick off here for XO. Banhammer coming down, and they're already coming in swinging.
Yeah, definitely one player you want to see. Oh no, he dropped him right into the pit of doom alone, picking up the Wolverine and picking up right where he's left off in the past. Absolutely insane kidnap to start things off, and EXO got some teeth here. They'll take that first capture and already off to the races here. What a start.
What a start as they try and rip it apart, and EXO are going to be good so far. Will Z10 be able to match them around the corner, though? That's going to be proven. A big barrel leap from Alone Feels there. Collects Jerry and looks to do more where that came from. So they take it slow and steady onto this. And XO, they're going to be in a comfortable position right now on the edge of a ton of ultimates. And their percentage is rising by the moment.
I was going to say, really starting to build themselves a cushion here, and quite a surprise start for this Zero Tenacity team on the back foot here, and been seeing a lot of Logan here tonight. Big plays in the last series, and now already Alone Fills on the Wolverine. Gonna look for another dive there, just barely misses, but trying to slice and dice through Marvel on the Venom there. Won't complete the KO here, but does force him to back down, and EXO able to protect their turf even more. Rester chasing down Windy there onto the Mantis. Banhammer onto him to try and stop him dead in his tracks here as EXO, they got the ults here. Do they have the talent? That they do. Zatha on the Vanpool will find Beister there on the critical as well, and take that selfie. Get yourself that XP boost as Ace moving on the Invisible Woman as well. One more KO. EXO 75% of the way captured, and so far Zero Tenacity do not have an answer for him.
No answers at the moment, maybe lost in the mail, but it could be returned to sender in a second. So they take it slow and steady. EXO building up closely towards the edge of the line here. Z10 do have at least a few ults at their disposal that they can utilize to try and swing things back. XE playing from a distance is big as well. Here we go. It's Jeff coming out here. Beza trying their best to play into the Kumiho Unleashed. Will shut down Resta, so already a solid start, taking down some of their strategist lineup here, and looking to further that pursuit as well. Exi once again locking down the damage for days. Does get victimized by the last stand there, but they will survive through it. So going to be a solid focus from their team, and we'll be able to steam ahead in the KO department. Exi is unstoppable.
Yeah, game changer here on point number one for Zero Tenacity, playing it miles back, able to just shake the screen over and over again. Those spark procs coming in clutch as EXO pretty grouped up there, so maybe gonna look to space themselves out and play a little bit more of a fan out type push forward here. A lot of their ults though did get used up. Of course, Zatha walking back from spawn, reset the Deadpool all, but they're ready for another fight here, and Soko on the move on the Vanpool this time. Both Vanpools getting some action in here, but it's Z10 taking the 2-for-1, favoring themselves. They're making a 3-for-1 as Jerry on the Lawyer of Hell's Kitchen there. Mad Murdoch moving different here. Soko as well on the Deadpool, and add one more to the photo album there as Zero Tenacity coming back big.
In a big, big way, they sway things into action. Gonna be happy with that, and Z10 have plenty of ults to keep control over the mission area here as well. Can look this well ahead of it. Beast of the Abyss coming out to further their pursuit, and they will find a double KOs on to the strategists and rip apart everybody in their path. They're taking a selfie with the maid pool costume as well. You'll love to see it, don't ya?
Yeah, every single time. And every single time he gets those selfies snapped, a big XP boost. So Soko already building up that Deadpool super quick here on point number 1. But there's a problem here. Sungjuk Woo on the point, on the Venom. Nobody from Zero Tenacity inside. It's a race back to the point, but EXO will sneak it here. They make the flip. Overtime already in effect. Jerry having to let the Devil out here on the Daredevil to try and turn the tide back their way. But what a play from Sungjuk Woo here to get EXO right back in the fight, but Jerry gonna look to clip their wings here. The Wendy will go down, the Jeff offline here, and now the 27 A's on the Jeff here, finding the ult, finding just one here, and will back it off, but Z10, body disadvantage for them as EXO planting firm on the point one last time. They just need a little bit of a push to clear off this last second here, but even if Z10 are able to turn it around, it is not game over for them on checkpoint number 1. Sungjuk Woo gonna look to make a meal out of Z10, going for that Feast of the Abyss, but it's Marvel that's feasting here, finding one in the neutral and keeping it going here. Big dive onto the rest of EXO here as they are pushed back. Z10 back in control of the point just as quickly as you thought they were ruled out. They are right back in here, and Soko and Marvel delivering the hurt.
The pain is being inflicted over and over again. Z10 lock back in just when you think EXO take it back. Nah. Z10 back to play here and look to hold on firmly to this mission area, and they do have that Feast of the Abyss ready and waiting if needed. Alonefield's bringing out the dance of the Codify. The back line is being sliced and diced here. EXO back on track. Feast of the Abyss being committed to this one to try and keep the fight going. Flown to this one. Phaser bringing out the Strange as well. It's time to get that portal online. Wendy bringing us out the It's Jeff as well. See if they can create a bit of space here. Jerry goes down, but they will be able to stay in the fight. Portal up, and Wendy takes 2 strategists.
They walk through the portal right into the arms of EXO, right into the meat grinder here, but it's a 2 for 2, holding the invisible boundary here. Time taken away. Sungjuk Woo finds one at the end, but EXO will wrestle it away. What a tug of war. Double 99 overtime, and that's just point number 1.
Oh my days, Super Soldier Factory is online for EXO. They didn't come here to mess around, they came here to play, and they will be able to gain that early control in their favor, keeping Z10 on their toes right now. Can you believe this? Z10 need to lock back in and quickly heading towards this second capture point here. Let's see if they can make it work. EXO, they already got the boundary advantage there and can further that with a Soul Resurgence around the corner, so early control could go into their favor unless Z10 can catch him in the neutral here.
I was going to say, interesting that EXO taking the Super Soldier Factory, because the whole team already looking like Super Soldiers out there, playing through the adversity there. It felt like it had slipped away from them for a moment, but they battle right back in. Again, that stealth retake from Sungjuk Woo, definitely rattling their cage a little bit, but Zero Tenacity, of course, a powerful team in their own right. They are here for a reason, and they are here to play this game all the way out. They're going to have to take both capture points here, but EXO not going to give them even a chance to breathe here. Alone goes over to the Psylocke and already paying dividends here. Ace will find one on the Invis as well. Zero Tenacity caught off guard here. The strategist offline, and it'll be EXO's point to take.
Their time to play once again. They gain that early control and will stroll ahead of it. So going to be happy to get that early motion that they need. Jerry ready to let the Devil out if required as well. Exy around the corner here. Z10 need to find the best path forward, going around the side of the mission area. Jerry was looking to activate there, gets shut down before they can lock in. A Banhammer coming down from Zeta as well, doing the best they can here, but one by one, Z10 are getting unraveled here. EXO are just blowing it all together and building up all that more percentage while they're at it.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a bit shaky, a bit risky for EXO, but they continue to initiate as soon as possible, trying to keep that pressure on and keep Zero Tenacity off balance so they can continue to win the fights like this. Here we go, Sungjuk Woo going for a Feast of the Abyss here. Will get a little bit of damage down, but no KOs coming out of that one. Exy got a dance of the butterflies here. Jerry gonna let the Devil out, but the only Devil here is Zatha on that Deadpool, finding another KO for EXO here. 50% of the way captured captured for them, and there is no end in sight to this onslaught from XOXO. 0-1 here. Alone's got to dance with the butterflies ready as well. Gotta watch out though. Shark in the water for Zero Tenacity as that hits Jeff is ready to go here, but it's Exy on the Psylocke will find Zatha, and now a comeback here. A bright spot for Zero Tenacity. That dance of the butterfly from Alone, unfortunately, no value out of that one, and Z10 are going to look to try and take here.
Try and take it as confidently as they can. Good stall coming out from the Sungjok Woo, though. Will stall it out to get them towards 79% and not going to be able to get to 80, but at least Z10 have a little bit more flexibility here. They can gain their own control, close the gap, but if EXO takes it, it's going to be not that much distance to cover here. So Z10 have to really focus up and keep that control as long as they can. And speaking of, is the Abyss trying to get activated, but it gets cancelled there. Marvel not going to be able to do anything. Beza good with the Kumio Unleashed. A boundary coming up. It's Jeff as well, trying to shut down XC. They will be able to catch them. Looking to take away straight into the spawn. Oh no! True 7 Days is here with the plays.
Walks them right back to home base and shuts them down here. Now they're going to look to try and capitalize, make the retake here. Soko's got the banhammer up and running here. They are going to try to fend off EXO, but as a couple members walking it back here, going to be a tough 4v6. Not to fear for too long, though. Z10 is here in full force and in the water. Windy there on the Jeff. Going to look for the ultimate there. Sungjok Woo, though, finding Jerry, the Daredevil Sin, all the way back to square one. Marvel, of course, going to look to make him a meal here. Goes for the Feast of the Abyss. Cannot quite make it happen, though, and great timing on that symbiotic resilience from Sungjok Woo, able to stay alive here and in the fight with the rest of the team. Rester goes for, finds 1 KO onto the Deadpool here. Finally, Exy got the Dance of the Butterflies online, ready to go here, looking for that all-important zoning, but Zatha's got Baser's number here, sending the White Fox back, and they will follow up on it. Alone gonna take one. Exy tries to battle back here, but it's a double KO for EXO's Psylocke here. They will make the retake, but Zero Tenacity do take the lead by a couple percent.
Will take the lead just by a little, lost it just as quick as it is gained there. So EXO are going to be on the floor, ready to go for more into this, and they have the ult advantage and the percentage advantage in their favor. Z10 need to find KOs in the neutral here to shut down any potential, but already Alone feels ready with the Dance of the Butterfly. Ace goes down first, though. That's a good response from Z10, and Soko is locking in here. Finds the double, looking to catch more as well. Zetha in big trouble. Axie's good for it, 2 for 2. Z10 are pulling through into this one and looking to clean them out one after the other. OD now diminished. Z10 are back.
Yeah, back in the driver's seat one more time here, and Soko bouncing on the heads of EXO like it's nobody's business there on the Vanpool, and it is yet again going to be a race to the finish, but they're going to be down one. Alone, sniped out by a baser in the back rooms here, and going to look for even more KOs on the White Fox here. Jeff Alt coming out from the side of EXO now. It's Jeff here looking to find some kind of snack from Zero Tenacity. Don't know if they actually found anything, but Exy finds Zatha here into the clutch. Overtime starting to tick down there, making a double KO for the Psylocke on the side of Zero Tenacity. Marvel gonna put even more pressure on him with that Feast of the Abyss. Double KO for the White Fox. It's a double-double, and it's Z10 taking them all the way to point 3.
Oh yeah, Mr. Diatonic, we got a game on our hands again! Woohoo! We love it, everybody! And we are going to the third and final capture point here on Hell's Heaven, the frozen airfield. It ain't frozen anymore, it's defrosted, because this game is heat!
I was going to say, flames everywhere here from both sides of the board. They are hungry to stay alive. Again, this is an elimination match, and they are playing like it here. No holds barred so far by either side. But again, another race to the finish that could go anybody's way there on point 2. So it's a dead even heat here between both of these teams. Heading into checkpoint number 3, Zero Tenacity, they've got one ult on a line. That's the Jeff ultimate, but a Dance of the Butterflies and a Kumiho Unleashed not too far behind. EXO won't have anything right out of the gate, though. Ace should get that invisible boundary charged up pretty quickly there, so maybe going to be a bit of a push here as they get ready to fight for the final checkpoint here on map 1.
Ready to push and see which enemies you can pull away from this one as they take us to the high ground. Z10 got the vision locked in as well. Jerry, ready and waiting for the flank here, and it looks to play around their fellow Venom player. Won't be able to lock it in as yet, though. Immediately countered. A good boundary from Ace there, now forcing the activation of the Kumiho Unleashed from Beza, and cleaned out immediately. Good with the Cutterfly coming out from XE. Marvel playing straight into it. Triple into quad KO across the board there. That's one way to sweep the board, my man, and they are feeling good about that.
Yeah, not even a Feast of the Abyss either. A Feast of the neutral game for Marvel there. Triple KO, and it's huge here for Zero Tenacity. They will take checkpoint, or they'll take the first point here, the first capture, that is. A couple of bright spots for EXO in that fight. A big sleep for Rester. Unfortunately, just not able to capitalize on it here. So, gotta pull their heads together here and play as a team if they want to take down Z10 here on Hell's Heaven. But already out the gate here, Soko kneecapping EXO as their Invisible Woman off a line here alone. Gonna even the odds here. They'll find Jerry 1% off from letting that devil out, and he'll go overhead for the Insong Inferno. Comes down, no KOs off of that one, but at least enough pressure here to try and give EXO an opportunity to reposition themselves and try to sink their teeth into this next point.
They are going to be chewing us straight into it right now. My goodness. EXO trying to push in. It's double feasts right now. Everybody's dining into this one, but Jerry going to take the first bite there. Ace goes down and will be brought back by the Cocoon though, but Sungjok Woo going to be taking it back in motion. The Devil coming out as well. Jerry not playing around into this one, trying their best to string that damage together. Zeta barely holding on. Will, luckily for them, stay into the fight, but Ace not so lucky this time, and they're going player for player here, but it's C10 taking control.
Yeah, absolutely wresting every ounce of control away from EXO and keeping the hurt on alone. Forced to back up out of that corridor there, but he will find a double KO there. Takes Marvel as the second one, but Exy and Soko right back in that KO feed, putting Zero Tenacity right back in that driver's seat one more time here. Quickly approaching the end of this map here is Zero Tenacity. They've got a couple ults to show for it as well. Meanwhile, EXO stuck playing out the neutral game, and you know that Cutterfly from Exy gonna come in a massive here. Dance of the butterflies. Meanwhile, on the point though, Zeta dancing around on the Deadpool. They don't have any idea he's there, but finally they'll get it to OT. EXO trying to run it back to the point here, but I don't think they can make it.
Oh, it's gonna be so close, but they will get there in the end. Somehow, some way, they're right on the edge of the knife here, but not long enough. Exy delivers the KO blow, and that, everybody, is gonna be Z10 taking Hell's Heaven.
Well, definitely a bit of a slip and slide there for Z10. Maybe not the way they were expecting this series to start out, but they take the map win here in the end. I thought Sungjok Woo saved that team again. Definitely bought him a second or two, but the rest of the team just a bit too far behind to catch up there. And it is Exy getting yet another MVP, one in a pile of many for him there on the Psylocke. Z10 definitely fighting back there after a bit of a rough start, and the scoreboard does not lie either. 30 down the line for this squad. 18 final hits off of 39 eliminations for Exy, who will take the most damage in the match as well. Insane turnaround for Z10, and that shows you why. Definitely number 2 seed coming out of the group stage.
Looking strong, looking good into this one, and the hard work has only just begun here. EXO are taking it to them, my man. Everybody is locked in and taking it serious as ever. Just look at these replays right now. All the best plays coming through there and doing the very best they can. What a blessed game we've started off with.
Yeah, and props to our replay ops, because how do you pick what plays to put in this montage? So many from both sides of the board. KO after KO. These teams went to war here, and it is just the start of the series. Map number 1. It's going to go Z10's way, but what a close one there. A double 99 overtime on point 2. So EXO almost could have closed this thing out uncontested, but Z10 ekes him out here and will walk away with Hell's Heaven. I have a feeling this is going to be another long series ahead of us.
Oh, well, I'm ready to go all the way, Diatonic. I want to see all 5 maps. Come on, let's do it. We'll see if they make that reality. into action here, whether that's going to be the time stream we end up on. But for now, we're going to take a break on a little bit of another time stream while we get our second map set up. Everybody, don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
Thank you very much. Slice and dice. Ancestral sword. Strike! A gift from touch. Taste cold steel. Time to make the undead get it again. Curse thee, vile creature! Well done. Perhaps I'll give you the key to the city after this.
I shall feast on your bones! Ratatoster? What did Dracula do to you? You've got to fight, girl!
You truly believe yourself my equal? Pathetic. You have my thanks, but your vigilante antics have violated the law. You're under arrest. It never falls! Oh, go ma. Little look.
Well, I hope you're ready here. Zero Tenacity and XOXO01 facing off and gave us a hater there of map 1 on Hell's Heaven. So, again, I think we are looking at we didn't get the 5 maps on the last series, so maybe this one will go all the way.
Yeah, maybe we'll get it there this time. Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. And it looks like we are getting into another map. It's Yggdrasil Path, the next one on rotation here. You'll love to see the old Classico.
I was gonna say, we saw a lot of Yggdrasil Path through a lot of Ignite last year. I haven't seen it as much this season so far. Definitely pros very comfortable with this map. A lot of teams kind of solved this one here, and you just don't see it pop up too much. I was expecting Museum of Contemplation, personally.
Yeah, no museum this time. Maybe later into the series if we get there. Maybe we'll go back to the museum. For now, we're going to have a night off the museum, so lucky us. Oh, I'm thankful. We've seen too much museum. It's time to go to another landscape.
Very true. It's nice to have the change up, and I'm curious to see how this progresses here, right? We expected Zero Tenacity right out of the gate, take no prisoners, and it was definitely an uphill battle for both teams on Hell's Heaven. EXO right out the gate, they take the first point, they get to a double 99 overtime on the second. Zero Ten's able to just barely squeak by there, and then third point, they definitely looked better, a lot more comfortable and confident on that one. So, not exactly the close race we were expecting between these two, at least to start out. So, EXO definitely making themselves a credible threat here.
Yeah, really showcasing their strengths into this one and their adaptability to their opponents, whatever they throw at them. Even when EXO made them look a lot more mortal after taking that capture point there, Z10 managed to lock it back in, regain their focus, and managed to take the train all the way back home. So, gonna be a great way to get control of the series from the early stages here, but eager to see how things shift heading into the second map here. You know, whether Yggdrasil Path is where EXO finds their strengths once again, their time to shine. Maybe they look to bring out the infamous Spider-Man.
Yeah, we have not seen it yet, and you know, something we have seen from EXO a lot tonight are these interesting kind of role swaps. You know, last match you saw Sungjuk Woo on the Venom from start to finish on Hell's Heaven. Maybe not what you're expecting to see, but again, you know, at least for myself, I consider these guys to be the loose cannons here in the Asia region. You have no idea what they're going to throw at you, so some role swaps here to try and kind of pull the rug out from under your opponents. And you know, I heard CB and Liger talking about it, and you know, it's very difficult to try and adapt to because, you know, the opponents you may have expected to face are not on the roles you thought they would be. So I like the change-ups there. It definitely shows how versatile and experienced those guys are over there on that EXO squad. But we are ready. Convoy here. Yggdrasil Path is the next location. Gambit, the first one taken off the board, of course. Invis save from EXO to start things off, so they definitely want to take advantage of some invisible boundaries this run.
Yeah, the boundaries are going to stay up this time, will not be taken down, but Mantis is going to be taken away from EXO nice and early, so heavy focus on the strategist lineup for Z10 at the moment. Can take a single-sided Elsa if they want, may shift directions to something else entirely though, as they look to contemplate their next steps forward. There we go, Elsa going to be locked in. EXO, the next ban is in your court, probably going to match the Mantis.
Yeah, I mean, if Elsa is on the table for Zero Tenacity, for Xe specifically, you know they gotta take it here. Absolutely deadly on the Monster Hunter. So a big plus here into this second map draft for Z10. And Matsu, you got some psychic powers over there. Definitely called the Mantis Mirror to be sure. And I have no doubt Z10 gonna want to take that Elsa one-sided here. Exo gonna man out the Ultron, so gonna look to take away some more of those damage boost options there, because you do not want all that damage amplification to funnel into that Elsa. She is raid boss enough as is.
Yeah, trying to diminish those returns as much as possible there. We'll be looking to match the Invis for Invis, though, on the Protector line here. No Elsa for EXO, however. They can look to play into the Daredevil, but ooh, they're thinking about taking away either the Fox or the Estrange there. Looks like they will be able to minimize the Fox because they realize how key and critical that is to the Z10 lineup here. So taking that away from Beza could harm them a little bit. One more ban for Z10, no.
Yeah, very interesting. You don't see White Fox get hit too much in these drafts, but yeah, I think definitely targeted Baser's direction here and maybe going to look to return a little bit of fire here. They're going to save that Strange for themselves. They did not have access last time. They don't want to lose those portal recontests. They do not want to lose that team up as well, because they basically save the Invis Strange team up for themselves here. Of course, you know, the big kind of white hot spot over on the side of Z10's draft being that Elsa Bloodstone. Xy's already got it locked in here, as you can see. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that Monster Hunter and a lot of the Monster Piercer here on Yggdrasil Path. But draft complete here. EXO definitely saved themselves some things. I like where they're going here. I think, you know, that bringing the Doctor Strange team up, not a bad option. They got access to the portals here, but maybe I was wrong, because Xe last second swap over to the Wolverine potentially.
I'm liking what I'm seeing there, and having the single-sided Groot as well certainly can strengthen them on their defensive and also attacking side there. So curious to see how they will approach this one, and it looks like Sungjuk Woo is taking focus at exactly what I thought they might look at on this map, and that is Spider-Man. Whether they lock it in the long term though, we'll see how that plays out. I don't know if Resta's going to stick it out on the Rocket either here. You know, maybe playing for the earlier shielding here and then look to play into something further. But it's the Primal Flame coming out from EXO that could be exactly what they need. They've got that Penny team up as well in the early stage. Could be a portal play early, but not quite yet.
Yeah, and you know, normally for a lot of other players holding on to Spider-Man in the spawn room, I would say, yeah, that's going to be a swap. But with Sungjuk Woo, potentially one of the linchpins of this team, no dice here, though, sticking to the Vanguards for now, as he's going to come in on the Captain America, and Zatha going to come in big, one pick onto Jerry, so Elsa sent all the way across the map, back to spawn here. Very solid opening salvo here from EXO, and they are just going to run it right down the lane. Pressure, pressure, pressure here for this EXO team. Wolverine dive onto the Zatha, but a quick hop from the Strange and gonna try to get himself out of there.
Get themselves out of there and to be able to race their way forward just a little bit more. EXO trying their best to claw their way through. Exy ready to collect them. Feral Leap puts them in a heap there, but not going to be able to sweep up the KO. The damage still looking to build up slowly but steadily here. Lone Pill's in a bit of trouble, maybe taken out. Wendy, good for it. Damage from a distance does enable Z10's defense here, and looking to get more. Jerry takes to the floor.
Yeah, a bit of a kneecap here for EXO. Half the team offline, so gonna be stopped here for now. 1:15 off the clock for them. Still enough time for them to get back up and get back into the fight, of course. But Zero Tenacity trying to build a little bit of rhythm here and disrupt what EXO is going for. They've got a couple of strategist ults online, so maybe they can commit to a neutral fight here, but they just don't have anything in the tank damage output-wise. So gonna have to see where EXO decides to try and get into the fight here. They are staring down a Strangling Prison from Marvel, of course. And Zero Tenacity in control of the cart for now. EXO will flip it right back their way, so no way in for EXO quite yet here.
Yeah, no openings at the moment. Marvel trying to enable the Strangling Prison there. Now almost countered. Jerry good to shut down Sungjuk Woo though, and more to follow. Dance floor coming out from Razda, however, matched by the boundary. Gonna take it slow and steady. Zatha could bring out the Agamotto, but no, last stand. Exy, rip and tear. Jerry joining in as well. That's one way to dispel your attackers with great haste.
You know, I thought for sure it would be the Elsa here for Exy, but that last second swap over onto the Wolverine paying dividends for Z10. They win another one, and now just that quickly, EXO already down to just 1 and 30 seconds of their time here. Alone does have the last stand on and ready to go. 27 A's, of course, got the Insong Inferno, so they've got some damage here, and they've got an Eye of Agamotto, so they've got a little bit of a combination brewing for Zero Tenacity, but you could say much the same for them here, as they've got that Apex Predator ready to roll there. That is Jerry piloting the Elsa this time around. Just a bit of a brawl here as EXO, a little bit of cold feet, trying to play it close to their chest, but Jerry not going to let that happen here. Apex Predator does pick up some of EXO, and they will go down here. Wendy finds the KOs, finishes them off. Sungjuk Woo got the freedom charge here, trying to keep the members that are there still alive and still on their feet. 27 goes up for the Insong Inferno, but no dice here as that KO feed looking bright blue here, and all Zero Tenacity. 45 seconds for EXO to try and make a play.
Not much time left available to them here. They need to lock in as quick as lightning on this one. They got the Agamotto, the boundary at the ready. But Z10, they're ready to match them with whatever they choose here. You know, they're pretty close to their own boundary. Strangling Prison could isolate them out of place as well. They need to do the best they can to clear the space onto this one. And EXO are ready to focus up, are ready to shift gears here. Here we go. Agamotto up front, locks some in place. Marvel in deep, deep trouble and will go down. A great start from EXO, but it's matched now by Z10. And now EXO are locking in.
Yeah, and just in time, too. It's a full ace onto Zero Tenacity. Soko's got the Doctor Strange, and they've got the time to make that play here. It is overtime for EXO to try and get to this checkpoint number 1, but now is all of Zero Tenacity online, and they have the time here to make the portal play, but I don't see it coming in there. There is a portal. There's the portal we were looking for, and now Z10 will make their way onto the point here, but Jerry picked off so early by the Phoenix here. They've lost one of their big damage outputs for Z10. Wendy's got the invisible boundary, but it is already back down to Marvel. Strangling Prison going down to Rester now. Fate of both worlds, and just in time here as they will melt Zero Tenacity down here. They're able to sustain through and stand on the point here. Last stand from Exy does find a couple of victims here. No KOs yet, but Rester will pick one up as that dance floor goes back offline. Wendy in some serious trouble as well on the invis. Baser and Wendy got to go for a little bit of patty cake here to keep themselves alive, but big Rester on the Luna Snow, making a quadra KO there. Sungjuk Woo and Zatha will come in big as well. 2:30 back on the clock for EXO. A miracle finish to checkpoint number 1.
Oh my days, what a way to get it done there. Rezda locking in alongside their team and priming up to the occasion. At long last, they will find that first capture point and leave Z10 looking to recuperate their losses there and try and lock it down in the long run. But already they scout ahead and will spot them trying to take the high ground here, so have to be aware of that player trying to sneak behind them. Otherwise, they could be in trouble. Sungjuk Woo has that freedom charge, so they can barge in and shift the momentum very quickly. There it is.
Definitely going to be quite a swinging pendulum here, but Sungjuk Woo goes in, fists and shield, swinging here, zero tenacity, and let every ult they've got rip here. Apex Predator from Jerry is good, and again, a massive breakthrough here for Z10 on the defense here. Triple KO for Soko's Doctor Strange, and yet again, EXO sent back down in assembly line fashion to spawn here, and now Z10 got the opportunity to put some pressure on. They're going to push them right up to the spawn doors.
Right up to the doors, and they will be able to clean it out. So, going to be a solid way to position yourselves early into the piece here. But EXO, they've got almost 5 ults to their name. They're ready to try and shift the direction of this one. But Wendy shutting down Zeta early is a good way to keep them locked in place here. Alone feels almost being captured as well. They're forced to regroup after losing a couple of members there, and this is great for Z10. Build more time, build more charge to get some more of your own ultimates into the piece here, and keep EXO locked in position.
Yeah, definitely gives them a chance to shore up the ult bank here. EXO gonna come back with a vengeance, though. 5 of them online, ready to go, and 30 seconds still on the clock here. Alone Phil's on the move, on the Wolverine. Big dive there. Soko sliced 2 ribbons here, sent down to the spawn, and Alone in trouble on the Wolverine there. A bit of resilience for him. Big Eye of Agamotto from Zeta as well. 3 stuns, and they will trade back and forth here. But EXO coming out on top. Double KO for 27 there on the Phoenix, and now EXO right back in it, but it is going to be under overtime, and Z10 plenty of time for them to recontest one more time.
Plenty more time to deliver a solid result here, and excited to see what else they're going to be able to cook up out of this one. As the OT timer now runs its course, and you know what else is going to be running? The Cutterfly, the Apex Predator, and better yet, even the Strangling Prison here. XC locks it down. Strangling Prison primed and good to go. Marvel has a marvelous approach into a triple KO. Enjoy the show, folks. Z10, get it done. GG.
Beautiful timing for that ult charge. Best Strangling Prison we have seen all night. No questions asked. Holds them down, knocks them down, and EXO, no options for them to get back to the cart. Alone does go over to the Strange, but it is far too little, too late. Z10 will hold him just short of checkpoint number 2. So door to victory here. Map win number 2 for them is wide open here. They do need to walk through that door, of course. So opportunity for EXO to change up the comp here and go for some big defense, but Zero Tenacity definitely looking a lot more clean here on Yggdrasil Path.
Ooh, yeah, what a good way to get into the initial phase of the game there. Their defenses hold true. And Z10 looking to see if they can pull together an attack of a matched strength into this next phase as well. EXO going to have to lock in, or it could be GG's for real here. We know they have the capabilities. We know that they can manage to get things done here. They just have to believe in themselves. They just have to give it their all here. So, time to rise up and give it your best and go for the most blessed approach you possibly can. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, and it's not all doom and gloom here for EXO coming into this second half of the map, of course. They've got a lot of room to work with. I mean, 84 meters of checkpoint number 2 are all in their grasp, so they're not quite dangling off the edge of the cliff here. They do change things up, and they're going to go for some triple Vanguard, triple strategist, old school here on Yggdrasil Path. Meanwhile, XC on the Wolverine sneaking up behind him, looking to make a big play and maybe make mincemeat of this team. He will find the kidnap there into the skies and delivers them to the rest of Z10. Can't quite convert just yet here, but a solid opening here as Z10 gonna look to just stay aggressive and finish this off quick.
Yeah, looking to hold on to that fiery approach we saw in the beginning phase there. Marvel already isolating the lines of sight and looking to clear them out piece by piece here. Sungjuk Woo doing the best they can to stay online here. Luckily, does get charged back up by their strategist there, and Alone Fields will fall. This is not what you want on the EXO side. You need to hold on to all your crucial pieces. Regeneration Domain, feeling the pain as well, will go down, and you don't want to be locked into such a tight line of sight here. This only enables Marvel. You need to get the heck out of there and quick smart. Z10, they are going to be steaming ahead on that mission vehicle as well.
Yeah, and that's the plan here. Put a lid on EXO in that hallway there and just push that cart to the ends of the earth there. Big movement from Jerry as well, taking down Zaytha, and now they'll deliver this first checkpoint. Marvel, big on the Groot here, double KO there. Finish off Rester as well. So Z10 on a warpath here, making a triple KO there for the Flora Colossus here, carving a path. Quadra Penta KO there, finishing off almost all of EXO single-handedly as they look for a last second portal. No dice. Z10 almost 5 minutes on the clock now. What an insane play.
What insanity is being displayed before our eyes here, Diatonic? And there's more on its way as well. C10, they ain't done yet. They're still pushing it up and not much distance to cover, but EXO, they need to dig deep to try and stop them here. They need to give it their best. Feral Leap's coming out. Apex Predator, oh no. Boundary gonna be matched though. 1-for-1 Resta. Good with the God of Mischief. Phaser online with the dance party as well. Sticking back for the second as Zaytha is good with the Agamotto. Should it be required? Kumio unleashed from 278s. They're ready to try and make more space for their team. Agamotto around the back. Oh no! They get the double with the Maelstrom. It's all online for Zerko here. Oh my days! It's an absolute bloodbath over the mission area right now. Diatonic and EXO could be cleared out right here. Zerko is looking to try and stall them. It's up to Ace to get on the mission vehicle now. Surely, and here they go, they're back.
I can't believe it. That has to be max distance on that Eye of Agamotto, the edge of the circle, touching those couple members of EXO, and now Z10 gonna look to put the coup de grace on this map here. Eye of Agamotto from Zaytha will find a couple here. One last gasp from EXO, but it is a whimper here as Z10 blaze through Yggdrasil path and are sitting on match point.
Match point, can you believe it? Amazing work coming through from Z10 there. After that first map, they were angry, and that fury has been felt in such a big way here. Wendy gonna be taking away the MVP on the Invis this time around, but my goodness, we are on the edge of a series right here. EXO need to find a way back and quick, otherwise they are gonna be left behind.
Yeah, and I think you called it from the very beginning, Matt. So you said they were going to come into this angry, and no doubt they did. The scoreboard does not lie here. 30s almost all down the line for Zero Tenacity. It's Wendy on the Invis picking up the MVP, but can't overlook the Elsa in this matchup. Left on the table for Zero Tenacity, but not the player I would have expected to be piloting her. Jerry, 34 elims and 14 final hits, taking the most damage at 22k as well, considering they didn't play out the whole map here. Pretty solid numbers for them, but absolutely ruthless from top to bottom. Soko, insane on the Eye of Agamotto at the end. Marvel trapping him in the hallway there, just short of checkpoint 1. XD, plenty of dives and kidnaps. I mean, you cannot overlook how powerful each member in this roster has been.
Oh my goodness, they are going to be them for sure, and there's so many players to decipher out of this map, out of this series alone. Huge stuff coming out from both sides there. Z10 locking it down on Yggdrasil path, claiming that map for their own here and pushing onwards to a third map. EXO need to find a solution and quick smart onto this third map.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just a little bit of a misstep at the start of the series there for Z10. They do take that first map, but took them a little while to get up and running, and now we see them here at full power on Yggdrasil path. Absolutely no quarter given to XOXO, and they did fight back. They did take some distance here on map number 2, but just not enough to withstand the might of Zero Tenacity here, and very tenacious is this team. A lot of grit and absolutely no mercy being shown here in this elimination match.
No mercy at all. You can't afford any mercy, especially at this stage of the tournament. It's make or break, you know. If you go down here, the road is over. So, we are going to build up towards our third map right on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. This one is heating up.
The moon haunts you!
Welcome back, everybody. Zero Tenacity on match point now. 2 maps to 0 against XOXO01. Just one more away from advancing to that lower bracket finals up against Pirates. What a matchup, and definitely a much more solid-looking Zero Tenacity there on Yggdrasil Path.
Absolutely, furthering their strengths from what they built up in Hell's Heaven there and taking it to a whole other level. EXO dancing on the edge of this series right now. Need to find divine retribution, need to find a resurrection into this one, and this third map is going to be what decides it all. Where will we be placed in this one? Will I get my wish and we go to Kunlun? Will we go somewhere else entirely? It's all going to be up to them, my man.
I was about to say, we are on deck for Convergence now. We've played our Dom, we've played our Convoy, so definitely looking at where we're going to go next. You know, I hope you get your wish. I hope we get some Heart of Heaven, because maybe one of the most underplayed maps in the Asia region so far, so I'd like to see a little bit of that. But, you know, with EXO again picking the map for us here, never can be quite sure where we are going to go next, and never quite sure what they've still got in the tank here. Zero Tenacity in a safe position here. They've got the 2-map buffer, just one away, but you know, EXO have been changing things up on the fly all night long, so maybe they got one last trick up their sleeve here, but if they do, it is the time to put it on the table.
The time to showcase it in full view here, and very eager to see if there's any hidden wild cards that will be put on display into this one, Diatonic, because like you said, it's now or never. It's make or break. The series could be at its end here unless EXO steps into high gear and shows us what they're made of. And I'm very excited to see exactly what they can bring into the swing there.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, no matter what, this was always going to be a tough match for EXO. This Zero Tenacity team has been taking names left and right since the beginning of preseason. Up until Reject defeated them last night, the only team that had their number was Pirates, and maybe not too surprising there.
Let's
so
go!
Looking for them to turn it around, and Matsu, you get your wish. We're going to Heart of Heaven for map number 3. EXO will grant your wish here. So we are on to some Kunlun action here, and I can't wait because we have definitely not gotten enough of Heart of Heaven, but very characteristic of EXO, this kind of map. You know, can get pretty chaotic, especially ahead of that second checkpoint. You start going upstairs and there's openings in all directions. I mean, it is quite a hectic run.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. My wish has been granted. Who's the genie on that team? Because I am happy with this one. Heart of Heaven, at long last, we will see grace our screens once again. Oh, it's been so long. Welcome back. And, you know, if there's a spanner to throw into the works here, this is perfect for EXO. Maybe this catches Z10 by surprise because, you know, not a lot of teams are thinking about practicing this map much anymore. So maybe this is exactly the kind of motion that they need here.
Right, and even if they are scrimming on Heart of Heaven, you know, there's a big difference between a scrim and an official match. You never know if they're really going to pull out all the stops in a scrim, so it's a whole different ball game here as they are going to pick it right here on the Ignite stage, and, you know, it is a critical moment here for EXO. This is an elimination match, and they are down 2 maps. They gotta find a way to start turning things around, and I don't know, you might be right. Definitely a out of left field pick. Maybe not the most surprising for a team like XOXO01, but maybe that'll help catch them off guard.
Yeah, this could be exactly the recipe they need here to push themselves back into this series. So if you're an XOXO fan, you've got to have your hose behind them here and now. They need to feel that energy, everybody. And if you're a Z10 fan, make sure you speak up as well. Feel that energy. Support your favorite teams here. They need it, and they appreciate each and every one of you.
Yeah, I mean, both of them come such a long way here throughout the preseason, just a couple of games away from those grand finals for both sides of the board, but EXO now critical. Life bars blinking red as they are on their last life of their last life here. They cannot give any quarter to Zero Tenacity because you see the tail of the tape there, 0-2. We are ready for map number 3. The draft phase comes first, of course, and the Gambit ban already on the table. Probably going to be a Mantis save here potentially for EXO, but yeah, we will see how this goes.
See how it goes, see how the draft flows here, as it will be the Mantis Protect early for EXO into this one, as Z10 are looking to shut out Elsa, try and match, and should be able to get their own Mantis into this, so the draft will probably go as expected into the early phase here.
Yeah, again, you know, a lot of these drafts, especially here in the Asia region, we've seen these few icons pop up every single time. It's usually the last few where you start to see the variants here. So no Elsa Bloodstone for EXO, not a big shock there. Have to imagine they're going to ban out the Elsa because, yeah, Jerry on the Elsa can be just as scary as Exy, as we just saw go down. And Exy on the Wolverine, too, definitely a threat. So one duelist taken off the table for now. We got a simultaneous ban coming in here. A couple strategists being floated here, and they will come in. EXO's gonna ban the Ultron out, and Zero Tenacity take away the Invisible Woman. Maybe gonna make it one-sided here. Yep, that is the play. So one-sided invisible boundaries for Zero Tenacity.
One-sided boundaries. Will they be able to get over them? That's going to be tested here. Ultron also shut out early by EXO into this one, so good focus fire coming through from them there, shutting out the White Fox as well. So taking away some of the key pieces for Z10 here, but I mean, Z10, they're not a team that's shy of adaptation. You know, there's always going to be a recipe that they can bring to the table, depending on the draft that they're faced with here. So Loki going to be locked down for EXO as well. Z10 can just match it if they want to. I mean, there's no more bans, so don't need to worry about that. They will be able to shut out one more pick, though, and that could be strange. On a map like this, that's actually really big.
Yeah, there's some distance between the cart and a lot of the spawn rooms in a lot of situations, maybe more so than the other convergence maps in the pool. So no portal recontest opportunity for XOXO01. I definitely feel a little bit of impending doom with that showing up on the table, and maybe they'll be on the receiving end of a situation where they could have used the portal here, but we will have to wait and see. Maybe some role swaps coming in here for XOXO01. Sungjuk Woo is holding on to that Daredevil. Of course, normally we see him on the Duelist here, but he's been on Vanguard a lot here tonight in the playoffs, so we'll have to see what the plan is here, as they are going to be on the attack first. So Zero Tenacity is going to look to throw the gauntlet here, set the stage to see how far they'll have to go in the second half if they want to close this thing out in a sweep. But now is the time, EXO. If you've got anything left, something we have not seen yet, there is no better time to bust it out than right now, right here on map number 3, facing down match point against Zero Tenacity.
That's it. No better time than to bring out your best game face into this one, as we will be shaping up a preparation. Z10 locked on the high ground here, ready to stare down their enemies, and EXO ready to start the show here. Zeta going to be taking it easy on the Venom. Marvel might be looking to meet them. Give him a big hug around the corner there, but we'll be looking to fall back. EXO actually taking to the high ground themselves here. Z10 forced to regroup and see if they can provide some support to Marvel there. Luckily, we'll be able to keep them in the game, but I like this different approach from EXO here.
Yeah, they are changing the game here, but unfortunately, Zero Tenacity gonna stay the same, picking up right where they left off on map number 2. 4, 5 KOs. Rest are the only one, and still not even able to escape on the Mantis. Triple KO for Soko on the Doctor Strange, and even though the changes come through for EXO, Sungjuk Woo back over onto Duelist, and them going for the triple strategist, they are not able to crack the Z10 code quite yet.
Not going to be able to decipher this one. Maybe need a few more attempts to see if there's other code combinations that they can key in as to there. But it's time for the next stage of the attack here. XC taking aim and will ignite the flames. Sungjuk Woo is down, and they're looking to pull through on the high ground with even more. Going to be faced by Azitha though, but they will fall back just as quick. A look to regroup here. Maybe not. Ace taken out of the place means they're staggered even more so in the KO department.
Yeah, and Exy here leading the charge for Zero Tenacity on the Phoenix, this time showing off a little bit more depth of that Duelist pool that he's got in his back pocket. Already a minute and 30 away for EXO, and it feels like they are stuck here on unstable ground, picked off before they can even get through the doors here into this courtyard to try to make it to contest this first point. So an uphill battle indeed as EXO back up and ready to go, but again, Exy picking off Ace on the White Fox so early. One of those 3 strategists sent back almost right away. Sungjuk Woo in trouble as well here. Those spark stacks go off, stun him in place for just a second, but Zero Tenacity right now fully locked down.
Locked down, locked in, and ready to spin something to fruition here. Both teams are ready to blast into this one, all guns blazing, because we almost have a full stack of ults on every team right now. And Alone Feels is the first one. I took a bit there. Will bring the band hammer down. Marvel in a bit of trouble here. And will find the opening KO from Jerry. More to follow. EXO triple commit their ultimates here. It's Chef coming out from a distance as well. Good Ensong Inferno catches Resta off guard there. So one strategist discarded, and maybe more to follow. XC in a bit of trouble. Does catch the health pack, but Jerry not so lucky. Still doesn't matter. They're matching that tempo. Marvel bringing out the freedom charge there. Barging in. Zeta in a bit of trouble. XC not the player you want to face in a 1v1, and they will be punished away from the mission area.
Yeah, Exi escapes that with 13 health, which coincidentally might be how many final hits he is sitting on at the moment, because KO after KO for the Phoenix here. A massive driver for this Zero Tenacity defense. It is an iron curtain that EXO cannot find a way through, over, around, under. They've tried everything here, and every single time from the rooftops, Zero Tenacity rained down the pain onto them. Couple more swaps for EXO. Ace is over onto the Magic now, so they're gonna go for 2 duelists here instead of the triple strat. Sungjuk Woo gonna let the devil out here, but stop dead in his tracks, and Soko sends him to the maelstrom of madness here. Will follow it up there. Aggressive Doctor Strange plays here. Double KO, make it a triple. All of EXO off a line here, and there's gonna be 15 seconds or so for them to get back up. Unfortunately for them, no Doctor Strange portal. They will make a mad dash to the capture point, but I don't think they can make it, Matsy.
Oh no, Ace tries their best to crawl their way through on the Spidey, but the time is ticking down. They will make it though to the mission area, so the OT timer is primed. Arresta getting pushed out of place. A Beza does go down, so maybe semblance of a response here. EXO doing the best that they can. The Hulk trying to smash their way in. Sungjuk Woo focused on the backline. It might not be over just yet. They're matching them KO for KO into this one. So Coco's down. Alone Fields, hello. Welcome back to the show here. Marvel trying their best to pounce around the mission area. Regeneration Domain will run its course too. But my goodness, EXO are finally back online. But it's portal time!
Jerry getting the team back up and in the fight here. Boots planted on the point. Just a second of overtime left here. EXO gonna have to grit and bear this Zero Tenacity return here as they're back in full force. Exi back onto the roof here and shooting down into the shooting gallery here. Soko will find one on the Mantis. Rester does unleash that Kumio, but not able to turn the tides here. Just an inch away from that second tick here. And Zeta gonna go for the Hulk smash here. Just trying to keep the team in the fight. They will find some KOs here, but Exi gonna deliver right back. Ace over onto the Spider-Man does find some value for EXO, and they're on the move. They might be able to get this time refresh here as the Hulk ult goes down here. World broken, and EXO will break through the Iron Curtain here. 2:30 back on the clock, and one more uppercut for the road for Zero Tenacity.
Oh my days, just when you think we're on the edge of the close there, EXO open this one right up and we'll push through the waterfall. So the series is still ongoing, folks, and Z10 need to lock it back in to try and stop them in their tracks here, as EXO will maximize themselves into this one. And they're not even done yet. The Devil's going out, Diatonic, here we go.
One more Daredevil ult here from Sungjuk Woo. Soko overhead on the Doctor Strange. Plenty of airmail from the Sorcerer Supreme, and he'll deliver one more package here. 1 KO on to Rester. White Fox sent back for now here in the body advantage. Back to Z10. Marvel gonna follow it up here on the Capwolf here. Moving different and going after any of the members of EXO. Still standing here. Alone Phils does have that Banhammer ready to go here, but it is not gonna stop Z10 as they are gonna look to lock down here ahead of checkpoint number 2. Soko dropping in to say hello on the members of EXO underneath the bridge, trying to move the cart on forward here as time slowly ticking away. Marvel will find Sungjuk Woo. Daredevil sent all the way back to Hell's Kitchen. It is a long way back to Kunlun here, and Z10 just gonna keep the hurt piling on. Exi, yet another KO on the other side of that Insong Inferno, and it feels like Z10 have quickly regained control of the chaos here.
Ooh. Thought that the KO was secured a little too quick there. We'll be able to lock it down in the end. Just shows how confident Exi is in themselves, right? And you gotta have that, especially at this stage of the game. Zeta gonna be back online in Hulk form. Might be looking to Hulk smash soon, and they could even play into the World Breaker. But for now, Z10 holding firmly onto this one to have 4 ults to their name. Not gonna be able to shut it down. Speak too soon. Resta out of this one. Ace could follow, but no, they're traded straight back. EXO, good stuff coming out from them. Freedom charge to keep Z10 into the game here. EXO doing the best they can to match them, even exceed them here. And it's Jeff coming at ya.
Yeah, this could be pretty big here. Does manage to grab one, grabs the Mantis, so they're going to send one off the edge here. Eye of Agamotto coming through. Soko gets stopped mid-eye, though. Does not make the play here as EXO again finding a miracle and getting back in control here. Zero Tenacity burned through several of their ultimates, and EXO got 3. Sungjuk Woo's got a double KO for you, though, here. On to the Daredevil yet again, looking to clear the path forward here on that Sonic Pursuit against Exy, trying to keep the deadly duelist from Zero Tenacity out of the equation for now, but it is going to be all under overtime, so one fight is all Z10 got to win here to stop EXO dead in their tracks, but maybe not quite done just yet. Another one, another double KO here for Sungjuk Woo. He's almost ready to let the devil right back out, finding Wendy in the corner here, trying to keep him pushed away, but now EXO still in control here, and they might get this second checkpoint.
Could be their time to prime up here as Exy does respond back, but will need to regroup with the rest of their team as they are isolated out of the fight. So just like that, capture point 2 locked in for EXO. My goodness, what a comeback that has been placed in by them there. Steaming ahead to the final stretch here. Just when you think they're out of it, they're right back in. And let's see if they can spin this one to fruition here. Z10 doing everything they can to stop them, but it might not be enough anymore.
Letting that devil out yet again here, and now they are looking at the finish line. EXO making it further than you may have thought possible from that first checkpoint. They've played under overtime twice and secured it both times in the clutch here, so they are looking to just clutch up all the way to the end here, but Exy's got a lot to say about that. Yet another double KO on the Phoenix. I cannot wait to see the in-game leaderboard, no matter who wins this thing, because those numbers are insane here. 30 seconds left to go for EXO. They don't have any ults online, but they are on a serious tear here ahead of checkpoint 3.
Rip and tear, they just don't care. Gonna be a flaring up to more. 27 A's, and we'll find out Beza and looking to clear more space. It's Jeff taking out plenty of punishment there. Soko good with the Agamotto waiting in place. Sungjuk Woo's on the Spidey. You know they're serious now and looking to do more. It's Jeff coming out. Here we go, Diatonic.
Doesn't manage to find the invis, but they take him right down there. 27 sitting back to spawn, cannot complete the meal here, and yet again, EXO find themselves in overtime for the third time on this map. Their health bar's looking pretty low though for OT and Wendy, all the way back there on the Jeff, gonna snipe one down. Exy goes to the skies here for another In-Song Inferno, and they are looking so low here. Jerry on the ground as well, onto the Daredevil. Zatha, Hulk ult goes down, nobody's left on the card, and overtime takes away. But what a run for EXO-1. 4 minutes used up to get that first checkpoint. They had to do it under overtime, and they almost made it there to the very end. So Zero Tenacity have quite a journey through Heart of Heaven here ahead of them.
My goodness. They're going to have to clear a lot of space now, maybe more than they initially anticipated here. So it really goes to show the tenacity coming through from EXO into this one, being able to push as far as they did there. Z10 gonna have to put in the hard yards to not just clear the first mission area, but to clear the whole darn convoy as well. And see if they can push up with a confidence here. I'm loving the hovers coming through from EXO onto this one as well. They were thinking about the Iron Fist, the Thor. Surely we could see something creative like that coming into this one, but no, the Fist will not be out today.
I was going to say, bringing Lin Lee to his home territory here, but no dice for EXO. They do have some changes coming through. Zatha's on the cap here. Ace going to take the Hulk here, but a couple other things staying much the same. Sungjuk Woo is going to keep that Daredevil here as they're going to swap sides. So, you know, we said going in here, Zero Tenacity on defense first. They set the pace for this map, and unfortunately, EXO do break through the boundary a few times here and push it much further than I would have ever guessed from the start here. So, a very resilient team in the face of that adversity, but how do they handle this? Exy on an absolute hot streak here on this map with the Phoenix. We will have to see if Z10 can push this thing all the way to the end, or if we're going to be looking at a map 4.
If we are, it would be legendary. It's time to find out as we're already primed up. A trading player into this one. The KO feed lights up red as EXO will spread their reach far away from the mission area and look to take a Z10 away not going to be able to take aim at this one as yet. They're going to have to hold firm and play a bit more patient here. But Beza changing it up onto the Loki here could be the change they needed.
I mean, you know, something I haven't really considered here is that EXO, they have almost nothing left to lose here. They are backed into the corner, so they are lashing out against Zero Tenacity, but a big surprise here from Soko on the Strange Portal. They'll sneak up on there and gets exiled for a moment here, but EXO are losing bodies left and right here. They cannot follow up on that big stun there. Overhead, though, Soko in midair here, a flying Doctor Strange for sure, as Z10 locking down this first checkpoint here. Overhead, Alone Fills on the Deadpool, trying to shoot down, make it a little bit of a shooting gallery here. EXO gonna have one last opportunity to hold this thing down, but Z10 dangerously close to unlocking this checkpoint. Soko will find another double KO here. Doctor Strange moving huge here. Triple KO. I've spoken way too soon, too many times about this Zero Tenacity team here. They are not ready to close this out just yet. Still 2:20 on the clock. They will get that cart unlocked and make it 4:45 for them to run to checkpoint 2.
A ton of time behind them here, and getting it done much more quickly than EXO did is going to net a Z10 a ton of flexibility into their further push here. And it's going to be the regeneration domain popped immediately as well. So good from EXO to bait that out of Z10 here. Having a little bit less in their arsenal, but I mean, Z10, they don't care. They're just going to be holding the forward space with confidence, managing to get bodies onto the mission vehicle there. Now EXO trying to meet them, greet them. It's Jeff coming out.
Once again here, EXO on the move early on in this unfolding fight. They find Marvel still holding that freedom charge, so one member of Z10 already offline, though. Big quick stun there from Exy on the spark stack proc. Finds several members of EXO as they are grouped up yet again here, and you know what happens when you group up against the Phoenix. You get the flames here. Alone Fills taken out, and now EXO gonna pop ults. It's an ult fiesta here. Both sides of the board popping what they got here. Soko's got an eye of Agamotto that finds a little bit of a stun, but cannot quite convert on it. Banhammer from Zeta and Sungjuk Woo letting that devil out yet again over and over here on Heart of Heaven. Trying to find heaven here is EXO01, trying to find a way through this Zero Tenacity team. Baser and Marvel, though, back in the KO feed for Z10 here, trying to even the odds, but a little bit of slowdown here that Z10 going to try to pick themselves back up from it. It is the Loki here that's carving the path for Z10 to continue this run. 3 minutes on the clock, and they are on the move.
A great change up, and it earns them so much difference in their favor. So Z10 going to be taking advantage of that more and more as they will carve that path deeper and deeper. Speaking of, it's going to be Ace in a bit of trouble right now. Marvel bringing out the freedom charge as well, getting KOs in their favor. Onwards for the double and looking to creep for more as they will focus up on the back line there. Soko joining in the KO feed. Sungjuk Woo could get isolated here, as a matter of fact. There they will. So great staggered KO gets them much more distance over the mission vehicle here, and EXO forced to play reset.
Yeah, you see EXO trying to run away there, rounding the corner, but Marvel on that Catwolf with that Hunter's instinct there will find a Restor, beats out the White Fox, and already Zero Tenacity just pushing as far as they can here, trying to clear that path, because even once they get this second checkpoint, there's still some more to go here. Jerry on the Mantis will take down Ace's Venom here, and they are getting dangerously close to checkpoint number 2. Couple ults ready to go for EXO, but also Zero Tenacity got some in the tank here as well. The Banhammer comes out first from Zeta. That spawns a whole new ult fight here. Overhead, Exy on the Insong Inferno will find one. Jerry gets a crit, and Marvel will find another one here. Dance of the Butterflies now for Alone as he's over onto the Psylocke now, but it's a triple KO for the Phoenix. Unreal from Exy this map. KO after KO. I've lost track of how many times I've seen Exy come up in the feed.
They're a highlight star player for a reason, and they are one you can rely on. If you're Z10 right now, going to be happy with that. And it looks like EXO are looking to change things up. They've got the Groot online now, looking to play into their team-ups as well. Let's see if this is going to be the defensive boundary they need in order to get past things here. Now, Gumiho unleashed into the Agamotto, trying to lock them down in place there. Soul Resurgence coming up from Jerry as well. They immediately will take down Rezda and are looking to find more where that came from. The hammer comes down from Ace there as they clear the space. They spot Sunjuk Wu onwards for the flank. Going to get the KO in the bank. A good reaction from Xe and Co there. Now slice and dicing their way through the front line and a priming up for more. It's just a single target KOs. A domino effect from Z10 here.
I'm just gonna say the reaction time from Xe, unreal, like tracer accuracy, just insane on this Phoenix all map long here. Zero Tenacity holding a lot of cards. They've got 2 minutes left, a couple of ults, and obviously in control of the mission vehicle here. So uphill battle yet again for EXO, but they have fought hard all map long here, and Sunjuk Wu's got to let this devil out here. Gotta let Zero Tenacity know they will not go down without a fight here. Can't break through as Zero Tenacity brace for it. Zeta's got a Strangling Prison, captures 3 there, as you can see, but they will play right on through. Xe goes for another Insong Inferno and finds yet another member of EXO caught off guard. That time sent back to spawn yet again and making a double KO yet again for the Phoenix here. Soko's got one on the Maelstrom of Madness here too. It's a 1-4-2 favoring Zero Tenacity, and they are now looking at the finish line of this series here. Eye of Agamotto for Soko is a miss here, but Marvel, again, so huge on this Captain America, and I think Matsi, EXO running out of time here.
Running out of options. Time is dwindling by the second. Got a mischief looking to come out from Rezda. Soul Resurgence going to be matched by Beza there as well. Rezda may yet get pushed out of it. There we go. Marvel will exceed them speed past and will find 27 A's clearing out the whole Dart Strategist lineup. The BRB will at least bring 27 A's back, but it's Z10 gaining further control of this one. They dive in and try their best to sustain through it, but Z10 are just burning them down, and there we have it, folks. Z10 get it done, take away the series. 3, 2, nada.
And with still 36 seconds on the clock, they close it out. A full sweep here, and Zero Tenacity, welcome to the lower bracket finals. They are moving on here, and EXO a heartbreaker here as they will take the 0-3 loss and are sent out of the preseason. Xe, the MVP, undoubtedly here on this map. Remember the name because it was on your screen multiple times all throughout this matchup, and there it is. The 3-0 completed by Zero Tenacity. My word, 69 eliminations and 32 final hits, 47k damage. You very rarely see numbers like that.
Oh my days. They're going for the records on this one, my man. Holy moly. That is a absolute boatload of eliminations to their name. Final hit as well as damage. Just huge impact being made by Xe and their squadron there. And a big shout out to Sunjuk Wu as well, taking away 12 finals for their team. A well-earned SVP there. And as you can see, some of the highlights out of this series being displayed right now. And there was a ton.
Yeah, again, same thing as last map. I have to give props to the replay operator here. No idea how you pick exactly what went down here, because though EXO did drop this map, they had some big plays here too. They would battle back through a lot of adversity, but unfortunately just caught underfoot of Zero Tenacity here. And honestly, you can make a separate highlight reel of Xe plays alone, of Marvel plays alone as well on the Captain America. I mean, both of them truly big players here for this Zero Tenacity squad, moving unlike anything I have seen out of them so far in this preseason. So again, establishing themselves as one of the top dogs here in the Asia region, and now they've got a chance to fight for grand finals. Of course, their fate is in the hands of that matchup against Pirates next.
The rematch of the ages, Diatonic, the revenge story into motion there. Will they be able to redeem themselves against their rival? They'll be rivals to the end of time, that's for sure, and I'm eager to see which team's going to be primed up on the given day, because that one is going to be in store for us tomorrow. And oh my goodness, what a timeline we're living in with these matches.
Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately, my Preds are in shambles now completely. Really, how could you have predicted? Yeah, I mean, how could you have predicted some of what we've seen here tonight? You know, Zero Tenacity down here in the lower bracket this soon was not something I saw coming. Definitely would not imagine that there's going to be a matchup where either Pirates or Z10 are going to be sent home ahead of the grand finals. I mean, absolutely insane stuff here in the Asia region, and, you know, have not disappointed once again. I cannot find a win here in these predictions, and I don't even think my OCE ones will save me either.
Oh, mate, I'm right down in that well with you. That's all I'm saying. I'm all over the shop. It's going to be a tough battle ahead. Maybe I'll be able to redeem OCE in the playoffs. We'll see what happens. Oh, that's the love of the game, isn't it? You know, love to get the predictions through. If you get 100%, then you truly are an oracle worthy of that in-game title there. That's for certain.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that even Doctor Strange can't peer that many possibilities into the future to see what we are seeing here. So a fantastic win here for Zero Tenacity. They keep the dream alive here in the lower bracket, and we do say goodbye to XOXO01 once again here. But again, great stuff from them all preseason long. No doubt they are going to be locked in and ready for a run when they come back in a stage 1. But it is Zero Tenacity's day here today, and you know, we're on standby here. We are going to hear from Zero Tenacity because obviously a lot for this team to say ahead of a couple of big matches in front of them. But yeah, I mean, cannot believe, you know, I thought we'd get a map win, maybe 4 or 5, but they shock me too and they close it out in 3.
My goodness, you know, XO looks so good there. They managed to claw it back after the OT on the first capture point, pushed it almost all the way to the end on the next phase there, and then a Z10, they match that energy and they drive it home all the way through there. So just absolutely fantastic game coming through on both sides of the coin there, and really impressed with how Z10 have managed to clean things up and redeem themselves. But one and the same, how XO have managed to prove themselves that they've got it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw them, you know, push teams to their limits and push themselves to their limits. You know, role swaps coming in. These players, changing hands just to try and find a new way through. And it does get them this far, but Zero Tenacity, a very smart team. A lot of draft intelligence, a lot of good chemistry built very quickly for this team. And they're able to adapt and play right on through. That lands them in that lower bracket final spot where, you know, again, they will have to take on their newly emerging rivals in Pirates, and no doubt that one will bring down the house as well. But you know, the seats kind of in flames here, smoldering a little bit, as we have seen some insane matchups in the back half of this broadcast, and Z10 cap it off with such a big win on Heart of Heaven, especially considering that EXO, you know, those couple of miracle overtime pushes, they were able to just keep that run alive. So, you know, again, no matter what kind of adversity you put in front of this team, they will find a way to elegantly overcome it.
And that's the beauty of a pro play, isn't it? You know, you have to find your ways to adapt and quickly. And the fact that that has been put into full focus there just showcases how strong these players are and how good they can be. So amazing to see our players reach their potential. But, you know, this is just the beginning of the road in the preseason. There's going to be more on its way as the year goes on. Don't you worry. If you think it's good now, you don't even know what's in store later.
I was going to say, you know, we talked about it a couple times during some of the breaks tonight, but, you know, this preseason has been some of the absolute best Marvel rivals that we have ever seen. I've been watching since the Season 0 MRC, almost every single tournament, almost every single match, and I can tell you undoubtedly, this is a different kind of rivals. These teams are here to win, no holds barred, and no matter what region you're watching, because we've already seen some heaters out of Oceania as well, so across the board, matches insane, teams upsets left and right, surprises around every turn, and at this point, really, almost every bracket I expected to go one way has gone the complete opposite, so it has been an insane ride, and of course, it's still not over yet. Still one more night of Asia playoffs to come, and still a whole other week of Oceania action before we hibernate a little bit ahead of stage 1, but yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, if you thought this was crazy, you know, be sure to lock in, whether you're watching in-game on the esports tab, on the official YouTube or Twitch, subscribe. Please lock in, because there is so much more where that came from.
Couldn't agree more, and make sure you get the esports bundles as well to support some of your favorite teams out of your respective regions there. We got the Pacific bundle, Gen G represent there on the OCE side, and Reject represent on the Asia side here. And, both of those teams have been looking really confident on the last couple of days of competition there. So there's a reason that they've got bundles behind them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G, I've seen them a little bit in action already, and they are definitely here to win as well. And, we won't get the full Pacific action here in the preseason. Asia and Oceania won't cross paths quite yet, but this is kind of the training arc for these teams to get ready to face off against each other. So I definitely am looking forward to it. And again, like you said, the Reject bundle, I imagine maybe they're starting to sell out of those, because definitely a couple heaters for that Reject squad here over the past couple days.
That's it, but right now, everybody, we have something special in store. We're going to welcome in one of our winners for an interview. Welcome in Beza, the GOAT. How you feeling after that match, mate? What an absolute thriller.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Thank you guys for having me again. After losing, going to the lowers, kind of breaking through it all today, feels really good, setting us up for tomorrow. Excited.
That's awesome. I mean, we got to see you guys play in the clutch a lot tonight. Several heaters, lots of overtime, big plays. I'm curious, kind of, what do the comms look like? Like, how do you guys approach communication when the match gets as tight as it was some of those times? I have to imagine it's chaos.
It seems a little bit chaotic, but honestly, when it boils down to it, we're all very focused, like always swimming the same target, and it's high energy, and, it's not exactly what you'd think. It's kind of worse when it's not as chaotic. But the more tense it gets, we are able to lock in and focus hard.
Gotcha. Nice.
Exactly what you want to be seeing from you guys there. And I guess your eyes are set forward now to the big moment, the big rematch against Pirates. How are you guys feeling heading into a series of that caliber? Do you think you can do it this time?
Yeah, I think the past couple of matches, especially even our first matchup against them in the qualifiers, and our loss against Rejects, it opens our eyes a lot. I mean, being able to take what you can from a loss is what is really going to make us be ready and be prepared for tomorrow in our rematch against both those teams. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got a good look at Reject tonight, and kind of looking like a totally different team from the beginning of the group stage. So, do you guys feel like you have had a lot of progression here throughout the preseason, like you've come together as a team and kind of evolved, leveled up like they have too?
Yeah, I mean, throughout the meta, we've been up and down, going, from doing so well into the qualifiers, losing to a team we beat. I mean, it's just a bunch of figuring ourselves out, figuring out what we want to play for, and understanding these teams that have also been doing the same exact thing. So I'm excited. I hope tomorrow is going to be just two really good matches of, hopefully map 5s, map 7s. So yeah, I'm excited.
That's what I want to.
That's it. Well, if today's any good indication, I'm sure we're going to be eating real good heading into the last day of play here into the playoffs. So I want to say a big shout out to you and your team for taking the victory here today. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview here as well. Best of luck to you guys. You're going to crush it, I believe, and I'm sure your fans believe too. You got this.
Nice, sweet. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
There you have it.
Yeah, I mean, big stuff here in this matchup, of course. Definitely favoring Z10 from the outset here, but you never know what you're going to get up against this EXO team. They do prevail here, but, like he was saying, there's a couple of big matches on the horizon, of course. They have locked in that rematch against Pirates, but even after that, it is another rematch against Reject, the very team that put them down here to begin with. So I cannot wait. I mean, it is drama abound here, and if you thought tonight was crazy, no doubt when you see some of the best, the absolute best, cream of the crop from the Asia region duke it out tomorrow, I'm sure it will trump what we saw here tonight.
I couldn't agree more. I think that, tonight's the appetizer, the entree, and tomorrow, heading in to the final day of play, we got the main course, and we are going to be dining good into our last day of matches. I am certain of that. I hope that we go the full distance, in the both set of series there, because this whole preseason, we've had such competitive bouts all the way through, and I would expect nothing less.
No, I mean, it is heated up, already from the very beginning of group stage, we saw some good matchups here, some interesting stuff, but it has just gone up and up and up here as we close out the playoffs tomorrow. One more day of action, but here's the rundown from today. Of course, a heater between EXO and Triple AD to open things up. That goes EXO's way, 3 wins. Zero Tenacity delivers the pain to Rival Esports, send them home 3-0. And then, of course, the faded matchup between Reject and Pirates. They slay their demons in Pirates and clock their grand finals trip here 3-1, and now Zero Tenacity ending it in a big sweep over EXO 3-0. Cinema from top to bottom here.
Really great work coming through from them and theirs there, and you can see now we have our last set of matches into our preseason playoffs for Asia here. It will be Pirates taking on a Z10 for a rematch from the group stage there, and following suit we will have our team to face Reject for the grand final. Best of 7 to crown our champion.
Right, don't forget, money on the line here, obviously implications for stage 1 and later on this season, but there is some cash to be stacked up here for these teams, so plenty for them to fight for. And here is a look at the last night of Asia preseason action. Pirates gonna go to war against Z10, take some time to mend the sails here and get ready for an intense rematch to decide who will face off with Reject for that #1 slot here coming out of the preseason. I mean, these three definitely have emerged as top of the class here into this region, so no doubt we are ready for some big brawls tomorrow from start to finish. I cannot wait to see how it all plays out.
Excited indeed I will be, and I can't wait to see who our champion will be. Will Reject be able to maintain their crown? All will be proven. But for right now, everybody, we're going to talk about some of our favorite costumes. It's going to be the Hellfire Gala returning to action here. Here we go. The Hellfire Gala returns. Capture the epitome of Krakoan fashion with Magic's Netherworld Noble and Gambit's Alluring Ace costumes. Available right now until May 21st at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Cameras are flashing. Are you ready?
And if you're ready for that, then get ready for this. The newest PvE mode to Marvel Rivals is here. The Vampire King is free. Monsters lurk in the shadows and roam the city. Dracula returns. Team up with up to 4 players to save New York City in our latest PvE mode, Blood Hunt. Test your limits with different difficulties and send the Lord of the Night to his undead doom. That's available right now if you boot up your Marvel Rivals client. I still have not had the time to sit down and sink my teeth into it, but I'm gonna have to definitely not gonna be able to sleep after this. Insane matches tonight. Welcome to the next chapter of Marvel Rivals PvE. Will you hunt or be hunted?
Ooh, let's see. We're gonna have to be hunting, but I'm hunting for these costumes right now. Our Twitch drops for season 7.5. It's gonna be our Daredevil lineup here. We got the Willa Galacta spray for watching for 30 minutes there. Watch for 1 hour. You get the Daredevil Willa Galacta nameplate. 2 hours. That's gonna be the Devil's Drill emote. And if you watch for 4 hours there, it's gonna be the Daredevil Willa Galacta costume.
Yeah, and of course, also Gambit drops available exclusively during the Ignite preseason here, and still got time to earn these all the way up to May 17th. Now we've got an emote and also a Will of Galacta costume available for you to earn. I already have the Gambit costume. I've already run him in ranked, and I can tell you that looks pretty good on the battlefield, so never want to go into a match not looking your absolute best. Same with the Daredevil costume. I mean, I'm a huge Daredevil fan, and maybe the most insane costume I've ever seen Matt Murdock put on. But yeah, absolutely, definitely pick these up. Of course, one more night of Asia playoffs action, so you've got time to earn those. And then, of course, once that's all said and done, be sure to check out our friends in Oceania as well, because those teams going absolutely insane even after day one.
That's it. Even after day one, they're having so much fun, and the fun for us must come to an end, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to all of our preseason Asia action today. Coming back tomorrow with the grand finals and everything there before. Make sure you tune in to that one. Same time, same place. You don't want to miss it. But this is Matzy. This is Diatonic signing off. Thanks so much for joining, and we'll see you in the next one. Ciao for now, and have a good night.
한껏 높이 날아올라 눈누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah 필요할 때 내가